Guys, and welcome back to another Ash and their fantastic friends video. I probably maybe we should get some public domain lo-fi. We're here again with our usual guest.
Acapella lo-fi.
You gotta teach this in school. It's
all
not
right, so
always-
we're here with our main guest, our main host, Ash. We're also here with Stack the Deck, our resident Spider-Man expert, JT Pop Theory.
Me?
JT Pop Theory, our pop culture. I don't know what each of our things are.
JT is Wonder Woman.
JT, our Wonder Woman
yes.
fanatic. Daystar, our Italian.
I'm actually, turns out, not that Italian.
Daystar, oh my god, you want to reveal your DNA result?
Oh god, no.
And Rena,
I'm
who
white.
isn't even here.
Rena, come back.
Rena will be back when they get alcoholism. So, I know I used to do this a lot on TikTok. Wait, I also did it here a few times. No,
and
I
I'm
haven't done
Ayaan.
it here
Oh
yet.
my-
Wait, I forgot. I never said this. And I'm Ayaan, the voice guy. I do
Yeah.
voices.
But Ayaan showed up an hour early. I gotta tell the audience about this. Ayaan showed up an hour
They
early.
don't
I was the
need
only
to
person
know.
in here. So we've been talking for a while. This is my bottle that I have chosen for today. You're not supposed to be this far through this quickly. So
I am
we're
not
gonna see what
responsible-
happens.
I am not responsible for your alcoholism.
You are not responsible.
To the Twitch audience. To the Twitch audience.
So
Twitch has their new artistic nudity thing. We are not allowed to show our chests. But you know, I am always anti-establishment. So.
No, Ayaan!
Too early.
Ayaan has
It hasn't
threatened
even-
to show nudity like 5 separate times, and I swear. Okay, so if you didn't know, I know that this is called episode 9, and you might be wondering where's episode 8? Where did it go? It got taken down for copyright.
My bad.
Not the gay porn that we showed for copyright.
Not the gay porn.
They were actually pretty chill about that.
Not the
It was
Confederate
artistic. nudity.
Scooby Doo.
Yeah, not the blackface.
Yeah. Not the blackface, which I hope that gets cut out in the final cut.
It is.
Mhm.
In our defense, we didn't do the blackface. Warner Brothers
Was it
did.
the wrestling?
It was the wrestling. It was the rest. It seems to be the wrestling
That
that
makes
took
sense.
us out.
Oh, fuck
I
Steve,
have to.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, by the way. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
But I like the other guy, the guy who like just cursed people and just like stared at them.
People. He was just a guy. He
was
didn't
just a
like even
guy.
wrestle.
Why do I want to show it again?
Ash was really
No.
into dudes who are just guys.
Mhm.
Anyway, Wyatt Wingfoot.
Can we
No.
talk
But
about
it's not just the guy; he is the guy.
We are
He's a big
here
guy.
to discuss the film Godzilla -1, or are we waiting for
No.
Squid?
We're waiting for Squid for that one.
Can we talk about how Superman's ass is in this one panel?
Yes. Send me the panel. Of
oh yeah, Daystar, you're becoming more obsessed with Superman a little bit.
Yeah, you're
I see.
Superman.
I love him and Lois. They're so hot.
Yeah, they are.
I'm dubbing them lesbians. Officially.
And
Clark Kent is so butch.
I love how.
and I stand by that.
Well,
Hold on,
I'm
I gotta-
mostly. I've been collecting Superman comics a little bit for a while now, and I've been enjoying them.
I'll send it.
I found a nice website that do sell nice single issues, which is Gem Comics, and I actually like it.
I used to do mycomicshop.com, which like my only gripe with it was the $10 shipping.
That's too
I
much.
spent
Mm.
$608 today. Actually, I spent
It will.
$638.
It will never be that bad for me though.
No one will ever be as bad as me. But
God, I gotta marry an engineer.
I have Richard Jones.
I don't think that's even engineer money. I mean, it might be engineer. Oh,
It is engineer money. I'm
It
an
is
engineer.
oh yeah, I forgot. Is
No,
I think-
what we gotta do,
Yeah.
is we gotta pull a what's their face? Whatever I have going on in my fix.
You forgot the name of your OCs.
you guys ever wonder what would happen if one of us just turned into a VTuber?
Someone, oh my god, you want to know the
Huh?
wildest thing that happened?
I feel like
Yeah, Ash.
You
yeah,
want to?
JT's pretty close to becoming a
JT's
VTuber.
pretty close, but you want to know the wildest thing? A VTuber like
Close to what?
messaged me and was like, "Hey, I heard that you needed an artist," and I'm like, "I never asked for an artist. I I also made friends with artists whose art style I really like and who can draw brown people. So I'm like, if I really do want to commission something, which I do need to, I have people. But
Yeah.
they were like, hey,
I think
was
it
like,
would.
what the fuck?
I think it would be really funny if you commissioned Dr. Crafty, Linkara's old title card guy to do it. Just look up Dr. See if he's still doing commissions and say, "Hey, can you do these thumbnails?"
He would be. No, you want to know? I want to send the most unhinged comment to Alex Ross, being like, "Can you draw the shittiest thing possible? I will pay you like $100 to just draw me like the worst, like you know, the images for this one have been Godzilla and the doctor from Godzilla. So could you just draw me the shittiest Godzilla possible?"
If you're commissioning Alex Ross, you get beautiful artwork of your OC.
No.
Okay? you make that money work for you. Got it?
I need him to give me. Here's the thing. I really like it when artists draw like the shittiest thing that they could. I say this, but then also at the same time, like, what's his face? Michael Cho drew me a beautiful Human Torch, just random.
Just a suffering Johnny Storm.
just a
Just
suffering Johnny Storm.
When artists just decide to make you a thing, it's the best thing ever.
Yeah.
I was freaking out.
Case
The
in
only
point,
reason-
pivoting to our main point, I guess, is your guys' little OC ship, Spidey Torch Yuri. This is how I'm putting this
messaged
on
me
track.
and it was like, what if Johnny Storm and my OC had a child? And I said, what if that child dated a cooler version of Mayday
And
Parker?
you want to
And then
know
I
the
wrote
worst?
13,000 words about it, and then some.
Step
It's
on this
40
battle, not the
pages.
war.
How many pages is it?
It's like 40 pages because I opened it on my
That's
laptop.
right.
It's 42 pages.
No, that is right. Yeah, wild. Huh.
We
The power
wrote
of lesbians, you know.
technically, so that's not the only fic to exist. So really, it's closer to about 50 pages that we've written in total. If you want to combine everything together.
The only thing you're allowed to show on stream is the your mom jokes.
Okay, yeah. Where's your mom?
I don't know.
Wait, we'll find it later.
The amount of context we need to make the your mom jokes funny.
Okay, so here's the thing. So I have an OC that I've been workshopping that people have also seen on Twitter because I posted her on Twitter, and then I forgot to update people with the final art.
We're on live right now, right?
Yeah, we are. We're talking about Spidey
Yep.
Torch Fury because this has
Hello,
been
live.
6
I'm Rena.
days.
You can leave for another 10 minutes and come back if you want.
No. This is important.
This
No,
has
I'm
been-
fine.
I might leave actually.
It's just whack that y'all are talking about clearly my favorite universe, but like the lame part of it.
No,
we made
it's the best part of every
lesbians.
universe.
Sorry,
We made
fellas.
God.
Barbie is on max now. I don't think that can stick around for the rest of this stream.
My hottest take is that I'm like mentally ill about every part of MC2 except for Spider Girl. Now I have my
Yeah, Spider Girl's the best part of MC2.
That's my
Well,
point. I
funny
don't
enough-
think about her. Everything else is like
But I think that's
Because
me
we're
with
only
the,
working with Spider Girl.
funny enough,
that
I think that's me with the Ultimate Universe, where it's like I can get every bit of Ultimate Universe thing except Spider-Man in its entirety. Where
the
it's like,
objectively bad.
yeah,
How do I get Ayaan to read the Ultimates Universe, Steve, Tony, soulmate
Don't-
to you?
I
have
you know
my
what?
attorney
you know what?
in
Show
one
it to me, and I will do my best.
I'll drop it in the.
Oh my
I'll
god,
send
can
you
we
all
read
the-
it out loud with
Oh,
homophobic
so
Steve?
great.
Homophobic,
so great.
homosexual
Wow.
Steve.
All right.
Homophobic
Are you talking
Catholic
about
Steve.
a fan
It's
fiction? Is
great.
this on AO3?
Yes.
It's on
Yes, it's on
AO3. It's
AO3.
by it's
Sinalia,
Sinalia. Because
the Steve Tony prophet.
yeah,
I
'cause
don't drink at all. Well, not like I just don't have the money or
Not
time.
like me.
This is so it reminds me of like a Viagua.
What is
Oof.
it? Do the beauty girl.
Fine, it's a Smirnoff Ice pink lemonade.
Oh, that shit is good.
I don't drink, and I like pink lemonade. I like
don't
pink.
drink.
I'm a pink person.
We're showing.
I'm drinking
This is
Sonic brand. You can't see it with the glare.
Hard
Yeah.
seltzer.
Mine
Did you
is
know that
reversed.
Sonic, the fast food restaurant, has a hard seltzer blend? I didn't until I went to Walmart today.
I am drinking knowledge.
shut up, you Muslim.
I also got.
Whoa!
Whoa.
We can't be doing racism
This
every
is
single stream.
non-alcoholic.
God,
You should
God, you know what? It's fair. I did it last week. It's my turn to get. This shouldn't be transactional. I realize this now.
To be fair, Ayaan, do you technically have Muslim family?
Can I say, I.
Every
It's
day I
okay.
wake
My
up.
relatives are Muslim. That's what you're doing.
No, it's okay.
We might have gone a little bit too far too quickly.
Yeah, like that's. I'm
It's
seeing
only
the
been
amount of
11
people
minutes.
just
11
drinking
minutes,
that
Ash.
specific soju. No,
I
by the way,
can't be racist. I have Muslim family.
when I say I like pink lemonade, I mean I reached down and one of the bottles littered around my floor is this Florida's Natural Lemonade that we got yesterday that I basically finished in one day, because it's pink. Pink. I don't.
Real. Anything that's pink is
I
good.
have
My
I
dice are
have
full.
lemonade. I have lemonade.
Cool.
Oh, God,
It
Ash.
should have been refrigerated a week
Point
ago.
is-
It's just been sitting in my room.
I cannot believe you decided to do an MC2 Yuri and you made up an MC2.
I love
I'm
Mayday.
joking here. I know why it happened. You already had it.
You didn't even finish Spider Girl.
I fucking
yeah.
hate Tori
Okay, have you got
Storm.
a single one of my MC2 hyperfixation? No.
I got
We're moving
like. I
You
got
didn't
like
even
6
get to the part where
issues in.
Felicia was gay married. So what's the point?
Here's the thing. It's because there's so for people who don't get obsessed with
It's
MC2,
not even
I'm sorry,
halfway
Daystar.
through.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
It's the fact that like if you read Spider Girl, fine. Most people just read Spider Girl and move on. But I
I've
was
read
reading
everything but Spider Girl.
every MC2 book. Exactly. I was reading every MC2 book. And there's only so much Tom DeFalco you can take before you start like weeping on the inside.
What if I do that to Spider-Man, to the 2099 universe? Read everything except Spider-Man.
Oh, are you ready
You
for
should actually do that. That
what-
would just be
it's-
funny.
It's Rampage 2099. I want you to do that.
Fantastic Four 2099.
I
I
like.
think about
you know,
Spider
I've
Girl.
only-
Go
I've
ahead.
only seen one issue of it, but I think Doom 2099 is fucking cool. Because
Doom
it's
is
like,
always cool.
yeah,
Is
because
this
like,
another Linkara thing?
It always goes back to
I'm reading
Linkara.
Don't you
because
dare.
here's the thing, you said I've only seen one issue of Doom.
fuck, you got me.
We are one. We shared high school.
So yeah, Doom 2099 is the plot of Doom of the main Marvel universe, just like coming back in the year 2099, only to find Latveria under this like authoritarian capitalist government, and he's like, "This isn't good for my people. This isn't good for Latveria. So I'm gonna take it back." But like, he needs to upgrade to being Doom 2099. I don't know the full context of the story on whether or not he was the true Doom, but you know, I'll get to that once I watched videos that aren't Linkara.
You got into comics through YouTube. I got into comics through fan fiction. We are not
I
the
got
same.
into comics through Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
I comics through comics.
Oh wait,
You
yeah.
just picked
Oh,
up a
I
comic
actually
one day.
read comics. What?
I do have to
What
say,
am I
I
talking
did
about?
make a video on the Stanley. I've talked about the Stanley remakes of Marvel Universe. And the only reason why I was capable of making a video on that, I did read the book, but I was able to give context on that because I watched the Linkara videos.
Oh, oh my God! Here's the
Ooh.
titties that I forgot to show. Like,
But
5
Daystar, you're
seconds
talking about
ago.
Spider Girl real quick. I want to hear your slander.
It's only I read some of it. And I was like, if
fun.
this is a lesbian, this is like the worst kind of white lesbian that there can be.
Her dad's a cop. What do you expect? Okay.
Yeah. She's a
Peter's
hey
not a
mama's
cop.
lesbian. Hey, look at his ass. Look
Peter
at it.
Peter is a cop in
No.
in Earth X.
He's also a cop
sadly.
that's okay, fine.
No.
He is a forensic officer, which is like,
No.
It's a
I'm-
cop.
In REA, you were making it better. This is the
Guys, look
Mayday
at
that I
Superman.
wanted.
Look at
He's
his
a high
bloody
school-
little waist.
he's a
His
high school
giant
science
fat
teacher.
ass. His huge
I love-
titties.
So anyway, here's my hot
The
take.
masculine
Wyatt
ideal.
Wingfoot and Superman are the same person.
Yeah.
Oklahoma
Okay.
not comparable.
Yeah. All right,
Oklahoma's
now,
terrible.
now open the fanfic. Let me read the.
This is an incredibly hot Superman. What book is this from?
Where's-
This is from issue 1 of the current run.
of Action Comics. Or of
So
It's Joshua
that
Wilson
would be
one.
that would be Action Comics
No, it's Superman.
1051.
Oh, it's super.
Oh,
It's
it's
Donna
not
DC.
It's
Donna
Oh.
DC Superman.
Oh, okay. My
Yeah.
thing with Mayday is I do really like the fact that she's a jock. Like I like the fact that like
Yes.
Peter, like here, how do I put it this way? I think a lot of the annoying parts of Mayday are because she's an annoying teenager, but the other annoying parts of Mayday are because Tom DeFalco can't write teenagers,
And
which
this
is
is why I should be allowed to write Spider Girl.
This is
Which is
why
why-
we're
better version.
this is why we're gonna accidentally create an MC2 comic just by pure coincidence.
Hey,
An
if you want to
MC3.
read the only 5 in-print issues that take place in MC2 that aren't written by Tom DeFalco, there's 5 of them. They're one series.
Hey, wait,
It's
no,
wild
Ion,
how
what
much
the
time.
what the fuck was that?
I support that. I read that
that-
I
shit.
need
because
to
fuck
work
Marvel.
on
That was the fanfic that was sent in the group chat. I was trying to see if I would. I don't know this fanfic, so I would just spend like a good amount of time reading it. So just
It's
find
very
me,
long.
find me portions that you guys want me to
Should
read.
I have the
I
group chat open? I closed it to avoid like.
Can I be real?
notifications.
This has been sent to me several times, and I have not read it yet.
You don't have to. I don't think anyone
It's
should read-
homophobic Steve.
It's Catholic homophobic.
All right, let's read it.
Where's the
Let me take a
I
big
don't
swipe.
remember it.
Very
Daystar knows
long.
it better than me. So by the way, this fanfic is it's called Never Too Late for Love by Sinella.
We're not reading it to make fun of it. This is a pro fan
No,
fiction.
this is
No, I am.
this
this
is
this
a
is my
masterpiece.
Roman Empire.
This is
There's
a
so many-
beautiful masterpiece.
There's so many people online who just do live readings of fan fiction to shit on them, and I want to make it clear that we are not those people.
No,
We
this
will
is
read
this is
live
his
readings
praise.
of
This
official
is
sources.
a group of fanfic writers and also me. I'm just a guy who voices things.
That's,
I'm glad to be included.
Daystar hasn't written anything yet.
It
I don't
is-
think.
Not that
Bitch.
I've posted. It is
All
Everyone go write a
nearly
fan fiction right now. That's your
100,000
homework.
words, so it is very long.
All of my
I-
fanfics have been on this live where I just like improv them.
Okay. Okay, but here's the thing.
Just write
Here's
'em
the thing
down.
about this fanfic. Here's the thing about this fanfic. This is how I was introduced to the Ultimates universe.
Yes. It's
I had
very
not
comic book,
known-
which is why I think Ion would actually get a kick out of it.
This is why I can't judge you.
I'm
got into
really-
that. I got
Denalia
into
is like a
I was gonna-
comic historian.
I got into
truly.
Deadpool through fan fiction, which is even more embarrassing.
trying to think of a single thing I got in through fan fiction other than like
Yeah.
the concept of comic books.
Got into
I've
Star
read
Trek through
stuff for
fan
fan
fiction.
Well-
Got into The Witcher through fan fiction.
The reason why I started to read Spider Girl like in consensual order was to write a fanfic. I've read a lot of stuff for write fanfic.
started liking other things because of fan fiction, which isn't really the same. Where it's like Power Ranger Samurai is like one of my least favorite Power Rangers.
For samurai fan fiction. Okay, you got me on this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm stealing this. Okay, I'm so sorry. So, for people who are not deep into 2010s Power Rangers fan fiction here, Power Rangers Samurai is like the best piece of Power Rangers material to ever fanfic because the ships are immaculate. Specifically, I've shown the group chat about this. J. Tonio, inspired, ingenious, brilliant, but also ignoring the shipping side of it. Power Rangers Samurai is a bunch of white people being Power Rangers, which is weird.
Except for Mia.
Okay. Let me actually be fair here. There are two Power Rangers white people being Power Rangers. There's like human man being Power Rangers. There's only one Asian person Power Ranger. There is a Thai man pretending to be a Latino being a samurai, whatever. Point being, the lore is very weird because you have to ask the question, why in this area that totally isn't New Zealand, but is an island place in America, having attacks from an ancient Japanese, like, interdimensional force? And so you have these fanfic writers having to come up with the lore on why, like, there is a family of black samurai that are in California. And it's just... sorry.
I opened
love
up the
Power
Doors
Rangers.
box there.
Yeah, I think Ayaan underestimated how many Power Rangers fans ended up in my life.
Here's the thing.
Because it's you and it's also Squid who will
No,
be
because like Power Ranger Samurai is sort of like in that same vein where fanfic really helps. Because like the actual show itself, fucking like I don't want to say it sucks because it does its best, but like its best
It's
qualities.
bad.
Yeah, its best qualities are when it's trying to be Samurai Sentai Shinkenger.
I disagree because Antonio is amazing. That's the best part. I love Antonio. But yes, it's rough.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, Samurai Sentai Shinkenger, really great Sentai. So great that Jonathan Zacher wanted to make Samurai Sentai Shinkenger.
People,
There's a scale for fan fiction. Like, if something is so bad that it's just terrible, there's going to be no fan fiction, and the fan fiction is going to suck. If something's so good, there's going to be no fan fiction, and the fan fiction is going to suck. You need like a perfect middle ground of terrible.
Yeah.
so
Also
like,
a little good.
it needs to be terrible in like specific ways. It needs to
Yeah.
be
Exactly.
like
where it
more
has like cool character dynamics and things that appeal to a wide audience, but like these characters are blank enough where he's like, you know what, I want to be a writer. Let me make it better.
So like one of the
Wait, move the floor for JT because I don't know what
What's up, JT?
JT's.
Got his hand up.
Oh,
Raising their hand.
yeah. No, I'm not on this cell wagon because I was like, I was gonna tell you guys because I'm gonna collect a lot of the Mark Waid Shazam books, which they've been really really fun, and I'm looking like I want to collect more of more Shazam because I'm only gonna collect more Shazam because now I'm obsessed with Shazam every time he fight Mr. Mime and stuff. Also, Daystar, I'm welcome to somewhat of the DC fandom through Superman. I'm gonna say good luck because when you try to talk about some of my favorite characters, they are coming to freaking neck. Don't come for like that. Like I have many like the Batman fandom are really dangerous.
ignore them. Don't talk to
Well,
them.
here's
Okay?
the
You
thing
guys
is-
remember Dog with a blog?
Yes.
I do
Yes.
like Superman, but it's not the kind of character I'm usually drawn to automatically because I don't like the characters that are like so super super powerful and that's like their thing. But I just think that he's a cool guy. I just think he's kind of chill, so
He's
like him.
he's a 250-pound beefcake from Kansas. Let's be
Kansas.
Yeah.
What's that?
He's grounded in
Southern
quite a lot of
lesbian.
cosmic
Wh-
characters.
what's that-
not
Country
to.
boys make do, am I right?
What's the Wojak? What's the Wojak meme where it's like, man, I hate this, but then something
Wait,
that's exactly
wait,
the same
I have a
shows up.
pan-
It's
I
like,
might-
oh my god, hi.
I might
you have a club-
have
Do you have a
I might
close
have a
friend, Country
panel of
Boys?
Wyatt I can make.
Mhm.
I can edit.
Where's
to
the country
Boys
girls make do meme?
I can do that,
Please
but with
do.
Wyatt. Hold on.
Can I?
Hi.
Speaking
Also-
of characters that are super duper powerful but also good guys, you should read Icon. I'm sorry. Look, Squid has
pulled it up.
Squid
I
has
pulled
read
up.
Icon, and therefore I now am emboldened to do more.
That man is a conservative.
Okay, look, the reason why you should read Icon is not for Icon, who is
No, I get it. I
Yeah.
know exactly.
I love Icon. He's better. He's like
Rocket.
he's
I
a
can
conservative.
Rocket.
So like back in the no, it's not Image, it's Milestone. But the
In the
Sorry, did I
Discord,
miss
I
you?
sent a picture in the.
Sorry.
I'm
the-
sorry.
So
What
the thing
boomer?
that-
Sorry, keep going, Rena. I'm
No,
just...
it's fine. The thing that I like, there's this old piece of Star Wars lore that I don't think is canon anymore, but it was the idea that the reason why Yoda talks that way is he's so old that language has changed around him, you know, and that's just how language used to be. In the same way, Icon isn't like he's conservative in that like he's 200 years old. And it just kind of didn't stick. And rumors why you read Ayaan is for Rocket, because Rocket is
She's the best. Oh my god, she's so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Look, her hair's very bad though, I will say.
All right, who cares?
Wait,
she's
share-
hot and she's pretty.
Share an
and
image
she
with
should be
the live
Hold
stream.
on.
Hold on,
Hold
I'm
on.
grabbing it. I'm grabbing it.
Yeah, Rena's.
There's a lot of
Rena's
space.
got
Rena.
it. I
Rena.
know. I'm sorry.
Look, you got it.
Ash, get it to fucking together. Feel bad about
Yeah,
it.
right
I'm happy. You see, I do smile whenever I get to correct someone the pronunciation of my name, because
Don't get it together. Don't feel bad about it.
Wait, was it Rena or Rena?
it's Rena, like
Rena.
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 Rocket,
Damn.
This is her. Her hair's very bad, but don't.
Oh.
She's like if Gambit was hot.
I like
now. Her
it.
hair's not that bad.
Look.
I
It looks
gonna be
better on
honest,
the cover.
I expect worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. This is fine. When her hair's not in motion, okay. Her look is incredibly 90s, but like
I think that's why I do like it, because I kind of have this thing for like 90s hair designs.
Yeah, 90s is the sexiest decade.
I like it when it's flowing, like in
Yeah.
these shots, it's flowing, but most of the time in the comics, it is just like a brick. And like, but point being, she gets rid of the cleavage hole eventually because they're like, hey, people keep
Hey,
shooting at you. Don't do
Teenager.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying this just by the cleavage hole. I'm saying this to explain why she's dressed the way she is. Why she has like the dumb jacket. She designed this costume, so it's the
It's
kind of
everything.
costume that a comics nerd of the 90s would give themselves if they were to be a superhero, which I really, really like. I'm
This
close.
is just how I dress.
This is
I
how
have-
everyone should dress.
I literally have that jacket right here.
Oh my god.
And here, look, the origin
Oh my
is her
God.
dumping her shitty boyfriend who's terrible and just like she doesn't have a romance for the rest of the series. So I'm going to
Me for the first 2 years of high school or college.
Yeah.
I
Is it
Okay,
sort of like in
someone-
that same vein where Hardware is sort of like commentary on 90s comic designs, where it's like
Maybe.
big, bulky muscle guns, chains, and everything, but like there's a story reason for it, and it doesn't.
I would
suck?
not say that Icon or Rocket's costumes are commentaries on it. I think it's like I just think it's kind of funny that in universe this is what Rocket thinks is cool. But I would say Static much more accurately is a commentary on 90s. Milestone is great. You should all read Milestone. Dwayne McDuffie is an inspiration to a generation and is an incredibly intelligent.
He is. He's a great writer.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
Rest
Yeah.
in peace.
I was gonna say someone look up Mr. Mime because this is probably one of my favorite Shazam villains ever because it's the most. I don't know why. It's not like Mr. Mime is so unique. It's a fucking bug.
Does he look like the
Hold
Pokemon?
on.
But I will say the
Wait.
reason why
Hold on.
you should expect the Power Rangers shit is I think what happened was I want to say we were talking about sexual awakenings, and Dan posted the Magna Defender, and I got into an argument about how the Magna Defender isn't a sixth Ranger, and then I got dragged down into Power Rangers Samurai discussions.
Oh.
I don't
Oh.
like when Mr.
oh,
Mind.
Mr. Mind.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, that's Mr. Mime.
Can you go one?
Yeah,
the
he's
one-
a
Remember when he like tried to swallow the multiverse?
the comic Vine link, right?
yes.
Is this a Wonderland reference?
Oh my god, I loved it. This
No, okay. Oh, Ash.
Is
Okay.
he Vord?
Second row, first image on the left. Okay.
Fuck.
I
wait,
would
go back to
prefer
the board.
when
Go back to
Mr.
the
Mind
board.
is
Go back
just
to the
an
board.
actual like bug, like a goofy ass bug, than rather than like a big monster. You know, I just appreciate that. Or when
Yeah.
he's Lord in the multiverse. Those are the two
Ash.
options.
Ash, go back. Do it.
Where's the
Yeah.
Lord?
one.
Mr. Mime
Nope.
is probably one.
The
Fourth
fourth
one.
one.
Fourth
Mr.
one.
Who's that for?
Mr. Mime is probably one of the most interesting villain. One of the most interesting Shazam villain because it also like shows that Shazam, unlike the well, every superheroes have unique, colorful villains, but his villains are super weird and out there.
Well, what's interesting is
And Mr.
Yeah,
Mime
like-
did that.
Captain Marvel's like most iconic villains are not DC characters when you think about it, which I think would explain a whole lot about why they're like literally cut from a different cloth, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Remember
Yeah.
Tawny the talking tiger?
do I remember?
Yeah,
That's one thing
he's
I
still
did.
there. He's still in the new one.
That's what I'm kind of disappointed about. That like I know that there's Captain Marvel fans that talk about how like unlike other like even like post crisis Superman or like other like quote unquote rebooted versions of DC characters, there isn't any real like descendantry from the Fawcett era's Captain Marvel. Like when you look up the New 52 and even the post-crisis versions of Billy Batson and that entire world, it's not the same. Which is kind of like, yeah, like keep me with these talking tigers and like this is a Captain Marvel definitely should have been brought to New Earth, man. It ruined so much for him. So cool.
I think for me, I think yeah, I say Shazam because like the rights of I'm like I just call him Shazam at this point because I think Billy works very well as like similar to Ben 10 like in terms of like the whole teen young superhero and stuff, which I kind of like, which why his stories are super compelling still and stuff. And also I think the new run is better because I feel like Milkway is having more fun with it too, with the gods and them.
Honestly, this tiger is kind of hot.
Dude.
You know,
Ash.
Warrior Tiger, I should have expected it. What was I gonna say? You know, Ben 10's based off of the old live action Shazam show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uncle Ben is canonically Shazam.
Yeah, Alex Ross actually did a drawing where he did like hold on. It was like an anniversary for Shazam and he drew all the Shazams and a lot of things that were inspired by Shazam.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Which I think includes Thor. Like here's the thing. People always talk about like how in all honesty, the thing that we think of as Superman, the thing that inspired so many other superheroes is Captain Marvel. Like technically it like the 40s and the version of Superman pre-Captain Marvel is a very different character than post-Captain Marvel. I don't mean like post-crisis was the way. I mean like Billy Batson iterated on the concept of Superman after so much had changed in comic books and after the comic books was discovered, and then Superman just stole it by thread of law, which I think is important to acknowledge, not because it means Superman is wrong, but because Superman himself is just kind of an iteration of prior pulp heroes, you know? So if we're going to give Superman credit for inspiring all of superhero-dom because of his what he is, then really that credit should go to Billy Batson. But that's me.
So yeah, Alex Ross did this drawing.
Look at all the Captain Marvels.
It's all the Captain Marvels and the things that were inspired by Captain Marvel. Like this like Ben 10 over here and Grandpa Max.
Yeah,
And
because
Thor.
that's why
What
that's
is Thor
why
doing
Ben
here?
10 that's why
Because
Ben
Thor is
Oh, yeah.
clearly
Oh yeah, Thor, Donald Blake. That's a sort of Captain
See,
Marvel thing.
yeah. See, that's why for me, I get upset when Donald Blake is removed because Donald Blake makes more sense being with Thor. But I feel like Marvel kind of forget a lot of its roots with certain characters or certain mythos and replace them like with. Oh, look at,
Zoom in on Captain America.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
I don't.
Is that?
See,
Is that
I think
can't
that's
see
Captain America.
anything.
There's
Can you
a-
find the original tweet? That might be.
That
there-
looks like the Captain America shield.
I know.
That
Captain
does
America
look like a Captain America.
But like
Oh,
a
no,
lot of people
Daystar.
have the Captain America shield, you know?
That's true. There's another
Uh,
Captain America shield.
Where?
Who's
Zoom
this
out.
little girl?
I think that's
ISIS.
not actual Marvels. That's just
Oh, I assumed it was.
we're going
ISIS.
through it real quick.
Oh, look, Captain Marvel. So that the one with the double M's. I don't know who he has two M's. He's
Oh,
another
Mr. Miracle.
Mr.
No,
Miracle.
not
That's
Mr.
Miracle.
Not
Miracle Man.
Miracle Man.
Miracle.
I was
Miracle
so
Man.
close. Oh wait, Daystar's back. Daystar's back.
My internet
Can
crashed.
we-
Sorry.
I
Monica.
Monica.
I
Ultraman.
Ultraman.
I feel like I like Super. Like, here's the thing: I like Superman, and I've read Superman because I feel like for now, I think Superman is like with the newer era. See, I like it because they focus more on the super family, and the super families are my favorite aspect. Especially now with the addition with the twins and John, they're like one of my favorites in canon.
I like
I
the
JT JT sounded like they were dying. For
Yeah,
a
you
hot
kinda-
sec.
Yeah. Also, I
we-
like how in the middle of everything you have Golden Age Billy Batson and Shazam or Captain Marvel, just like surrounded by all of these Captain Marvels.
I am surprised that
Yeah.
who is that flaming man in the background?
Who is that flaming man in the background? 'Cause
All this
that's
is
not one of
reminding me of-
mine.
Storm.
All this
That's
is
not one of
reminding me
mine.
Is that time in which Daystar made a video of like this like 200 like this anniversary image of all the Avengers and you're naming all of them and you just didn't see Beast. And I was like, yeah, that's what Beast deserves. Just skip over him.
Which is sad because I don't hate Beast as much as X-Men fans do.
I legitimately think that Beast is much better on the Avengers. Like, of any mutant
I hate him in the way that I hate like characters that are just there for comic relief. I don't hate him because of all of the other things.
But that's
I
the
only
thing.
like
The
the
reason why
comic relief
all of the other
characters.
things happened is because everyone was sick of writing him for comic relief. I have flipped around to, after seeing Invincible Iron Man, that cover so many times, I've actually decided that Beast has done nothing wrong and should come back exclusively because Emma Frost has no friends.
Wait, is Beast gonna be in?
No, not at all. Beast is going to be dead or forgotten in like 2 years' time. Mark my words. My point is, back in the
Ash
day,
is
like 20 years ago, Beast was like definitively not gay, but he was like friends with Emma, and they would like shoot the shit. And now
I love
there's.
Monica.
I know you don't like Emma Frost, but like I think that
But she's
character,
hot.
she's mean. I think she does not belong in X-Men and Iron Man comics. But
Oh yeah, she
Yeah.
definitely doesn't. But like a lot of people don't belong in Iron Man comics.
Yeah. Emma
Yeah.
Frost is just like a weird case for me because like I've seen too many images of her hitting people of color. It's like, well, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I
She is a bad
definitely,
person.
I think, yeah. I'm not going to become an Emma Frost fan, and I think like Emma Frost is one of those characters that fans rehabilitate before anything has been done. You know, like
Yeah,
I think
like Azula.
Yeah.
no, fuck you. Okay, back
Okay, Azula's an 8-year-old.
Here we go.
do I want to go on my
She's
Zula
in
rant?
8th grade.
You know
First,
what?
I'm gonna
This
say
is not going to be a rant. This is going to be a battle.
I'd rather
First
listen to
up, I'm
rap
gonna
and
say
talk about
this,
Emma
but-
Frost.
What I mean by that is I think if Emma Frost was given to like a queer woman for the next 10 years and never touched by a man
I
again,
would kill myself.
in a world where other characters are not being deprived from other attention, I think I would be okay with that. I think the version of Emma that fans have in their heads is weird. Now, Azula here.
Okay.
Azula's literally an 8th grader.
Objectively, Azula. Okay, Azula at the end of the series is 14. The start of the series, Zuko is 16.
Yeah.
Zuko is such a shithead at the beginning of the series, but we are understanding that he is been an abused child that has room for growth.
We're all
Azula is not given that chance to grow because even Iroh, sage old war criminal Iroh, who sees potential in Zuko, thinks that Azula is a rabid dog that needs to be put down. The mother actively ditches Azula to focus on Zuko. Every single person in the support network that Zuko had thinks Azula is a lost cause when she is 14. End of there.
All right. Here's my thing.
Holy shit, Alex is Azula.
Yeah,
Alex is Azula.
Hell yeah.
we've
Here's
hit a
my thing.
breakthrough.
I'm not opposed to Azula redemption arc because, as you said, child soldier and everything. The thing is, in terms of the story, Azula is fucking ruthless, and I like.
But
How do you feel about
Azula's
Iroh?
Azula's ruthless because it's an act. act. Like the fact of the not
No,
only did
I don't just mean like personality wise. In terms of like what she's capable of, like it. Not trying to compare everything to real life, but we've kind of, to quote Magneto, I've been at the mercy of men just following orders.
That's
Never
not me saying. Okay, so I think Azula, in the context of the world, it does not make a sense to describe Azula as a lost cause because narratively it does two things. One, if Azula, the whole point of Zuko's whole journey is that he has just as much capacity for good as evil. And therefore, you need to extend that same invitation to Azula because they are cut from the same cloth. The idea that Azula is a lost cause inherently prescribes like a death. Changes the way that Zuko is framed in the narrative, which isn't good. And more importantly, again, war criminal Iroh. I understand that I will concede 1 point of ground here, which is there is exactly one person who legitimately wanted to rehabilitate Azula that she denied, that Azula proceeded to abuse and did not take the chance, and that was Ty Lee. That's the only person.
Real.
Yeah, and look.
But the
thing
point is that
I look.
Sorry,
In terms of the story, she is an example of the idealized what the Fire Lord always wanted out of Zuko, a perfect little soldier who will do everything that he wants. And I'm not saying that a redemption arc is out of the question here, or that I don't even subscribe to the idea that Azula is a lost cause, but I do think that there is a lot, because the thing is, we have a redemption arc in Zuko, and I think it's interesting to explore that with Azula. We see what would happen to Zuko, or we would see to happen to any kid under this regime, where they just don't have the same support network and don't have the same opportunities. We see Azula fucking lose it by the end, just like crying and sobbing, just like with the voice of her mother torturing her.
Okay, so I need to define terms here. What am I actually fighting for? Which is specifically one. I think the fandom is very weird about Azula in terms of like what she deserves. Two, I think the ending to Azula is not good in the way it frames her. And three, I think and this is not necessarily important, I think the extended materials do a disservice to Azula. I'm not really going to focus on the third one. What I mean by the ending, because I do want to talk about this, is that Azula's break, you are right. So essentially, the endpoint between Azula and Zuko is supposed to represent, like you said, the different paths that Zuko could have taken. But because they kind of just ran out the clock with Azula, and they don't have much to do, and we don't really have a whole bunch of time with her, and they decided to make that choice with Ty Lee, and because Azula was not presented with all that stuff, we're not really able to delve in, and like the show correctly acknowledges that you can't have a discussion about Azula's fall from grace without acknowledging that her mother was neglectful to her. And actively, if anyone thought Azula was a lost cause, was her, who threw her under the bus because she thought Zuko was a better chance at for completely arbitrary reasons that we don't get to know because in the story.
Yeah, I think because
and I don't like the crazy bit.
The thing is that what I like about that, I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with Azula's mom here, but seeing is especially understanding the context of Azula's mother, I forgot the mom's relationship with Ozai. This is something that I know the show didn't delve on, and this is sort of expanded material, but the implication that her relationship with Ozai was so twisted and toxic that the reason why Azula did not get that special treatment is because she reminded her mother too much of Ozai, which is it's bad and messed up, and you shouldn't do that to kids. But Azula's mom, Zuko's mom is abused by the fire. Is abused by.
Can I say
by
this?
Ozai.
You know who this reminds me of? Todoroki. Azula's just Todoroki.
Oh no!
Azula's Todoroki in this
Azula's Todoroki.
And which is accurate, right? That's the accurate answer.
Who's
okay.
Wow.
Yeah, who's this?
Okay, so
we're talking
anime,
about...
right?
So if you think about the Human Torch and Bobby Drake having a love child.
So
with
there's a prodigy kid from an abused family in My Hero Academia. Can I say I don't like the comics explanation? Okay, I need to explain this. I don't like the Surge. I for a couple reasons. For one, I'm not going to get to my whole issue with how spirits are depicted in her comics, but what I will say is that I think the idea that Ursa, like the relationship immediately started off toxic and it was an arranged marriage, feels like you're working backwards from a conclusion. I don't appreciate it. I think for one, it means the destiny of Zuko as being the child of both Roku and Sozin gets messed up, you know, like it's like seems conspired. Second of all, it's kind of weird the implication that anyone would care about the great grandson of the last Avatar when most people don't even know that he can test Sozin, and that's just the lore stuff.
That was Sozin just being petty as fuck.
I'm also like
I'm not
pretty
I
sure
thought I was into Avatar. I'm not as into Avatar as I
I've
thought
only
I
watched the
was.
first series.
it's fine. We're talking about comics. You know we're about this.
Yeah,
The
don't
comic
need
shit.
it.
It's weird.
Don't worry.
I
I'm
got
gonna
really
go right
But
Spidey towards Jerry. Be right
I'm
back.
not sure about this. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that like even Urza says at some point that Ozai wasn't always that bad. I just think like I'd much more have a realistic abusive relationship of Ozai getting worse and worse as he as he's married to Ursa, or necessarily like not getting worse, but like something that's more organic than Ursa being in an arranged marriage with the guy who isn't even the crown prince. The crown prince, like I think Ozai needs to be this mustache trolling villain because he's where the buck stops, you know? Which is
Yeah.
another issue I have of the way that Avatar redeems people, in that like you can't like there is not a restorative justice because Ozai needs to be evil. Like that's the like you it's what I call like bigger fish redemption, right? The only reason why Zuko's are allowed to be better is because he's exiled. The only reason why Iroh's allowed to be better is because he isn't the Fire Lord. You can only ever redeem people who have another one if they're only following orders, so to speak. Sorry, yeah.
I see. I don't know, cause like looking at the history of the Fire Nation and basically what led to the events of Avatar: The Last Airbender, we kind of see this pattern of this sort of hunger for power, and this sort of rise in fascism, which ultimately is what the Fire Nation is. It is this fascistic ideal, this claim to power that everyone was hungry for, and Ozai specifically was was sort of the bratty, not crown prince, and I may have missed like the point of what you said, like ranting on your thoughts on that, but I do like that aspect where Ozai, this guy who's like trying to impose all of his power, trying to impose everything onto this, is not the guy who was even like. He wasn't even first pick. He wasn't even second pick. Because you had Fire Lord Azulon, who was still in power, and then you had Iroh, who was going to be the next Fire Lord, and so like the position itself became so toxic and so fucked up because of the idealism and the ideology that the Fire Nation had imbued itself in, that actively not being in that role was better for everyone. And Zuko and Oza and Iroh taking that step out of it is what ultimately led to them reforming it and fixing it.
Yeah, which I don't know how much I like the idea of absolute monarchies being reformable, but I'm fine with all that. I just don't particularly like the arranged marriage element of the comics. The idea that like Ursa and that Azulon arranged the marriage between Ursa and Oza, that's not a thing. I did not need that origin. I didn't need it to be revealed that actually there was a secret like person that Ursa was was connected to. That
A secret theater kid that that Ursa was into.
It's the whole thing. Sorry about the comments.
Theater kid.
Within the show, though, I think that the way the crazy element of it is clearly just like a pragmatic element of time constraints where Ursa isn't in the show anymore. So like they have to make her appear. And like it basically means that Azula's arc and her descent into like losing herself, not necessarily mentally, but like losing her both political and like emotional power, does not exist for the conclusion of her character arc, but for her final confrontation with Zuko, which I think is unfair to her as a complex character it is. So I think at the end of the day, I just think they dropped the ball in it. And also importantly, I think I don't like the word redemption arc here, but like
Yeah.
redemption arc requires a thing, and the war is over. So what can Azula do?
Just like some good old family therapy, you know what I mean?
Legitimately, Azula just needs therapy, a cup of tea, a life-changing adventure. Just like give me a like 20-issue run, not like a major, like a 20-issue ongoing.
You know, I wouldn't be opposed
Toph and
to
Azula
Iroh.
just traveling the countryside.
I wouldn't
Okay?
be opposed to Iroh just like Secret being like, you know what, you were a victim of your father. How about we
Actually,
just
no,
hash this
I
shit out?
don't want that. I want Iroh to be called the fuck out, okay? I want there to be a story in which, again, like Toph and Azula go, the two prodigies of the entire world, going on like I don't know, self-discovery or whatever. I don't know why I haven't been kept keeping up with that. And like at a certain point, when Azula gets like the help she needs, be like, no, you, my brother, everyone thought that just because you know what this reminds me of? Guardians of the Galaxy. Sorry, I'm going on
Oh,
here. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Gamora is Azula. Like, explicitly, the fact that she did things to survive, that she needed to do this. And not only did she still get abused, not only did it not save her, but it ruined her relationship with someone that, like, is her sibling, you know?
yeah.
And
But the thing is, I feel like with Gamora, it was more of survival. With Azula, she kind of took this like, what do I call that? Joy in what she was doing.
you look at the beach, right? And
Yeah.
like you see, it's clearly all a front. Like Azula wants one thing in that episode, and it's
She's
literally
also like
true companionship.
14.
Again.
Have
14!
you been 14? I
Yes.
wanted a lot of things at
And
14.
I condemn the evil 14-year-olds I knew, Ash.
Like
Yeah, but you were also an evil 14-year-old, and you
I
grew
was
up
a
into be
good
pretty.
14.
I
Were
was an
you-
evil
Were
14-year-old.
you
Okay, we're not-
committing
we're
There's
not
crimes?
touching-
nothing as a good 14-year-old.
we're not touching
listen,
Rena's 14-year-old trauma right now. But
The worst thing I
The-
did was be kind of annoying and watch Nostalgia Critic. That's the worst thing I ever
Yeah.
did.
Nostalgia
I made
critic
a
was
Reddit
famous
post
doing
on
war
14.
crimes.
I made, but like I think like the beach really shows that Azula, it's all an act. Azula gets the closest to an emotional breaking point, and she talks about how her mother thought she was a monster, and then she says, "And well, she was right," and clearly is fucking lying, right? Like Azula is. Look,
I think also the way that they draw Azula makes it very like is not invocative of a 14-year-old. You know?
Yeah, and I think
the
Because
that
same
she looks
way-
like she's 17.
yeah, it's the point of the story that Azula is actively trying to portray herself as someone who's older, as someone who is more mature.
Massive fucking titties, which was really confusing as a 14-year-old.
Okay, that's a weird thing to say.
I don't. Hold on.
I watched that show at 14, and I was like, why
They
doesn't my
draw her older
look
than
like
14.
that?
I didn't realize she was only 14. until
How
that.
old
yeah,
was
the ages are
Kylie?
weird. So, if I'm not mistaken,
14.
so Katara and Azula are 14. Toph and Aang are 12.
12 to
Toph
13,
looks
yeah.
12.
Yeah, Toph looks 12.
Yeah.
Aang doesn't. He's ripped. But
Aang is
He's
112.
not ripped.
he's ripped.
You never
He's
see
ripped
his
in his
abs.
dreams. He's not ripped.
Okay,
Do you not
fine.
remember?
Wait,
Very
season
musty.
3. Season
Yes.
3. Hold on.
Like
When
I do
he
think,
had the
Well,
I think the
half
way
hoodie
they
out.
the way they draw Aang definitely changes over the course of the show.
Yeah.
But
Ripped
also,
in the way like a child gymnast is ripped. He's
That's
just
actually
lean
He's
muscle.
he's sleek and lean, but he's not
Yeah.
like ripped.
okay,
he's
I guess
not
I'm not
jacked.
using the term ripped correctly. He doesn't
Yeah.
have pecs. He's chiseled. I would say he's
He's
muscular.
Hey,
toned.
hey, you know who is
Well, you
ripped
also-
though?
He
You
has
know
a
who
dancer's
is ripped?
body.
You know who's
Wyatt
ripped?
Wingfoot.
Wyatt Wingfoot.
Also,
I
I
thought
Also,
haven't,
you have to
I haven't
remember-
done that in a while.
I thought you were gonna do a
also
Spidey
you have to
George Theory
remember,
transition.
Same.
I'm so
you also
excited.
have to
JT,
remember Aang is like also. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh.
Also, you have to remember Aang is like, in terms of like the way how he's look. You also remember he's also like a vegan too, and also he's like so he's kind of like low fit too. So he doesn't eat like a lot of fatness stuff. So he's like very
I do
slender.
gotta
So
say,
I think. Hmm?
he's a lot. He has a lot of muscle for a what's the word, like a vegan refugee constantly on the run. Like, where does he get that protein?
100. That's 112 years of good old monk training.
I feel like
Wait, it's only
I feel like-
12 years of monk training. He was frozen for
You're,
100.
you can still meditate and shit.
That doesn't help
JT,
your core
sir.
strength. Okay.
Hold on. Let
And
me
he's
figure
flexing
this
his
out.
abs the whole time.
Give me a second. I need to learn about Eastern philosophy.
I think it's because because they're also benders. They also have to like stay in shape to like even to like fight against like very powerful opponents than them. So that's why I feel like that's also could be like a beneficial to them for like having to keep
I
in
will
shape.
say, we didn't bring up the ages and physical tone of the characters. We brought it up to determine, is this design weird? And that's not me trying to imply yes or no. That's emotion. And then Zuko is,
So the conclusion is
Zuko
I'm
did
right.
mean-
I'm
What?
right. Azula didn't deserve a
As
redemption.
a kid, I definitely thought that like Azula and like her group were supposed to be older than like Aang and his group.
Yeah.
no.
It's like
Yeah.
that rumor
They're
I
kind
heard.
of all mixed up in ages,
Yeah,
I guess.
because I heard a rumor that I don't know if this is the official ages, but Jesse and James of Team Rocket are like 15-year-olds.
Yeah, but like, okay, that
What?
makes at least a little bit of sense. Okay, the design for Jesse's still weird, but like that is what a 10-year-old would think a 15-year-old looks like.
That's real.
Yeah.
Like,
If you take it from
Yeah.
Ash's perspective.
like
Yeah.
I thought you meant you for a second. Yeah, but like the whole Azula and I think you definitely look at Azula and look at Katara and like these are supposed to be the same age, and it's like, okay, I guess that's odd. I guess what might have happened is like they're like thinking like, okay, so if Azula's younger than than Zuko, then she needs to be below 16. So they might have just thrown something there, but whatever. Point being, at 16, Zuko was a dipshit and a colonizer who raided an entire village and burnt it to the ground. And that was just the one place we saw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he wasn't forgiven until he did Katara cool shit. He did
Okay.
Katara and Sokka favors.
Two things. He wasn't forgiven by them, but the entire story is about people giving him other chances, and we're rooting for him for the entirety of like.
All right, when
Azula
Azula,
season 1, where Zhao blows up his ship and going, "Fuck, the colonizer survived." No, like that, but like everyone's like, "Yeah, Azula pouring her eyes out, fucking captured." Side note here, as I'm thinking the finale, Korra really fucks up energy bending, not in like a whole the lore and stuff. Like the idea that
We don't need to drag
turning
Legend of
bending
Korra into
into a
this.
disabled metaphor. It's like, so the peaceful solution to the conflict was just chopping off people's arms and legs.
What the fuck is Korra about? I've never watched that one.
No,
Okay,
what I'm saying here is that
Don't
bending
watch
is used
Korra,
as
but do
analogous
watch
for
Korra.
disability versus able-bodied people. But if that's the
Mhm.
case, then the so-called peaceful solution or pacifist solution to not killing Ozai was just like chopping off his legs.
here's
so
the
that,
thing.
But, like,
all right,
don't- Don't. It would no,
so like
Korra's
it's
good,
kind
I
of this sort
promise.
of dark reflection of what Amon was.
but like,
Mazalani?
you want to know what Korra is? Korra's
Chris Montlani, I
fucking
think.
centrist
back.
propaganda. I'm doing this. Sorry, we need an icon for when Rena goes
Okay.
political. Korra,
All right, I'll make one later.
I got really,
hold on.
Okay,
really
I'm back.
Korra like last year,
I did.
right? And I want to the point where I have like a
That's
whole,
not.
not.
I have a whole bunch of videos. Like in my notes, I have a whole
Huh?
bunch of videos planned out for like YouTube videos I want to
Hi,
make.
JT.
Korra stuff because I really do like Korra.
Hi.
I think season 3 is better than the Avatar: Last Airbender, but it's so much centrist propaganda.
Okay, yeah. All right, listen.
So like,
Oh,
so like the 4 elements of Korra, the 4 seasons of Korra are supposed to reflect like ideologies, but they're like,
It really could have used Aaron Ehas's touch.
I'm thinking of this like if you are like if you have like a dipshit person in college who wants to run D&D and they decide to include like real politics in D&D, but they're the kind of person who's really into the tanks of World War II, and that's the only element of World War II they really like. That's how you get to Korra, where it's like
Ah.
the villain is communism, and then I want to say colonialism. Like season 2 is weird. 3 is
Season 2
anarchy,
is just the worst.
and 4. See, 3 is anarchy, and 4 is fascism. But like, there's so.
All right,
I
so
can't even get into it because
in
there's
their defense, had they had this whole 3-year plan or 4-year plan, maybe if they had Aaron Ehas, maybe things would have fleshed
maybe they
out a lot
wouldn't have
better.
done it. Maybe they wouldn't have
Yeah,
done it.
maybe they would have done that MCU thing with Black.
Like it's
Yeah.
so like see. I don't know where to begin, but season 3 is probably the most blatant, or for the first time ever, they have Middle Eastern names, and they're for essentially terrorists, Zahir and
Oh.
Ghazal.
Yeah.
And then like I say this, and I'm just like, but still a good show because I do enjoy Korra. It's just politically it drives.
Korra has lesbians.
You know, if
Sometimes
you
watch
read
things
Zahir,
critically,
Yeah.
and
You
you
know,
can find
if you-
something in there.
guys,
Who
if you
cares
read
about the
Zahir's
politics
open,
of Korra? Look at her biceps.
yeah, guys, if you read Zahir's open letter to New Republic City, you would see that he did nothing wrong.
Yo, don't you
read
love
the
how
Avatar
the
comic?
solution when people? Oh, we're actually gonna get into.
No, wait, that was a reference to the Bin
today
Laden letter.
Public City is just people saying, "Hey, I know you took all the colonies, and we defeated you. What if we didn't give you your land back?"
Oh my god.
The worst part about this is I got into Avatar. I try and go play the Avatar tabletop game, and because of that, I do research, right? And they reveal that Republic City isn't just like they establish in the show that Republic City seems to just be the colonies that were like over 100 years old, right? The really, really old ones that are detached from the Earth Kingdom that are neither Fire Nation nor Earth Kingdom, which is like on face value, like okay, it makes sense. They might not want to go back to the Earth Kingdom. Whoa, but if you look at the extended material, they reveal that places that you go because like places you go to during the show, places that you saw episodes about Team Avatar liberating are then put into Republic City to basically give them land because the land that like the land that would make up the Kingdom of Republics was not enough to be its own sufficient nation. So they just annexed more land for it. Like Wukong Stars, the fight of the final confrontation, definitionally a place that was never held by the Fire Nation during the war, was put as a part of the United Republic of whatever the fuck.
So like what? So what's the Staten Island of New Republic City? What's their version of the Staten Island?
I mean, I think objectively it's Air Temple. Oh no, Air Temple Island's the island. Okay. Honestly, now I'm just upset because now you're making me realize
I need to pull up a map of the Avatar universe.
if you're gonna have New York in Avatar, why wouldn't you have 4 boroughs each based off of a different L? You have a city council. Why wouldn't you do that? Fuck, I'm gonna have to log off and make that. Fuck.
Like
Y'all.
it's also I would say season 3 of Korra is so interesting because of the fact Zahir like in face he seemed like okay, yeah, he's an anarchist, but realistically, Zahir is like when you hear the backstory, you're like, oh yeah, he was gonna kidnap Korra at the age of like a very young age, and basically to like also unalive Korra while she's in the Avatar state, which I'm like it makes no sense because I don't understand what the purpose of killing the Avatar would achieve because it's not like it's never the like I understand the Avatar have a lot of mistakes every time they die, and the next one has to fix it and stuff. And I'm like, I feel like destroying the cycle of the Avatar is weird, given the fact some weird reason in season 3, Korra, and by the way of like reconnected with Rava again, is the reason why somewhat of the Avatar, like the Airbenders came back because and I had a theory of how the Airbender came back because my theories come from the fact the moment with harmonic conversion came like together again, nature had to like balance it out because Korra was gonna be the last Avatar, and because they know the cycle has to go like 4 cycles, and because of that they have to create like nature have to create like the Airbenders again.
Yeah.
To
I just realized I just realized in terms of this podcast, there's just like segments where me, Rena, and JT just end up going on a separate rant.
I'm willing to talk about any political topic. I know Steph, you can do this.
I just noticed the little
Blurb.
banner on here. I've been in a Google Doc for the past 5 minutes.
You should team up with me here.
Wait,
The
I
two
also got
political
this
science
one.
majors talk about politics. Come on.
Do you guys want to hear my TED Talk?
I need to really. I do want to. Sorry. Avatar. Ayaan knows precisely how to push my buttons, and it's like waltzing into it. It's like Mr. Magooing into my specific hyperfixation.
It's like it's very fascinating to watch. Where I'm like, it's a trap. But
I understand it's a trap. I will still walk into it. Okay.
I feel like
Agnes rushes in.
I feel like this is where we make our own spin-off podcast where I just like talk about things and like unexpectedly get you.
I need to
Rena
clarify
angry.
for
That's the new
everyone here.
podcast.
You can stop me at any point. If you're like,
No.
hey, Rena,
It's
we
a
need to-
good conversation.
No.
This is a correct conversation.
I just found out
to have.
about
It's
her.
Good content.
Asami
Oh
is-
wait! Oh my
Yeah.
god, we should have told Daystar
Oh, yeah.
about Asami. Why
Daystar.
didn't we do
Oh
that?
yeah, Daystarter. Women loving
Yeah.
women.
Yeah.
Korra
don't
is
play.
like, okay, so the two things you need to know, the two warning signs I would give for watching Korra are one, it says like the politics of a
Is this
middling.
like a
African-
first of all? Is this like a 13-year-old and I?
Nah, they're like
So everyone in Korra
No, there's
in
a late
season one,
teen.
and then by season 2 they all turn 18. So
Yeah,
for-
you can
Okay,
sip
this is something
very
I've been
early.
thinking about for a while because I read the Spider-Girl comics when I was like Mayday's age, when I was in early high school. And now I'm not in early high school, but she's still in early high school. And I also read the Percy Jackson books when Annabeth was 12 and I was 12. And yeah, like sometimes you have your sexual awakening to a character that is your age, but then
That
you
has
grow
never
up,
happened
like,
to me once.
really,
I hate
really.
I like older people.
You're telling me
I-
you didn't read The Lightning Thief and immediately fall in love with Annabeth Chase?
so like
I-
This is
honestly
like me rewatching Jennifer's Body recently. Like they're in high school. I
Yeah.
don't.
like me
I don't
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
weird.
I kind of had a real thing for Ty Lee when I was younger because like Ty Lee
Everyone
is
feels
just-
this with Zuko. I know that every heterosexual woman had a crush on Zuko, and like most gay
Well,
men.
the good.
I was about to say not me.
Weird
But
part is Zuko's voiced by an adult who still sounds the same. So it's like
You
Shout
guys
out
ever
to-
watch But I'm a Cheerleader? It's so weird
Yeah, Dante Bosco's
Oh.
also in that.
because you watch it. I showed that to my
Bosco was
I showed But I'm a Cheerleader to a bunch of straight girls in freshman year of college, and I was like, they're not gonna guess that I'm gay. We're just watching a fun movie together. But they were all freaking out
think-
about Zuko.
I
I
think
was like,
Dante
you know-
Bosco.
I thought that story was gonna end with them revealing, like,
Oh, you guys want to hear how I came out to my dorm room hallway freshman year?
Oh.
Because it
nah,
was funny.
JT was gonna say something. What were you saying
Pardon
to
me?
Dante
No.
Bosco?
Oh, I always had a crush on him, especially in like I think it was Hook. Yeah, I was like, oh, hot Asian guy with red hair and red streak. That was hot. And juicy lips. I was like, oh.
he's hot. But yes,
So
the
it's
Dante
coming out-
Bosco's sick.
I can't
So
relate to
it's-
any coming out story because I was always in the please don't assume I'm straight camp right now, you know?
I was too, but I was going. Okay, so I go to a Christian college. I didn't know what the vibe was freshman year, so I decided to pretend to be straight for the
Christian
first
college?
semester.
I thought you said Bible.
No Christian. It is a private Christian college. It's fine. There are other gays. It's fine. It's fine. It could be worse.
Goodbye,
We lost Daystar
No.
Rip
again.
to the
So-
internet.
So first semester, it is just me checking the vibe for first day. I've just moved in. The first question we asked during orientation: who's everyone's celebrity crush? And I was like, oh god. And so
That's
I
a
said
dangerous
David
thing.
Tennant.
Hey!
not.
Here's the thing, I know that means you're a lesbian, but
This
there
did
are
not immediately tip the straight
ostensible.
stuff. So everyone has their extreme suspicions for the whole semester. Winter break, I decide, hey, you know what would be fun? Let's play D&D together over winter break to keep in touch. They say yes. Wild, right? And I forgot that at the time my Discord icon was just the lesbian flag. But I'm like, straight girls don't know what that is. They do, in fact, know what that is. Everyone was really polite about it. No one said
Really?
anything.
Because I feel like I was always like, whenever I saw the lesbian flag out in public, I was like, y'all know what that is, and people are like, it was weird. So I guess.
Sometimes when I see
lot of them
flags
have
in
guy
public, I just assume it's a new Pride one I haven't figured out yet.
Even the country ones.
If it's a bunch of ugly colors together in stripes, it's a pride flag.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So I have been
No,
outed
wait.
to my parents 3 separate times. And here's
Only
what
once
happens.
did they
Here's
send me
what
to
happens.
conversion therapy.
Yeah, here's what happens. Every single time without fail, my mom will bring it up later, but then she'll be like, "No, you're not." And I'm just like, "Okay." I don't know what the fuck to say about that.
Your parents are denying your sexuality, but they're not spending thousands of dollars to send you to a therapist to fix it.
They're not
Plot
luckily not
twist, it
kicking me
doesn't
out.
work.
Consistently, I have to come out as straight to my parents every time I say, "Hey, I want to watch Singing in the Rain."
Oh my god.
Anyway, it's the first day of second semester of freshman year. I walk out of my dorm room and I say, hey, I make eye contact with the nosiest, gossipy bitch who I am obsessed with. Not in love with, just obsessed with. She's my friend. She's cool. And I say, hey, just so you know, I'm a dyke, by the way. She said, huh? And then I walked into the bathroom to take a shower. I come back. I get 3 separate knocks and I was like, hey, so you're a lesbian, by the way? And it's just like, no, I'm a dyke. And they're so uncomfortable. So I go so fucking hard. I probably shouldn't be saying the D slur on Twitch or whatever we're on, but it is what I said. It's a direct quote.
I thought
I'm
my
glad
dumb
you
brain,
ended up saying a slur before I did.
dumb brain was just saying like, what if this turned into a game of telephone where it gets lost later on? Like, Stack owns a bike.
We haven't seen it.
Stack has a pair of Nikes. What?
It's so funny.
And so
for my
that's how I
coming
came
out,
out.
like-
I was just like, hey, by the way, like I did it as a joke. I was like, well, this would be funny, right?
I came out to like a server I was in to win an argument.
Real.
There's a running joke here.
I've done that in class before.
People in my family don't come out for good reasons. Like I came out to my sister because my sibling came out to the family, right? My sibling came out to our extended family to win an argument, like in a shouting match, right? And I was like, oh no, I can't be known as the straight one because all 3 of us were queer. So I was already like dropping massive hints to my sister for years on this. I was like, you know that I'm like not straight, I'm bi, right? And she was like, I know you aren't straight. And I was like, oh my God. And then when I came out like gender-wise to my sibling, it was because I was checking in on their pronouns. And they went into the classic literally it was I was having a call with a friend. My friend was like, have you come out to your sibling yet? And I was like, no. And I ended up using she. And I was like, actually, I need to check if they use they, them, or she, they. And it's like, come out to your fucking sibling. Like, what are
yeah, like it's not. It's so hard being the only gay cousin.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
I have a magic infectious ability. I, for the longest time, did not have one cis friend.
Here's a fun secret for you guys. Every single pair of twins I've met, there's the queer one and there's the straight one.
So
and the straight one is
the
always
homophobic
evil.
one.
Rena, we just happen to have the same luck because, funny enough, a good lot of my friends end up being queer in some way, and I'm just like, yeah, okay.
They used to be all queer, and then I bragged about how all of them, except the dudes I play Magic with.
I'm gonna out my homophobic cousin again for the second time. But basically, I'm just waiting for the moment because when she came over for Thanksgiving, I decide to be civil half the time, okay? But then she went on a homophobic and transphobic rant like back to back, and also racism, which was weird because her entire extended family is brown. But
Doesn't stop them.
yeah, we're not gonna deal with that yet. But so we went to the wedding, and I wore the fucking bomb ass suit.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I wasn't gonna make a big deal about it because she didn't say anything directly to me about going out during like the the thing that they do during weddings where they do the like couple like the all female dance to throw the fucking bouquet and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah.
she didn't ask me about that, so I was like, okay, I don't have to come out yet. But now I am just waiting for Christmas. I'm waiting for Christmas when I get to when she says some dumbass shit and I get to come out and just be like, I don't think I'm anything right now. I don't think I have a gender, and just watch what her face does. I'm not at risk of getting kicked out.
All right.
So
The
let me
one
try-
out plan
let me-
from my
let me
parents
try-
is to send a wedding invite. I think that would be funny.
I do want to finish the bit about like coming out to my sibling was just so I go in, I ask about pronouns. They have this whole long spiel about like like the classic like I go by they them, but no one uses it, and I'm not really gonna complain because I was like, yeah, I get it, and I slyly am like, yeah, I relate to that, not because of other reasons, but because of my name, my dead name at the time. No one pronounces correctly, and I mumble that, and then they catch it and was like, oh, did you say that everyone doesn't get your pronouns correctly? And at that point I'm just hysterical, and I'm like, oh, I was out the door. I was able to have an entire conversation about gender pronouns and shit like that without needing to come out. And then they mishear me when I'm talking about relating on a name level, and I'm like, I guess it would be weird to not do this. And now we're there, which is why
Get it off the checklist, you just got to get it done.
I'm on a kind of opinion that I don't have a reason to come out to most people, but also that's why I don't. That's why I'm okay with people mispronouncing my name, because I find it very funny because people mispronounce my old name too. Y'all gringos got to learn how to say words, okay?
Yeah.
So
I
for
think it's
me-
funny that go ahead, JT. I'll save this after you.
I
We've
was
got
gonna
one
say,
heterosexual on
so-
the podcast.
It's so funny the way how it all came out, because I didn't really I had only just came out to my mom because the whole family knew like JT Square. They're like, you all knew, like we've been like you can look at JT, you've been know JT was queer. Like, I don't know what to tell you, like I don't know how you didn't pay attention to it.
Everyone knows in my family, but no one wants to say it. We want to pretend.
yeah,
I
Live in
feel
a
like
total
I've
ignorance.
been outed. I have come out. I have done everything. They just go, we're not gonna bring it up.
I feel like members of my family are just waiting for me to come out, and it's like, guys, it's not gonna happen. That's not.
Imagine the prestige of having a gay cousin.
am the
You see,
gay
you don't need
cousin.
to be the gay cousin if the entire side of your family is multiple flavors of
Yeah.
queer.
So what I
Yeah,
was gonna say is,
I have
I
the
think
prestige of being the only one.
I think it's really funny that I am in the center, as most straight people are.
Yo,
Hey,
centric
Ash, put yourself in the
Ayaan.
center. Ash, change the layup.
I'm
right
at the
now.
center. I'm at the center of attention. No.
Bitches.
Ash, put me in the center. Please.
Actually, no, I did want to move Stack
Oh.
right next to me. Spidey.
Oh, I
twerk,
see how it
twerk,
is.
I was
Spidey,
like-
Black
twerk,
people have to be the bedrock of this
Wow.
entire section.
Wow.
I'll put JT
Oh,
on
come
the
on.
bottom. And of course,
What did I come back to?
Oh man, 3 different oppressed groups are on the bottom.
We're all just put in the corner.
wait, hold on.
Muslim-
We gotta hold on. That's better.
What's happening?
Ah, come on.
Wow.
What do you mean by that?
Not only a black person, but a dark skin.
You've centered,
person at the
you've
bottom,
centered the
left.
white people. How could you do this?
Why did you put me in this position?
Wait a minute. I just realized this is just segregation. brown, white,
yeah,
white.
but guess what? Ayaan, India's on top.
There's
Stop
literally
it.
not.
No, they are.
They
They're
showed Ash my
splitting us
23
so that we
results
can't
today.
consolidate power against the white man.
Wait, no, we got the white people surrounded though.
On all sides.
We got him surrounded.
Oh god.
Wait, hold on.
I, for a day, want to see what it's like to be white on this podcast, you know? Like,
Yeah.
the thought process that's going on. Because I can say whatever the fuck I want, and I know when good earn is. I was 0.2 seconds away from dropping a slur on this podcast.
Why is it always
Jack does
mine?
that all the time.
Yeah,
What?
Stack slurs it up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like, come on.
If you got called it in high school, you're allowed to say it.
I mean, I was called a different slur, but I
Yeah.
don't use it.
Yeah, let's not.
We don't need to talk about
Stack, I don't think that.
I need
Stack,
to
that
clarify
Stack,
here.
I
Because people
promise
are
you.
taking the wrong thing. When I say slur, I don't mean I'm dropping slurs willy-nilly to insult people. I just mean
Yeah, no.
there's a
That-
word we say, right, JT? We say it a lot.
Yeah.
Children say it. Like,
Yeah, sure is.
like this
My
is
brother says it.
this
My
is
brother is black.
What?
I should
Oh.
clarify that.
All right.
My brother's black.
Started with that.
like this is a PG word. It's just
Yeah.
that like I made a post about this that I saved for months because of the strike and finally posted. I think black TV should be allowed to drop one N-word like an episode, okay? Like in the same way that like
Yeah.
movies can say fuck, like PG-13.
I think we need an L word spinoff where they call it the D word.
Yeah. I rewatched
Yeah.
I said this. I rewatched Scott Pilgrim like Thanksgiving weekend.
Why would you do
If
that?
you reimagine Scott as an egg and that entire movie as like a toxic
Oh,
alternative
yeah.
lesbian scene,
Oh yeah,
it is. It makes so much more sense.
it works.
Deep
You
hatred
know-
of Scott Pilgrim.
You know, Stack, back on your rule, if you were called it in high school, you can say it. Does not apply to me. Doesn't.
You see, the main slur that I was called in high school was the R word,
Wait,
which I don't.
it happened to you too,
Oh,
Ayaan?
really? I think we all got
Are,
called
are
slurs
we
in high
talking?
school.
Are we talking about the exact same thing?
Well, it was a couple slurs, but like one was more in like because I'm in Baltimore, and the other one was because I am the way that I am.
There's a bit in Latin history for morons that I will not repeat because it says a lot of slurs, but it's essentially his kid gets called the one for I think like Mexican people with a B, and his response is like that's not even correct because I'm not from Mexico. If you want to be correct, and then he says the correct slur.
Why was the first word I thought of was bonita?
Do you want me to? I'm not posting these in chat, but like, there was a bit for a
I
good
don't
bit
need to
going
learn
on when I
more.
was coming out about slur stones because I get called a lot of them for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
I think we hit like at minimum, I want to say 6 between the different identities.
It's
I-
funny.
Collecting
If
them like
you
gym badges.
if you look up Star Trek slurs, like like if you look up the Star Trek
Star
wiki
Trek
for
slurs.
slurs, it's a bunch of fake ones and one real one, and it's like why?
I remember there was this like what the slurs in real life that make me that like are the strangest to me are the ones that are other slurs with adjectives attached to them, to the point where like for
Yeah.
example, there's the one for like Arabic people that's like sand and word, and I'm like
Oh man.
I don't think anyone's allowed to say like
Kind of, a
it's
very
not
specific
me.
person is allowed to say that.
Yeah, I know
I don't
Hassan
think
Minaj. Hassan Minaj said it once in a stand-up special, but like
It
that was
uncomfortable.
that was during a serious portion of when he was talking about when he was called it post 9/11. So
What-
there's a conversation there for you.
It's like obviously it's never fun to be called a slur. It's not.
yeah, no, it
But
really isn't.
it is just like outside of that context, kind of comedic when you see it on paper, the unoriginality of it, you know,
Yeah,
where it's
'cause,
like,
Americans
I'm not gonna
don't
get
know how
into
to be
super-
racist outside of
yeah,
like it's always linking back.
yeah.
yeah, I don't want to get into super big details, but like I said, a few have been thrown my way. Like not one super specific to like me as a Muslim or as a Pakistani, but like it has kind of varied.
Yeah, people call me the wrong slurs.
I
I was
Does
once
the
called
Esler count as the Esler?
I was once called a member of the Three Amigos when hanging out with my my
So-
two other
Okay, so
my
we
sibling
are
and cousin.
talking about the same thing. You get
Well, no, I
mistaken
was
for another race, and then they call you the wrong one, and then you're like, wait, hold on a second.
no, that has happened, but like I have also been called the and not like not because like they were trying to insult me by calling me the and like I said I'm in Baltimore. It's like it's I don't
just
know how to
happened.
explain it outside of that. You know what I mean?
I think there was a point in like freshman year where I was doing like drills in PE, like where we were like bouncing balls back and forth or whatever, like basketballs. And there's two white guys behind me, and one of them had said the N word. And here I am privy in my moment where I'm Afro Latino, so I like have Afro Latin, so like I have a weird relationship with the N word because I'm 13 or 14 or whatever, and it's like odd. And I hear a discussion about, but I didn't use the hard ER. It's like, we still can't say that. These two whitest boys ever just.
This is the football team. 80% of this class is black. Okay, and so they all fucking jumped this dude. And the girls were separated at that point, so I only heard it from my boyfriend, but he apparently had to hold someone back from just kicking this kid's ass.
Why was he holding someone back? What's his problem?
Here's the
Fuck
thing:
that guy.
he is my ex-boyfriend, so I mean,
Fuck him. Fuck him.
Fuck 'em.
he fucking sucks. But
If you're racist, you deserve
Yeah.
the death penalty.
Someone-
They
I
should've gotten his
remember-
ass beat.
I remember
God.
there was a bit where like it's a
That's
That
like-
I don't
it was a-
actually
I-
believe that. I don't.
That's the kind of
obviously-
statement I expect when you have like a comedian joking about how unracist they are. I'm
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
racist against racist people.
yeah. So there was this bit that a few of my friends were pulling on me. For context, they were black, and they were like, "Yeah, you can say it." And I was like, "No, I can't. Don't fucking do that."
I do this
Crap.
bit. I'm like, hey, you can say the D slur, and my straight friends are like, no, we can't. Don't.
That's what I
Oh
never
my
know
God.
what the rule with
They
the,
get
Oh
with
my
the
so
gay
sad.
ones are. Who's
one of my
allowed to say
friends
what?
one of my friends from college literally, so I had only known this girl for like a week tops. Okay, but she was friends with my other roommates, so she would come into our apartment, and then so she just came and went, "Who's in Paris?" And I was like huh? And she was like, "Who's in Paris?" And I went, "Emily." And she just went, "All right, you're cool, you're cool," and then just walked away. And I was like,
That show sucks.
Oh my god.
I
Yeah.
say it is so
I remember-
weird. Sorry.
Oh no, I just remember this weird like white boy, like he was this redneck. And he was like really weird. And I remember he was like trying to pick on me and my friends, and he tried to say that he said the N-word in front of us. So like he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And he said it right. And for a quick second, I popped in his mouth to say, "Do it again, I'll do it. I'll pop you again." And he never said it ever again because I was like, "Don't touch me."
Correct
Yeah.
response.
Correct.
I will say, I do think these jokes are always weird for me. Like, I think like the concept of like, oh, he, especially because like, as I say, I think that, and this is not me saying that white people should go and start calling each other the N-word, but I do think white people are very, like, you could just be chill about it. Like, you could be
Yeah.
fine. Like,
All
there
right.
was a great video because I was part of a Black Student Union, because of course I was, look at me, in which we saw a video about how, like, there's a change, like, everyone understands that there's a change in vernacular based off of setting and tone, you know? That, like, the guy was talking about how, like, his wife will go and, like, have her and her friends will call each other bitches, but if he did that, like, that would be unacceptable. Or how his friend has like a white trash cabinet and he wouldn't say that. But like the moment there's a change in vernacular that is expected of you, oh, now we have problems here. That being said, you should go watch my video about the top 5 Marvel characters who should be allowed to say the
Yeah.
N-word.
Yeah.
There is. Wait, no,
I-
I need
I-
to start tagging people's usernames and stuff in the
Yeah.
description.
Oh yeah. So
Don't tag
I-
my TikTok. Only tag my AO3.
yeah.
No one else
Alright,
needs to. No one
so
needs to know what's going
my
on.
name-
I pulled up I pulled up the racial slur list on Star Trek. I'm
Wow.
not gonna put it. I'm not gonna put it on screen
You
because
should have started with Star Trek racial slur list.
sorry, that was
Hold up a list of slurs. We're gonna go through them all.
no, because
Top
like
10 racial slurs.
We have to take turns saying them.
Oh my god.
All
Oh,
right.
we could take turns saying, oh, that would be a great game of hot. I say great. This would be a terrible game of hot potato. You have a list of fictional slurs, right? And you just keep going through them, but peppered in are real slurs that you have to catch yourself.
Okay, that sounds
See,
fun.
I feel like
Yeah.
I
Terrible,
feel like
but
I feel bad
fun.
for Daystar and like Sack because any where they fight is actually where they actually get more crucial to it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
So,
We
so
have the
the
fewest,
list of racial
probably.
slurs here are funny, because there are a bunch of fake ones.
Ayaan loves
Like,
racial slurs.
okay, no, shut up. The Star
I
Trek
gotta
one.
not
If you-
hit my
if
head
you-
too hard.
If you
to
pronounce the
clarify.
slur wrong, it's still a slur.
Yeah.
Clarify. These are fictional slurs except for one, which is real, and it's for some reason on the Star Trek wiki list.
What letter does it start with?
All right, so in the season
Hey,
6
answer the
episode,
question.
in the season 6 episode of DS9, there I forgot which episode it was. I haven't gotten to it yet, but according to the list,
Wait. Everyone take their bets.
Oh god, I don't want to play this game.
Thought is
I'm
Cisco
guessing
gets
it's
called
the-
a slur, but I feel like you would have led with that. So I'm going to say, should we just assume who the slur is towards? I think that would be fair.
No. I think it's
Yeah.
the F.
humans.
I think it's F. I think it's
What?
the F one.
Oh,
I think towards,
I think it's D.
I'm gonna bet it's gonna be for Asian people. I'm gonna say.
Oh, that
you know,
makes sense, yeah.
Rena, it's the N word.
Yeah. Okay. So
oh,
They said that.
yeah,
on
okay.
Star Trek.
First of all, to set it up, the first time the N word was used in Star Trek was when Abraham Lincoln showed up in an episode of TOS.
They say that.
Hey, you're banned from talking about Abraham Lincoln. We did this last one, and we
Yeah,
have to cut it out.
I promise I'm not going to pull up the clip.
Abraham Lincoln.
how you can expect me to remember what happens on these? What happened with Abraham Lincoln?
Okay.
There's blackface in
No.
that one.
yeah.
No, all right.
Remember
Don't
the
worry.
Looney Tunes?
All right, so in this episode, Abraham Lincoln shows up, and then the second Uhura shows on screen. I panicked, and then Abraham Lincoln says, "Oh, what a charming!" And then he says like the N word, but like when it
Which way?
Negroid? Negress?
not yes,
Negro?
that's the one. Rena.
Oh, something.
Can I talk about it? Sorry, side tangent here to the already terrible side tangent. By literal definition, Negro is technically a less offensive term than I'm
Still not gonna say it.
your body.
Somehow feels worse,
But-
you know.
So, point is, it's technically less. You know, like
We
you
know
have,
the other word you're talking about. We're
but
we're not gonna
I
get
would
banned.
like-
We're not trying to get banned. We
So, yeah,
said
I'm
one
not
that
gonna-
last time.
yeah. So that's the thing here. But so Black Lightning, which is what inspired the whole TikTok about how people should be allowed to say the N word in black shows, like black people should, is the fact that Black Lightning's on the CW, but it was written to be on Fox. So they often want to say the N word, but they can't. So they just say Negro, which leads to like very funny terms. I legitimately don't understand the pearl clutching by the white people, but whatever.
No.
Anyway.
That's
No, I
weird.
just
It's
think
just
it's-
bad writing.
It's just yeah,
That's not.
yeah.
They're
It's
not
just funny.
comparable.
It's not something people say really.
No, okay,
Yeah,
here's
no
the thing.
one's
You
Yeah,
can say
because I think-
Negro as a black
Well-
person. You say it in like your old timey Procpester voice to make fun of white people. It's a
See,
very fun pastime.
it-
I love
Mhm.
black.
It's
Yeah, but you
the-
wouldn't call your
it-
friend that, probably, right?
It is
It's
something
like-
that
it
seems
Abraham
weird.
Lincoln calls future
JP,
people.
what were you saying?
No, because I was gonna say because like the word, it's like it's funny because white people are so it's like with the whole weird discussion with there's an artist, a South African artist on what her name Taylor, because she identified as colored, but you know with the U now with the other way around, and so like black people say, white people are not going to call her that because white people already know not to say that other word too. That next to say color to like in front of black people, otherwise you get popped in the mouth. Really, I'm like, it's so funny because I love seeing like I like to like I did this thing in high school where I tell like kids like you want to call me color, you want to call me color, and then like no, I'm like oh yeah right yeah before you get popped.
I do want to remind everyone,
I mean,
I don't drink like at all, so I might be fucked up already. Anyways, I will say this: I do get
I've
called
been
Negro
fucked
a
up
lot.
since
I'm
this
my
thing
own
started.
mother, okay? Because like, here's the thing: sometimes you just need a little spice. So when you, I really want, I'm gonna respect Ash's wishes and not say other slurs here, but so we're gonna stick to Negro. But
The
like,
Black Lightning approach.
like my mom will say like Negro, please, because it's like you gotta
Negro, please.
for it up,
I
you know,
think
like
you should just say.
sometimes you say like wildin, and sometimes you say like wilding, and like
I'm
sometimes
okay if you say it with an A and not with a hard
Why
R.
would I say that?
Oh, I'm
I
glad
don't know
you can
why
set
you
these
would.
standards,
I don't know
Ash.
why you would.
I'm
point
glad
is-
you can set these standards, Ash.
If you're
Sounds
cool with
weird.
saying
point
it,
is-
you can do it.
The point is,
Ash says you're
like,
allowed to
nigger
say it.
please and Negro please are different things. You use them in different
Yeah.
things. Like it's not like it's a
Yeah.
thing people say, but not that. Point is, it leads to an incredibly funny scene where Black Lightning is being reprimanded by like the board because he's a principal, right? So he's getting his civilian identity like reprimanded, and one of his friends who's on the board is like, "Sorry about this, bud. We can't do this." He's like, and then like he's like, "You could definitely do something." And then one's like, "Are you calling me an house Negro?" Which I have to say, legitimately, I think the term house Negro is more offensive. Okay, like
Don't get it in.
house nigga is like a thing you say. Honestly, print like it's. I need to pull out my semantics board here. So
The linguist in me is fascinated.
I have to say this. So, like, house nigga is something that is like a very contentious thing that you can only say if you're incredibly comfortable, right? Like, you can call any black person you want a nigga as another black person. Don't clip that. But if you were to
Yeah.
call someone like a house nigga,
Yeah, don't quote that.
you need to know that
Highlights.
person well, right? Like, that is a thing. But when you say house
That's
negro,
offensive.
at least to me, you are invoking slavery even more.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, so point is,
I'm so
sorry,
so
yeah.
used to like what other black people say, like used to other black people like, oh like yeah, what's up, nigga? Like, yeah, but like how's Negro? How's like oh yeah, you need to get like I hope the ancestors get you so badly.
This
Just
is a
leave
weird
it at
JC
it.
had to turn their camera on for this.
Just to clarify for the audience at home.
Yeah, like this is. Can I tell you how many times I so like this is the if you want to talk about fine okay I'm gonna say this rather actually I wanted to make a tweet during the X-Men vote, the one that ended for Firestar, that was joking about how Surge is racist because Surge is racist.
Surge is racist.
Surge
I don't know enough about
And
the X-Men.
Islamophobic.
Yeah, Surge.
Jesus.
Little context for Stack and the people at home. Surge is a character from the early 2000s that showed up specifically in the 2004 new X-Men run. And her whole deal is that she was roommates with Soraya Kadir Dust, who is an Afghani niqabi, which means she wears the full the full stuff.
I know who Dust is. Dust
Yeah.
is cool.
And so, like, Surge does this whole bit where he's like, "Wow, you're just setting women back 100 years." Or blah 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 blah.
Yeah, she was
Fun.
Islamophobic.
Surge, I need
and
to
they
say,
just never.
is Japanese, not Japanese American. She's like from Japan. Like she's as new to America
Yeah.
as is, if not new.
What writer is responsible for this?
I don't
that's
know.
the real
It's not Morrison.
It's not Morrison.
Sounds
This is your
like-
Morrison.
Sounds like a Morrison bit.
unbelievable.
Morrison.
Hold on. Now I gotta go look up.
No, because I
who's
think
in
if
the
I'm,
US.
if I'm not mistaken, the intention is that Surge is being racist.
Christina
Yeah, like that's the
Yeah.
point.
Like when Morrison
Oh,
wrote
no.
that, it was like, yeah, oh, good old Professor X explaining to the brown people why they're wrong and that they're dumb. Like,
It's also this funny thing. I think I'm trying to think of like with Kitty with the Clamor run, where Kitty was like, they would compare me to the N-word lover. They like if they come in, me, I'm like, whoa, we're comparing slurs now.
you know,
It
I'm gonna
works.
make
I think it's one of
institute a
the.
rule here. if I say like a term that's like Negro, it is me using the hard R because she does say like the hard R, or so she's saying Negro lover, but not Negro. I'm doing the
Okay.
Black Lightning school of.
I do love that that's always quoted as like the best X-Men comic though. Like what's it called?
That's the weird thing though, because
but
it
like
is
the-
like a
Let
good.
me show.
The
Let
problem
me
is
show
it
the
is
people.
in fact
I found the writer.
because
Oh, yeah.
X-Men
Christina Weir. Oh god,
Christina
I
Weir.
don't know if I said it on this podcast. I feel like I have, but one of my favorite jokes is the idea of a storyline in which Kitty gets canceled for her race.
Okay, so we've got
Have you seen the
Nunzio.
way she talks to Kamala recently? It's a little.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it makes me
I
want to
have not
shoot
been-
myself.
I've
So
not
we've got
been.
Nunzio de Philippus and Christina Ware
Oh, two
as
people
the
are in here.
writers. Yep. Dan Buckley. All right. Sorry, I was thinking of Tim Buckley, writer of Control Alt Delete.
It looks.
So
Oh,
here's this bit. Here's Serge, blue-haired pronouns.
Blue-haired pronouns disabled.
you would never know Serge was Asian if you like, cause she the way how she's drawn, she looks like very like a
Yeah.
white emo girl.
You know
with
what
Right.
the
hair.
sad thing is? You can tell that she's Asian because of how much she's sexualized.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
All right. So
Yeah.
Soraya comes in like, "Who are you?" "My name is Soraya. I'm your new roommate." "Oh." And then like this loud boombox is booming. It's like, "Is the music bothering you?" And then like she turns it off. Like, "Thank you. I did not catch your name. I didn't throw it. So you don't like my music, huh? It was I don't understand American music. Yeah, whatever. And speaking of things we don't understand, is that outfit you're good lord. Is that outfit you're wearing actually a burqa? Okay, no, it's not. First of all, let me explain to the audience. This is not a burqa, it's a niqab. American writers get this wrong all the time. Burqa, very different from niqab. I would show examples, but like I'm on a time crunch here. But anyway, she says yes. It is traditional in Afghanistan to cover yourself up head to toe in shame and be subservient to men. No, the burqa is about modesty. There are boys and men on campus, and it is not right for me to show off by exposing myself or my flesh to them.
She's beautiful. Like Soraya is a very beautiful woman.
Yeah, and then Serge comes in. So, like, are you saying I expose too much flesh? Sorry. I do not judge the way you dress. I only ask that you do the same for me. You know what? You do judge me. You just said that exposing flesh is showing off. I don't need to be lectured by someone who's setting women back 50 years just by walking around like that.
I do need to remind everyone
Yes.
that
Definitely
the origin for Dust is that she was saved by the X-Men from like human trafficking. So like, please shut up, sir.
I'm sorry.
It's so weird.
Why'd they
Uh,
make the
so
blue-haired
weird
pronoun
because-
do that shit?
All right. Here's Cyclops
Oh,
saying it
God.
like, it's getting close to curfew. Don't you think it's a good time to leave your room? I had to get some air. Cyclops, you gave me a religious nut for a roommate. Nut? She just
God.
practices.
She was actually like just so cool about it too. Like she didn't
Yeah.
even do anything that was weird.
And then Cyclops' one slay moment. You'll deal. You're tough. But I didn't come here to listen to complaints about roommate assignments.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good comment. He's saying you'll deal. He's not saying, "Hey, she
Yeah.
isn't a religious nut."
yeah, he should be
He's
like,
not
I'm getting that
defending
girl
her.
out of a room with you immediately.
Yeah. So what? All right. So like the plot happens, I guess. He's just angry about other things. She's dead. Overall, I'm pretty sure Surge is not meant to be a character that you're supposed to like. It's one of those things where she's like maybe a bit more of a out of control type, where she's like rebellious and junk. But like,
It's,
I don't think doing that through racism was a good idea.
it's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be like the roommate conflict. Like, oh, Surge is racist and Dust isn't. How will they
I forgot
deal?
what this girl name.
But the wow, they are just not drawing any of the people of color in this book well. But
Yeah.
I wanted to make
Yeah.
a joke about Surge being racist, and I don't remember what it was, but it did require the use of the N-word. So to tweet that out, I was like, okay, and I changed my profile picture on Twitter from like uh, Butterfree, Gigantamax Butterfree from Pokemon to like my face just for that tweet. And I kept it there until Dysphoria hit, and then I moved to like a different one. Currently, it's Rena Logan's first panel appearance because
Fucking hell. I just pulled up this panel. Do they fight simply because they are in separate squads? Don't know. Just got here. But I know I don't like Julian. Looks like your taste in friends is almost as bad as your taste in fashion.
oh my
Fuck
god,
you!
Why
Fuck
is
you!
George
Oh my
like
God.
this?
you see?
Oh my god. I love Hillbilly's comment though. What Earth did I travel to that Ash and Daystar are willingly discussing X-Men?
Yeah,
Because we're
just
sitting
have
on it.
It's
We
because
are
I hate
shit.
Surge. I hate Surge that fucking
Fuck
much.
Sir.
Who's the girl? The other
Like,
one in the bottom. The one with the brown hair.
You want to talk about bad fashion, Miss Fucked Up
Fuck ass
fucking
Bob.
Can I say,
Love that
this
haircut.
is my maniacal control. I force them to talk about X-Men, but I put a little sugar with it by talking about
Wait,
bad
that's
parts
Dan-
about the X-Men.
Wait, that's supposed to be Daniel Musar
Yeah, that's Danny Moonstar.
in
That's
the other
Mirage.
panel. They did not draw her brown.
Girl,
Why?
She was hella white.
Surprisingly enough, this tracks with how Marvel was coloring all of their native characters around this
Yeah,
time.
but
They
that's
did
from
the
the-
same thing to Wyatt and his sister Winona.
I'm
who
not gonna
made
pretend
her
this is a
first
Marvel
appearance.
thing. Like, no fucking colors in the industry knows how the fuck to color. Most
Yeah.
people of color ever. Oh my fucking god!
Especially native people.
I was reading Green Lanterns. Why the fuck is Jessica Cruz a different tint every other page, motherfucker? Sorry.
The
Like,
one thing, like, I think the one book
Don't
that managed
apologize,
to
you're
avoid
right,
that
you
for
should
the
say it.
longest time was Miss Marvel, and
The
that's
thing
because they actually got people of color to color it.
the thing that especially aggravates me that I think matters way more, at least to me, and maybe it's just I'm biased, but for Latin people, it's the fact that like the color matters a lot because like most Americans understand that being like Latin is an ethnicity, it's not a race. So there's often a like huge, how do I say this? Like the America Chavez situation when America Chavez was Surge would be a turf, okay?
That goes well.
Does
Okay.
Surge have turf face?
But
Squid's
so-
comment.
what was I going to say? That the America Chavez situation, like there's this whole huge thing when America Chavez was cast in the MCU that she
Good
wasn't,
lord!
and everyone tried to deny the fact that America Chavez was Afro-Latina because of inconsistent coloring. And you know, when I say everyone, I mean Elizabeth Olsen stands because fuck MCU Scarlet Witch.
MCU.
Fuck the
Fuck
MCU.
the
Yeah,
MCU.
that's so
Gonna be
true.
Let's go on to our third consecutive Sabra rant.
All right, hold on. This bit, your team did very well today, Noriko. Oh, please, no pity conversation. What is your problem?
She's
I
so
feel bad for
Wow, I-
Surge.
And before
What's
you
this
guys,
robot lady?
It's so
and,
weird.
and before you guys think Soraya is the only character who isn't sexualized, just wait. There's more.
Oh no!
Ah.
Ew, who is that?
Oh wait,
It's
isn't
crazy.
there an issue where Laura strips Soraya down?
What?
Oh,
Oh my god.
What? Also, I have a problem.
Sadly,
because, like,
I know this
the
from
way
the
how
Cerebro podcast.
oh God.
Ah, fuck Cerebro. We're the
Fuck.
better Cerebro.
Also,
We don't talk about X-Men.
the craziest part with Surge is that she did appear in one X-Men game. I'm like, oh, she's kind of cool, like a cool design. I didn't know how problematic she was until reading X-Men. I was like, whoa, she is bad.
Surge is like a fucking like trap for people of color where they see like one appearance of her where she's kind of in the background, so she isn't actively like being racist against, and it's like, oh, she's cool, I want to see more about her. And then you read any appearance that she's been in the bulk of, and it's just racism.
Come on! She's not even in the room! Soraya, are you in here? Because I'm opening the door and there could be boys in the hall. You might want to throw on your burqa and cover up, you big freak. Oh, good. You're not here. I can listen to my music. The fuck is your problem?
What's wrong with her?
Okay, what music do we think she
Mariah
listens
do?
to?
Dude, like,
Um,
here's the thing. If you
the
have a
shittiest
roommate,
pop
you
punk.
put headphones on. That's just common courtesy, no matter what their religion
Also,
is.
you like those any roommate, and as someone who has fucked up on this before, can be in any state of dress when you open the door, even without people in the hall. They might not want you to randomly open the door on you. You could just knock.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is this bit. Oh my fuck. Noriko, please, I do not wish to fight you, but you're willing to fight the FBI, Soraya. I do not want to, but
What?
Julian is only. Oh yeah, that was a thing I think, where Soraya killed some FBI guys. I don't know what it was.
Good.
Deserved.
Yeah,
Slay.
more Muslims
Yeah,
should.
good,
All right,
yeah.
I'm not gonna say that because the CIA.
Wait, we
Getting
can't say
Wait,
that.
wait,
The
wait.
CIA
Hold
is
on.
gonna
I
be
was
on our
another
ass.
dab. What did she say?
So
We're talking about killing the FBI.
all right.
Oh yeah, no.
So
Sorry, I thought you
this
said
is kind of
Mormons.
fucked
Oh my god.
because like Dust is forced out of her niqab. Like
In
you
Fortnite.
wear your burqa because you're told to. You come down here because Julian told you. You make me sick. Do what you're always told to do. What you're told. And so like it's kind of fucked up that the
What?
writer put her in this position in a world with unstable molecules where this niqab is just like conveniently taken out of the picture, uh and she'll have to turn into human form eventually.
Oh my god.
So
Oh.
Sophia, you take. All right, so Dust gets into a fight and gets winded out into the bushes or something.
What's odd is she's wearing unstable molecules. It's just not in the shape of her niqab because
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
mean,
so
yeah.
here's this. Noriko, please, I need assistance. Your friend Whirlwind took too much out of me. I cannot go back into dust form. I have no clothes, so I cannot make it back to our dormitory. Thought that might be the case. Here's your burqa. Thank you. That was very thoughtful. Don't thank me. It was Jay's idea. He always figured it was better if a girl brought it. Your squad's in serious trouble. I mean, we're getting detention, but you guys are getting big time punishment. As is fair, we were wrong to take the law into our own hands. No kidding. I don't get you. You broke the law because Julian said so, but you won't make the run back to the dorm, and you would have? Absolutely. Even without my super speed, it's my body. All they can do is look. Let them. And that is why I understand you as little as you understand me. And that was supposed to be like the character building moment, I guess.
Truly.
What?
Just still being a dick.
Like she's
Yeah.
like, oh my god, I would run naked through the school, and
I
it's
feel
like that's
bad
not girl power.
about this because, in part, because like Surge didn't need to be written this way. Like,
Yeah,
Surge is
you
a character that
look,
exists.
here's the thing. I'm not saying you can't write Islamophobia. Like it's plenty of writers do it. But here's the thing.
I think most X-Men writers took that as a challenge.
Yeah, Grant Morrison set the stage for that. But still, I feel like, and this is like a lot of writers who do end up like using racism or Islamophobia or any type of bigotry, the way they use it and not like address it the way it should be given weight. No, Noriko Surge as a character is coming from a place of ignorance. For a lot of Muslims, specifically Muslim women, and disclaimer: I do not speak for all Muslim women. This is just my thing. This is a matter of choice. Soraya chooses to wear a niqab. Once again, niqab, not burqa. Uh, and that is her right to do so. And I feel like had there been more of an arc of a thing like, look, I choose what I want to do. You can choose what you can do. Maybe if we meet down, like not the middle, but like if we just take some conversation to understand each other here and not be like a dick. And here's the thing, this dynamic would have worked better. The thing that they're trying to do would work better if Soraya was just like mean
If
to
she
Serge.
responded in any way,
Yeah.
and not
Yeah,
just, like
it was
the
so
most
passive.
forthcoming, reasonable person ever.
Yeah, and like this is something a lot of Muslims do handle with, and like I know a lot of Muslims who do deal with this openly and act very much how Soraya does. But like, good lord, the open Islamophobia from here,
Let
and like,
let the minority characters be mean. Let them like respond, you know, like she deserved to kill someone about it.
Which is why
She could've
she's killed a
slapped a
lot
little
of
bit.
people. I feel like Sarai kills too many people. Not like she can't kill people, but like
Yeah.
Murder Squid.
why is that? Like it's kind of weird that like every
It's
like
specifically Soraya.
every
you know.
superhero has like
Oh.
their like wig reveal moment where like that's the thing they're known for doing, you know. And for
Yeah.
Sarai, it's apparently eviscerating men to the bone with sand, and it's like suddenly this comic has changed the tone and depiction of violence rapidly.
You
Why?
think it- I
Why for
can't.
her specifically?
Yeah. I can't get a beat on Noriko on whether or not she'd be pro what Dust was doing there. Because
It's just so because like
Yeah.
here's the thing. Even if you were the most Islamophobic person in America, you would probably also think Surge is annoying because like she's
yeah,
just like
you know how fucked up you have to be when the Read Comics Online comments are like, man, why is Surge so mean?
it's like
Yeah.
well, you see, it's also because
Who uses
she's
those?
you
I've
just
never looked down there.
problem is that she's also a woman displaying agency, and they hate that as well. You know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because
Because-
like yeah, there's that sort of interlink thing where Noriko is doing the whole like I don't know if it's second or third wave feminism, where it is
I
like,
think
man,
it's third wave feminism.
yeah, that turfy feminism.
Turf is typically second wave, but it's not exclusive to anyone.
Yeah. This isn't so much turf, more Murph.
She's a
It's
parody.
Muslim
She's
Islam.
literally
Capitalism feminism,
Yeah.
if you will.
It's
Muslim
always-
exclusionary radical feminism.
it's a parody. She's doing the blue hair and brown eyes. It's the kind of thing that you see in anti-SGW compilations, which
Yeah.
is wild because it also shows how Islamophobic America was at that point. That even the parody of progressivism fucking hates
Yeah.
like Muslim people.
Yeah. The fucking Jacqueline
Yeah.
Glynns of the world, if you guys remember the that creator.
No,
All right.
wait,
It's also
Jacqueline Glenn was this
That's
atheist YouTuber. Yeah, we kind of lost you for a sec. Jacqueline Glenn was this atheist YouTuber who had a few videos like atheist debates Muslim, and it's like it's the usual talking points. I don't feel like I gotta delve into.
no, that's
We've
not.
all been there. YouTube growing up.
yeah.
Should we talk about good
I was-
comics at some point? Sorry. get to you.
Oh no, I was just saying, Surge like being like Islamophobic is so weird because it's like it also has this like perpetuate of like Asian people versus Muslim people narrative, and it's kind of like it's very there, but it's like it's the way how it's used is very like okay, you could clearly this is a non-person of color is writing this, and they don't know the complexity of how other minorities deal with each other sometimes.
Hold on, because let me look at the writer here. Because funny enough, it's a woman who's co-writing all this.
That doesn't shock me.
I mean, Rainbow Rowell.
Yeah.
I
Real.
need to know who
Get her ass.
approved the Wyatt Wingfoot bonus story before I can start tearing into her. Because if who in Marvel approved it? Did she say it was okay for her book? Also, how do you have Jack there? You have Jack of Hearts, but you just brush over Wyatt and her's entire relationship, and you're just like,
Look, I'm trying to get him out of there.
it doesn't really fucking work. And like they don't even give a valid reason for why these two should not be back together. They just kind of hand wave it off, and I'm like,
No. It's because she is like a big Rogan Gambit fan, and she was like, "Ooh, they're like Rogan Gambit."
Yeah, it's like he can't touch her. It's so romantic.
That's why
and it's
that's the
like,
romance. That's why
you know-
she invented that romance.
you know what? Wyatt Wingfoot.
Maybe sometimes the romance is a man that knows how to touch you. You know, like
Exactly.
It's also like
Wyatt-
weird that she's now a virgin when this dude he fucks.
Yeah.
It's
Wyatt Wingfoot knew how to touch her as both She-Hulk and Jen. He was the only person to appreciate both sides. He was like genuinely kind of like
Oh,
worried about her mental state when she couldn't turn back to Jen.
just hold on. I
Wyatt
just
Wingfoot deserves more rights.
just looked up the writers. Married couple, actually. for new X-Men.
What?
Yeah. Uh, Nunzio de Philippis, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, and Christina Ware are a married couple.
I
Are
got
they gay? Is it two women? Oh God, we can't do
No,
this.
it's a guy and a girl.
Yeah, that
Okay.
sounded heterosexual.
Yeah.
I was trying to find the book in which Laura X-23 dresses as Dust, and now I'm in a rabbit hole, and I've been reminded of Jerry Duggan, which I didn't watch.
Ah.
Don't think about it.
Wow, X-Men writers.
I was gonna say,
X-Men writers
you can't even-
sexualizing Muslim women. When has that ever happened? Ever after this comic?
well, I was gonna say,
When has that
Ash.
happened in the past
In the past year?
7 months?
Can I?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ash.
Hellfire Gala.
I
I was
hate
gonna say,
that.
I was gonna say when you brought up Wyatt and Jen, I was like, read it now. I'm like, Wyatt's technically the perfect love interest for Jen, and I'm like, I
Wyatt's
don't
perfect.
understand.
He's perfect.
He's literally perfect, but it's like it's almost like the writers don't want to remove.
So here's why Wyatt works in She-Hulk books, because She-Hulk books essentially he becomes like the girlfriend trope. You know, like when like comics, like, you know, you have a main male character and then you have their girlfriend who's just really there for support. That's what the original Brian run of She-Hulk comics did with Wyatt. But unlike, you know, doing that with another character like, say, Jack of Hearts, it works better because Wyatt his story is always intertwined with someone else's. He's not really like they don't give him a solo book, although they should.
They should give him a
But
solo book.
they don't give him like solo work. So him being in the She-Hulk comics as a supporting character works because it kind of builds off of what he's already known for, being a support to Johnny, being a support to the Fantastic Four.
And even characters who are known to be like supporting can still get solo books. Like every single major Spider-Man love interest has gotten a solo
I
book.
swear to fucking God, Marvel, if you hear me, and if you, well, first off, remove Sabra from Captain America 4.
Remove Sabra from Captain America 4.
Second off,
Sabra.
the second thing I have to yell about is give Wyatt Wingfoot a solo book. Give him what he deserves, one so badly.
Give him what you gave Mary Jane Watson. It's just like a fucked up.
Actually,
Wait, hold on. First
Actually,
off.
he needs one more than Mary Jane Watson does. And I say this because every single writer that has gotten him has fucked up his tribe's history, and I'm the only person who knows that every
You're
single
the
one
only
of them
one
fucked
keeping
up.
track of this shit.
I'm the only one keeping track.
I don't think a good solo. I'm not saying you shouldn't get a solo. I'm saying you shouldn't get a solo that's like jackpot, like, you know.
No,
I
not
don't-
jackpot, but like the Mary Jane solo.
Exactly. I don't think you can improve supporting characters by giving them solos where they aren't themselves. You know,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, don't give him superpowers.
Give Wyatt Wingfoot superpower.
No.
Make him Batman.
No, okay,
No.
they did that though.
Hey, look,
They fucking did
does
that.
does
He is Batman.
does that mean that
No.
Wyatt is like one of the few Hulk family supporting characters that didn't also get irradiated at one point?
Yes, actually.
Bring back Immortal Hulk just so that Wyatt Wingfoot that can become like
Make him soup.
Grey Hulk.
No, okay, so here's the thing.
No,
Here's the
no,
thing about
Jen-
Wyatt's
Should we
family.
drink Wyatt soup?
Actually, do give Wyatt superpowers so that you can have like a gender book where Wyatt like
I was
transforms
about-
into a female form. You know,
I was
You mean Winona Wingfoot? You mean his 3 separate sisters that
They
Marvel has
keep giving
created?
him new sisters because they keep forgetting about the other sisters.
I love that. Oh,
Gone on so many rants. There's 3 of them.
there's a bit in DC where there's a character who appears like twice, and he's just called 2 different names. He's called Jackson and Jefferson, so we don't know which one was his first or last name. He's like a random character, supporting character, who I think immediately disappears in the Firestorm comics.
So,
And then in the CW, they kill off the main Firestorm because he doesn't want to move to fucking Vancouver to film Legends of Tomorrow.
Ash, didn't you just make a video about Firestorm?
yes.
Yes. And
Sorry.
this is part of the reason why I was thinking it. And the second Firestorm, they like got rid of him in an Easter egg, so they can't use him. So they bring back this random character who we literally don't know which is his first or last name because he has 2 names. and they just make it like his name's actually Jackson Jefferson or Jefferson Jackson, which like naming a black character Jefferson Jackson, really, really
Yeah.
DC.
Oh my
It's like the
god.
Cho
Anyway,
Chang
anyway.
of DC.
Yeah. Let's talk about Wyatt sisters. Okay, because there's 3 of them. So here's the
I
thing.
want to talk about Rain.
Here's the thing. So we're getting to Rainbow too. So
the gay.
in Marvel 2-in-1, there is this random indigenous woman who is seen with Wyatt when they're accepting this baby from Thing and Ghost Rider. We don't need to get into why Thing and Ghost Rider has baby Jesus, but they have baby Jesus and they hand him over to be a ward
He was
of Wyatt's
immaculately
tribe.
conceived.
Okay. Yeah,
Like
he's
baby
immaculately
Jesus, or like we're saying that as a joke.
it.
Like
I'm
still
not really
wondering
sure.
how baby Jesus is he. Like,
So the villain of the story recreates the manger scene, and everyone else, like all the wise men and everything else, disappears except for that baby. So I'm pretty sure it's Jesus, but
it's fine. You can move to the next part. It's
Okay. Anyway, so there's a random native woman who is standing right next to him. She does not have a name. Okay, we never figure out her name. Okay, and then that was confusing. She is listed as Rainbow or Rebecca Rainbow, who appears in 192 of Fantastic Four, which happens after. Now, here's the thing. Rebecca Rainbow, no relation to Wyatt. She is a friend of his. They're like implied to be sleeping together, but they never outright say that they're sleeping together, which is weird.
It's not like
or
this
like
is his
they're
girlfriend.
yeah, and it keeps on going back and forth because like the entire time, because Rebecca's a racer, and so she goes into this race
I'm
against
pretty
Johnny.
sure she's supposed to be set up to be a love interest for.
Yeah, Rebecca Rainbow is a racer.
I think
And
she's supposed to be a setup for a Johnny love interest that just didn't go anywhere.
I don't think she was, because she repeatedly because that's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. So, during the race, it cuts back to Wyatt, and they're like, "Ooh, who's Wyatt rooting for?" And he just has like this blank ass expression on his face. And then in 193 of Fantastic Four, they do like just a cutback to Johnny because he wasn't really in the issue. And he's talking to Rebecca, and then Rebecca like kind of pulls Wyatt aside, and she's like, "Hey, your friend seems like incredibly depressed. Like, is he okay?" And Wyatt's like, "Yeah, that's just how Johnny is. By the way, what do you think of Johnny?" And then she's like, "Is he okay? What?" And he's like, Wyatt's like, "Do you like him?" And Rain is just, or Rebecca is just like, "I mean, I like you, Wyatt." And Wyatt's just like, "That doesn't answer the fucking question." Like,
weird gay conversation here. It's like, hey, so that Johnny guy, how do you feel with his how do you feel about him? You know,
how do you feel about his clearly depressive state? And Rebecca's like, "What the fuck are you on?"
Rebecca's like, I'm trying to fuck you, and he's like, "Well, why don't you want to fuck him?" And she's like,
what
"That's
about
weird."
Johnny?
Yeah, no, totally don't. Yeah.
Anyway, we never see Rebecca again, which is a goddamn crime because she was wonderful, and I think she should disappear more.
It's because she wouldn't tell Wyatt how she felt about Johnny.
Why was like, if you don't like my boy, then you don't get to be there.
What was that Troy and Abed bit when they were trying to like fight over the same woman to take to a dance, and then like
that's exactly what happens.
And then she chose Troy because like she said, Abed's kind of weird, and then Troy's like left her like, I hate her.
I hate her. Yeah. So that's Rebecca Rainbow. That's Rebecca Rainbow. Here's the thing. Then we jump to She-Hulk Ceremony, which is in 1989. And then Wyatt gets a sister whose name is Rain Falling West. Mind you, Wyatt Wingfoot, Rain Falling West. Two completely different ways to name these native characters who are allegedly brother and sister.
They don't even have the same last name.
They don't even have. No one else has Wyatt's last name except for his father, which is the weird thing. So his father is William Wingfoot. his grandfather, we only know him as Silent Fox. They never expand upon that any more than they
Wingfoot
should.
is actually something you have to earn.
Yeah.
You have to get. You
Yeah,
have to be
okay.
this tall to be a Wingfoot.
I'm thinking
You to
of
be
this. I'm
6'6"
thinking of
to be
this.
a Wingfoot.
I'm like, okay, so maybe they're just all like half siblings. It's like, okay, his father. So like maybe his father didn't inherit the name.
That's the fucking craziest thing. Because that's
Okay, wait, I got it.
Silverfox
I
is his
think I got the
grandfather.
answer here. But why? Do we know why Wingfoot's mother?
No,
Okay, so I got the
that's
answer.
what
Nona
fucking sends me.
In,
No,
No.
that's his sister.
in
That's his
Wyatt's
sister.
tribe, last names are passed
Wait,
down
hold on.
maternally, and Wyatt doesn't know his mother, so he takes his
Oh,
father's
but
name.
here's the thing. Here's
Ugh.
the thing. Here's the thing.
And
Here's
they're
the
all
thing.
half siblings.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because it gets
Wyatt's
really
dad
fucking
was laying
confusing.
pipe, okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, we
so
knew
I'm
that. He
sorry.
was in the movie.
The Marvel Wiki is fucking wrong again about Wyatt because it lists
Fuck
his
you.
mother. It lists his mother as Roberta Wingfoot, but that's also the name of his grandmother. His grandmother's name is Roberta Elkstep. She also appeared in She-Hulk Ceremony. She's amazing. But
Maybe
I
this is an
feel
MC2
like-
situation where the
Yeah,
daughter
and-
is named after the mother.
I think so. Okay,
Fellas, I think the real answer here is
Is-
the writers did not care.
Oh my god.
Well, no,
I
yeah,
can't be
like,
saying
listen,
this. We
this
are
is-
2 hours into a podcast about comics. You can't pull out the writers didn't care. We all
This
know
is
they
every single Discord message Ash sends me about Wyatt. I'm like, listen, I think the writers were just like not giving a shit about the Native
I'm
American
going
side
to-
character.
I'm
Fair,
supporting
but
Ash
I
here,
just-
okay? I agree with you, Ash. Do fully obsess over random bullshit and
Okay.
come up with a
Yes,
lore.
Literally, like I want to rant about Rhodey's family.
Yeah,
Because
there was
Yeah,
a
you
there
get to
was
go
a-
next. You get to go next. I
yeah,
gotta
in the-
finish my She-Hulk rant.
in the Team
heard this.
4-star commentary, Takahata 101 had this one bit where he says, like, guys, when he was talking about Dragon Ball and the different minute details they're putting into it, and said, guys, don't try and take Dragon Ball more seriously than the people who are creating it. It's an unwinning battle there.
Look, okay, because here's the thing. Because then in She-Hulk Ceremony, you have rain falling west, and I'm pretty sure that Rain and Rebecca Rainbow were the same person. Like they saw Rebecca Rainbow in those earlier comics and just decided to reuse her because they have a lot of the same personality traits. And so I was like, that's fucking weird.
Okay, but
okay.
she's only been in a couple appearances. How many
Rain-
Is this
No,
a
here's the
Wonder Girl
thing.
situation?
Here's the thing. Almost every single, except for Silent Fox. No, just except for Silent Fox. Every single one of Wyatt's family members have only been in 1 or 2 appearances.
Ugh.
2 is like the max.
So
And that includes Rebecca Rainbow.
I think what happened was a Wonder Girl situation. Pull up the Ayaan Talks DC stuff tab.
No,
Wait,
we're not
hold
done
on. I
talking
gotta.
about Wyatt.
Oh, Wonder Girl.
Wait, let me finish my Wyatt rant and then we'll go into it because
And
it
then
gets
Daystar
worse.
needs to-
It gets so worse because then She-Hulk Ceremony has Rain. We don't see Rain or talk about her ever again. Because then in 2002, another sister is introduced, Winona Wingfoot, who is just female Wyatt. They use her
So
for
that
like
Johnny
2 issues.
Does
No,
Johnny
that's the thing. That's the thing. She never comes in contact with Johnny. The
Homophobic. Homophobic.
entire 2
My
appearances
favorite way
she
to
has.
confirm queer characters is when there's a girl version of a dude character, and then the other dude is like, "Oh my gosh," and it's like,
Again,
that's gay.
Winona does not appear anywhere near Johnny. And
That's
I
why I
think
always
that was
like
like a
that.
half-assed attempt to remember his sister Rain. But now, so he has 2 sisters and a 3rd sister that I believe exists from that Baby Jesus comic. And now, and then he also has an aunt that I just forgot to mention because she's mentioned like offhandedly in one panel of She-Hulk Ceremony. And apparently she got fucking killed trying to do this ceremony. Yeah, exactly. Most of Wyatt's family is dead. Except for his sisters, which begs the question, why don't his sisters ever show up again? And here's the thing. Because guess what Dan Slott fucking did? Guess what Dan Slott fucking did? Stack knows where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Dan Slott introduced this archaeologist, or not, this geologist, okay, into his run, okay, and he like offhandedly says, "Oh, it's just a friend of Wyatt's." Okay, we don't get. I don't even think she mentions her name. But I think that was his half-assed attempt to remember Winona Wingfoot. All of the women in Wyatt's life are connected.
Well, I feel like at that point you're not even stretching, you're hallucinating. Why can have female friends that aren't related to
No,
Yeah.
because here's the thing. I don't really believe the connection between Rain Falling West and Winona. I don't really think that was like a half-assed attempt to remember that character. However, I do believe that they like turned Rebecca into Wyatt's sister, Rain, and then they did the opposite to Winona, where they turned her into a friend because they needed someone to parallel off of Sky and Johnny. Like they needed Wyatt to have like just a girl there.
Mhm.
And so instead what I did was I combined all of this lore into
three
giving
sisters.
into giving Wyatt three sisters. So we have Winona, who I believe is his twin sister, just because I think that the names are funny. She gets to be the geologist too, because why the fuck not? They have the same character design. And then there's the second one that I don't actually have a name for, and then I don't mention ever. I just think that she went off to raise that Jesus baby. She went off to raise baby Jesus, and we're just gonna leave it there.
She's
baby-
living.
the what? The baby's just still around, still kicking?
They never bring up this baby again.
It's like the baby that Daredevil threw from the roof.
Rhodey has a baby that never
What?
came up again.
Okay, Daystar, Rhodey time, please.
Rhodey
Oh,
time.
wait, and then Rain
Yeah.
is the youngest, and she's just a shithead. That's a rant
Okay.
about Wyatt's family over.
So the thing about Rhodey is we don't know it, like he's got like Schrodinger's parents. We never know if they're alive or dead because they goes back and forth. So there is an uncle that's mentioned when we first meet Roberta, who's his mother, because Rhodey has her babysit Tony while he was drinking at one point, and he's like, "Can you look after her?" And she's just like, "No," and he just leaves him at her house, and she's just like, and he leaves, and she's like, "He's like, where's Tony?" And he's just like, "I don't fucking like that guy. I don't know," which is great. She hates Tony. It's wonderful. So then at some point, Rhodey like mentions that she's dead, and then they show up in his War Machine run, like they're both together, they're both around, and they're both alive. So he just said my mom's dead for no reason. And then they're pretty much there to just like hate his girlfriend, which is fun. But they tell her to get her to leave. They tell her that he has a son that she's like, she never told you about his son. And so it's like listed on the Marvel Wiki that Rhodey has a son when he does it. Like at the end, he's just like, I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. Like it's clearly just them like trying to get this girl to leave Rhodey.
He got hinged.
Yeah. Stack, take notes for the fix.
Wait, what?
And then
I mean,
why is Rhodey in the Spider-Man fic?
It's not. What? Alex.
Are we giving Alex a fake child?
No, we're not giving Alex
Okay.
a fake child.
So then
he gets a
in
miscarriage.
the next War Machine run, oh no, his sister. He has a sister named Jeanette who is introduced by her. It's really bad. She's introduced by her being murdered. She is a crack addict prostitute, and Rhodey fucking hates her. And it's like it's one of the worst things I've ever read in a comic.
Where
It
is
is so
Rhodey's
bad.
family from again?
They're from Philadelphia.
Okay.
So
Makes sense.
That was a choice.
So bad.
They made a choice.
So this was in the crew.
What?
But anyway,
Oh, in the crew of okay.
Yeah.
That sucks.
so I was like, okay, hi Christopher. Anyway, so Jeanette is a character that exists now that I have to think about all the time, always. And then we have the next War Machine run, we have a lot of Roberta, and then like weirdly, like The father not mentioned, Terrence not mentioned, kind of implied that he was never really in the picture, but it's like we know he was, so it's like okay, what's going on here? And then Iron Patriot, we have it is about just Terrence, and then Roberta is not mentioned or brought up at all in that one. And we also are introduced to Leela Rhodes, who is assumed to be Jeanette's daughter. We don't know that exactly, but she is being raised by Terrence, and she is basically Rhodey, or not Rhodey, Riri. Before Riri existed. She is just like a little Iron Man child girl. And so she is living with Terrence, and they go on a whole adventure, whatever. Terrence dies at the end of that book, and we see their funeral, which Roberta is not at. So it's like, is she dead? I don't know. So now there's just Leela, right, who's around, and it's just like, okay, is she living with Roberta? What's going on here? Nobody knows, and nobody gives a shit about Rhodey. So no, I know Gary doesn't give a fuck where she is.
We're having the exact same problem, but with two different characters.
Yeah. So where is Leela? Who is she? Where is she living? Who is she with? It's mentioned that so when Rhodey died in Civil War II, it's mentioned that they're calling everyone to let them know. MJ is the one who tells Tony, and Maria Hill is the one who tells Rhodey's family. And I'm like,
flip off MJ. It's not her fault.
No. I'm not flipping
no,
off
we love MJ.
We love MJ. MJ in that run was fucking amazing. That's why MJ, Alex gets to sleep with her.
What?
Yeah.
She killed Tony's dad. We love her.
We love MJ.
MJ killed Howard Stark.
No, dude. Tony's real dad, not Howard, sadly.
Wait, why did Tony's real dad get murdered?
He's a Nazi.
He's a Nazi.
What?
He's a straight up Nazi. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why did MJ get to kill him?
Okay, I can't go into his family history. That's
because MJ was his secretary, and MJ just constantly locked up.
I'm sorry, that's the part that I need to.
Oh,
wait, I missed a lot of content.
Yeah,
there was no.
I missed a lot of content. Sorry, because I'm not even paying attention to you guys. I'm listening to like Destiny Child. Why do you guys would like talking?
You know what? Respect.
You know, no one. What?
I think that's all I have on Rhodey.
Playtesting a Magic the Gathering deck, and I'm moving around your guys' pictures so that I can see.
Can we do that?
Yeah, like I hate it because I'm using Firefox, so Firefox lets you picture anything, but it doesn't let you picture the whole live stream. It's just the 6 boxes that I have to separately do. So I'm splitting the difference, and I'm leaving the people who are talking here, and everyone else I'm just not going to see their face. Sorry.
Oh no! So here's the thing. So here's the thing about Alex fucking MJ. Okay, I think
MJ is bisexual. This is a fact.
MJ is bisexual, but I just think, okay, she's gonna see this very hot, attractive woman shoot a literal Nazi who's terrorizing her brother, and just be like, "I'm into that shit. I'll take Peter Parker's ex-girlfriend." And
it's not hard to take Peter Parker.
Exactly.
So
and
easy.
I thought I told Stack about this.
About that run. About Tony being like, oh, she's just a love interest for Tony. It's like, Tony had a girlfriend. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you know what
MJ's
Tony would do?
Cool.
You know what Tony would do? Set her up with his sister. And that's...
Yeah. And MJ would be like, yeah, let's make it happen. MJ's down. Here's the thing about MJ. Unlike other comic love interest of her time, she is not threatened by other women. She is so down to have friends. She's down to be a bitch, but it's in a fun way. She is not like, oh, you're.
I don't know.
She's not like with her relationship with Gwen. It is like later confirmed that they are besties. That Gwen is like, you are my bestie, and MJ is like, ooh, I'm too caught up in my own emotional damage to think about that. I'm not close to anyone actually. I know none of you people. If anyone asks, MJ is not even my real name, and she like that's just her vibe. She's like,
I'm not Mary J.
She's like, you don't know me. I don't know any of y'all. Like that's just what she's going through in college. It's awesome, but MJ is not a tear down other women. She is a your skirt looks ugly. Get that together, kind of. But she is not,
girl,
you're a
girl.
horrible, deplorable person and you're a slut. She's like, you're a slut and I love that for you and let's do it together. Just whatever her vibe is, it's excellent. And also whatever she has with Felicia Hardy is insane.
That's why she was so great in that run. That
Exactly.
was the girls Iron Man run.
Yeah, it really was just Tony and a bunch of women. Like his lesbian mom, his lesbian secretary,
His mom is bisexual. Hang on.
okay, sorry, yeah, bisexual mom,
His bisexual
secretary, Pepper.
Pepper was there. Pepper is heterosexual.
I love how ally.
Ally.
No, she's not.
So, was that? Is there any more Rhodey family craziness?
I think that's it. So we just kind of don't know where Layla is. That's basically it.
My favorite characters, they all just have dead families, which is fine. I'm trying to think here. The most complicated. Yeah, nah, it's all good.
No one bring up the Parker family tree or we're
The
gonna
one
fall in
thing
trouble
that I
again.
am crazy about is in terms of like family trees is MC2.
All right.
And
I have to dip soon. I just want to show this last
Oh
bit.
yeah, hold on,
before-
Are you gonna make us re-travel again?
Hold on. I
No.
gotta use the thing.
Oh,
You're
this
looking
isn't.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
No, this isn't me on DC stuff.
Oh,
That moment is past.
Ion talks about stuff.
Yeah, this is.
oh,
once
you
again,
got it. You got the. This is the Grant Morrison bit, right?
This is not the Grant Morrison bit. This
Oh.
is still done by the same fucking writers.
Oh no.
All right,
We
so
had to see.
but you know what's funny? This is not Islamophobic. It's just like I'll give them this. This is a funny bit out of context. But anyway, so these guys are talking. I don't know who this character is.
Mercury.
I'm digging her.
Have you ever been to California before, Soraya? No. I went once. We went to Disneyland and everything back when I was a kid, before my body transformed into metal. My parents, they never quite know how to deal with me like this. When I go home, I stay
How did
inside
she
a
get on
lot.
the airplane?
So Soraya,
metal.
stack. I'm kidding.
Both of them would not do well.
Yeah,
characters.
no, it's like
It's an
just
X-Men flight, I think, because
Yeah.
it's called Next.
anyway, this one is in New X-Men Hellions. It's just, anyway, my parents do me like I stay inside a lot, so they won't have to answer any questions. I think they're relieved I'm not coming home for weeks. Besides, this gives me a chance to spend some time with Kevin. You really like him, don't you? Yeah, I do. So what about you? Are your parents cool with you taking off to Los Angeles? I do not know. I was kidnapped from my home in Afghanistan several years ago. I was then sold into slavery. I've tried to track my mother down, but since the war, it has been difficult. Oh.
Oh, what? It literally just cuts it off. Oh,
Wow.
I would read the story where Soraya finds her family again. I feel like you should be able to do that with mutant like connections.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like she needs like a mini series or like literally just one solo issue that's just her doing.
Soraya should just get it on going. Like, give her
At this point, have her and Kamala just like hang out for a bit.
Yo,
yeah. Oh my God, did you guys see
would
what
you be
like
okay
fake
with them
Marvel leaks?
retroactively making a book
Yeah.
called The Young Avengers, the first Young Avengers, as like a prequel if it was just Kamala and Soraya and like other Muslim characters?
They just met at a superhero masjid one day, and
So-
they're the only two that show up.
So for those of you who didn't see the
Marvel-
Marvel leaks, which
Marvel
they're
2 and
fake. They're fake. All the Marvel leaks are fake. But there was a book called Miss Marvel and the New Mutants, and it said parentheses all new cast. And so here's the thing, that was already tipping off my red flags. But then they said it was written by Nadia Shamas, who is a big Palestinian writer. And then I remembered in the back of my head, she just recently had to ask on Patreon for people to send her money because she was not getting any work currently. And so that's how I knew it was fake. But dear God, do I want that book to happen simply so that we can just put Dust in there, and then no other mutants. It's just Kamala and Dust. No one else.
I have
okay,
one
I will
video.
fight your gimmick. Okay, I
Yeah.
think gimmick.
Gimmick.
I was gonna be
Gambit.
so pissed
I
if
have
you said
one. I have
Gambit.
one video where Kamala and Dust interact, and it's like it's a skit where they just like talk to each other during Ramadan, where it's just like, so I've been meaning to talk to you about something. When you fast, does it break your fast when you turn your stomach into sand? And he's like, let's just stick to fighting. And, like that's the.
That's
I do.
cute. That's
And that
so
just made me
fun.
ask the question: are there any Black Muslims in Marvel? Because at least from where
The
I'm from,
Bradley family is kind of.
Bradley.
yeah, like, I assume with the names that they have, it's that. But I had no
Yeah,
idea, like, literal-
Josiah. Which Captain America one was it? I forgot his name.
Eli.
Eli Bradley.
Eli Bradley, I think,
Yeah,
was Patriot,
is the
or-
kid.
No,
But the grandma is shit, what was her name? I think she was like, they have her in they call it a burqa. It's not a burqa, but they have her in that in
Eli Bradley's father or grandfather.
Faith.
Isaiah Bradley. Isaiah Bradley is a Muslim. I
Isaiah
think.
Bradley and Faith Bradley.
Yeah,
We got one.
We got one. He's there with Kamala and Dust.
Assumingly Eli then also, because he's being raised by them, kind of.
I don't know. I don't read too much Young Avengers.
I not really.
Here's the
And I
thing,
say
here's the
this.
thing.
I say this because, like, technically, if I were to move in with my grandparents suddenly, that wouldn't make me Muslim. I would just
Yeah.
be living with my grandparents.
but like alternative big here, I am so starving for this that we can just like make all of them Muslim regardless
Yeah.
of their connection or not.
Call it a
Just be like,
retcon.
this family,
Here's Josiah, who is Muslim. Like that's like his whole thing.
yeah,
Yeah, Josiah X.
hmm
That was
We got
right.
two.
that's the same family.
He's,
Oh,
he's
wait,
related
fuck.
to them, but like he didn't, like he's like wasn't with them ever until he
Hold
found
on.
out.
Let me
later.
look up that short list of Muslim superheroes again.
Very.
Yeah, just pretend
Is
that
it like a
Simon Baz
page?
isn't a DC character, real quick.
trying to-
Simon Baz.
I only know Avengers characters.
I only know.
fucking.
Oh,
Look, I
there's
only
the
know
new-
X-Men,
there's
so
a
all I know
spider-
is
There's a spider person from.
I only know
Avengers.
mutants, so
That's
all I know is
black and
Kamala
Muslim.
and Dust. Those are the
We
only
can come up- we can
mutants
come
I
up
The
with
know.
a
new
good
spider
list
UK
between
is
all of
black
us.
and Muslim. Is that anything? He's not from
Uh,
616.
The
There's
Monica
an
Chang
alternate
Black
reality where
Widow.
Rhodey is Muslim.
What?
Monica Chang Black Widow.
I have no idea who it is.
Oh, Black Widow 2099. You mean?
Oh, Monica Chang is in the
Created by Mark
in
Miller.
616. She's Muslim
All right.
from
You know what?
Avengers AI.
You know
she was
what? We should just start like
Just-
making characters with unconfirmed like religions,
Mhm.
new religions, and I don't mean just like say it and lip service and deal with it. I mean like write them as that, you know? Like,
created by Mark Miller. I want to fucking kill myself.
Oh my god.
Real.
No, so there's one in
real.
616 that who I think you would like. She was in Avengers AI. Monica.
Yeah. Hold on.
She's cool. She should come back.
Dude, I'm gonna start accidentally looking at pictures of White Wing Fig.
Oh, I just remembered how you're not escaping from my MCU brain stuff the second we are done with this tangent.
Someone
MCU
should write
or,
these visions as Jewish because they are.
Avengers AI. Was that the story where Hank Pym, like where they fully get into his dissociative identity disorder?
Well, it's bipolar, but yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I
Oh
was mixing
god,
those
I
up.
did not want to.
No,
I knew
we're
that
not
in the
talking
back
about
of my
this one.
head.
Sorry,
But being told that Hank Pym has the same disorder as me, not a fan.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Hank
the
Pym
poor kids
bipolar.
never get diagnosed, and there's nothing wrong with you. So
Yeah.
Stack, I'm staring like no. Go
Yeah,
get checked out.
I had one bad experience with a therapist, and so now I never have to go to therapy again. Get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
The one bad experience was like prolonged psychological torture, but like, hey,
Yeah.
it builds
what can you do?
character.
Oh yeah, there's a Dr. Fate. Khalid Nassour. He's
Yeah,
Muslim.
From 616.
No, this is
I was
DC.
thinking from DC.
What are we doing?
I think we were.
Ayaan
trying
talks
to
about
form
DC stuff.
a
The
young
one-
Avengers
Hold on,
team.
hold on. I gotta
We're
get
trying
that.
to form a young
Oh.
Avengers.
Why are the Young Avengers in it?
No, I mean, it started with like Dust and Kamala should be on.
That
a
was
book
the New
together.
Mutants.
And then we were like, okay, we can't have a team of 2 people. So Isaiah Bradley, I guess.
All right.
Isaiah Bradley, he's not in any
Oh.
condition to be.
So Khalid Nisu.
Oh, sorry, because I just came right back. I was like, oh, not really. I was not paying
Oh,
attention.
there we go.
At this point, I was listening to
I
Spice
love
Girls.
Khalid.
Yeah.
What the fuck, JD?
Wait, what did
What?
JT
You guys
just
are
say?
like, I was
How
listening
old
to
is
Spice
he?
Girls while you were talking about.
Hold
You was
on.
like talking about like Marvel. Like
He's hot. I'm just gonna say it. He's hot.
he kind of is.
He's hot. Sure
22.
hope he isn't 16.
I'm okay to thirst after him. Woo!
22.
Egyptian
I know. My
Wow.
only exposure to this character, however, is his appearance in Young Justice season 4, where like there's this sort
Yes.
of mental. Yeah,
I'm
there's this
sorry,
mental
I-
thing that he goes through where he can't. It's troubling between him being a Muslim and being a magic user because
Is that a thing? Or
well, it's more so.
Oh god, we're gonna get taken down by copyright again.
Going to so
yeah, we are.
I'm not gonna play the images.
Wait, hold on. If we just mute it, you
I'm not
should-
gonna. I'm just going to do these small little images, and
Mute it.
It's great that they have captions here. So it's just him trying to rationalize, like, look, I know that I have this Doctor Fate helmet, which is like connected to the Egyptian pantheon and whatever, and that's a little fucked up as a
that's-
Muslim. But like they're also kind of onto him because in pursuing his magic, he's given up him studying being a doctor and everything. But he's like, man, I could do what I want. And then it's like he's drowning. And then hold on. He does the he does some prayer, like actual Islamic prayer. And I thought this was really cool of him.
That's nice. I wonder if there's anyone on the team who is actually Muslim because the season 3 they
So-
made.
You're
Harper-
talking about Halo.
Halo, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about Halo. So
Yeah.
actually in season 4, in the last season, after, all the backlash happened with Halo, they then decided to essentially have her start talking to the family of,
The girl
the
that she
girl
is
that she took
hosting.
over. The girl that she's hosting. And they had her talk to them about like being Muslim and about why she didn't take off the hijab, even though like she herself is, or they themselves are a mother box. They're not, they're not even Muslim. And it was like that whole like connection to like the spiritual faith and all that kind of stuff. And then it just kind of it ended on a nice note of like the mother being like, yeah, no, that's a very similar reason that we wear the hijab. You're learning how to be Muslim essentially. And I thought it was a really nice way to like correct their errors with how they had previously
Yeah.
portrayed by
The first time they did it because like it felt like more of the alien knowing who Violet was before Violet was Violet.
Mhm.
It felt kind of robotic and synthetic in terms of both the representation as well as the the way the character was actually doing it. And so to actively explore that, it felt a lot better that she's learning to be a Muslim. Here's the thing about Young Justice that really fucks me up is that the show is that they will take their time on everything to the point where narrative cohesion kind of takes a dive. And it's like, all right, you have to wait 5 years to have this plot line make sense. And it's like, cool, thanks.
Well, it's
Cool
because
things, and then the show
Yeah.
gets canceled. Bring back Young Justice.
no,
We survived
No.
cancellation twice.
No.
We can do it
I,
again.
as someone who was champion for Young Justice and was there and watched season 3, I think the thing that broke me was when Greg Wasserman literally tweeted out that like, we have no plans to end the show. We have like writings for the next like 3+ seasons or whatever, and by the time those plans are done, we will have ideas for more seasons. And this idea that like for the first 2 seasons, it felt like they were taking a story, but like once you realize in the context of the whole thing, they are just dragging it out for attention. They are adapting the element of comics that everyone who doesn't read comics hates, which is the perpetual nature. You know, things never end. You just keep going and going. And at that
That's
point,
why I loved it.
I hated it because for one, it was a show that clearly was written by people who did not like Young Justice.
Yeah.
And like also,
Yeah.
it clearly like started becoming more and more of a general DC show and all this stuff. But what I really didn't like about the what's the word? What? How do I explain this? My issue with the Young Justice was also just like you never really felt like you were finishing anything, because rather than like moving on to the next thing, they basically like they would have an important part of like one season, right? That was like this connected to the overarching plot, right? And then they would leave that on a cliffhanger, right? And then they would silently resolve that in the background of the next
To
season.
give like a microcosm of how infuriating this is, you know how in Infinity War there was this setup with Bruce Banner and the Hulk, and it's like, whoa, there's some weird stuff going on. Bruce and the Hulk need to resolve their issues, and then in Endgame, it's like, wow, Bruce and Hulk resolve their issues, and they're like combined, and like that happened off screen conveniently, and we don't gotta worry about
It's
it.
not even just off screen. It's also just like it's not the focus of the season. Like it's like, oh, give us another season because we need to resolve this big thing that's happening, and then it's not like what the season's about. This like it's resolved like very quickly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this new big thing.
And
that you
here's the thing with comics specifically, and I know they're trying to be like, comics are perpetual, never ending, but the thing is those comics still had time to finish their storylines
and runs end, you know, like runs do.
Yeah, and I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of like having the next season be
It
Halo.
got canceled.
Yeah, I know it got canceled, but still, I wouldn't be surprised if the next season, instead of having it be more of Halo trying to explore their relationship with Islam, it's just Halo's just a full blown Muslim now. He's practicing the faith. It's just-
But my
Yeah.
other thing with thank you for getting that. Never mind. But yeah, Young Justice frustrates me a whole lot. I think Young Justice could have been resolved. Also, Young Justice like its nostalgia is so fucking annoying. I hate it. I hate it so much.
I don't like you said, it's made by people who hated Young Justice, the comic. It's just that what gets me with that is that they wanted to do a Teen Titans show. It's set in Happy Harbor. It's Robin, Kid Flash,
Robin,
Speedy,
Kid Flash, Aquaman,
Aqualad.
Aqualad.
It's just Teen Titans. That's the Teen Titans. That's how the Teen Titans started. Plus Superboy.
It's funny. It's funny
and Superboy's
because
just
they could have
Wonder,
Donna.
right? Like
Yeah,
he has
Superboy-
They could have.
Also, Miss Martian, who like it's weird how they like wanted Miss Martian to be a thing. I don't hate McGann.
Exclusively a Teen Titans character.
Yeah, I don't hate McGann the way a lot of Young Justice fans do, but it's weird that she was a part of this to begin with when she was only in the comics for like a few issues, I think.
I think that
Yeah,
shows how
I
much
ju-
of a Teen Titans show is supposed to be. Sorry, JT.
Oh no, I was gonna say because I knew they wanted Donna, but I think like 'cause me and Ben talked about this because Donna was still in that weird copyright issue and something for Limbo thing. So when she did appear, she was named like Troya, and then that's what they have to use Cassie for like season. Yeah, because Cassie appeared season 2. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or season
that
3.
one
I don't know
brutal
which
ass.
season Cassie appeared.
That one brutal scene where Black Beetle was just decimating the team.
Oh God, Cassie
Also-
was going through it like literally just.
Having since now read Icon, God, fuck how they treat it. Specifically Rocket. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm glad they gave Rocket an arc in season 4.
I don't trust them. I'm not watching that. I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So basically, Rocket has
It's like 2 episodes. You don't gotta
it's
watch
like
that much.
4 episodes.
Okay, it's like 4 episodes.
So yeah, Rocket has an arc where it's like set up that her son is autistic and like she's dealing as a mom with an autistic son. Not in that autism speaks like, oh, it's so hot. Actually, it kind of delves into that. Not gonna lie.
I feel like it almost turns it back on her. It's like
There's so much you could have done with Rocket. You could have
Yeah.
had like a story about a pregnant superhero with an unwanted pregnancy. You could have Rocket.
Okay,
I love
so
Rocket so much.
yeah, I know. So the storyline goes, she goes to New Genesis, where they autistic code Orion of the New Gods.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that bitch. You know
For
the
the
guy who
audience
always
here, for the audience here who has not heeded my calls to read Icon, because you should read Icon. Rocket is about a grounded woman who, like, during the night of the Big Bang, while all the cops are dealing with the gang war that's coming out, she is running. She's like, oh, I'm gonna. She gets convinced by her boyfriend at the time and their dipshit friend to go steal from a house. And she's like, I don't want to steal, but I need a typewriter because I can't write, like, I want to write and I can't write anything. So she goes, and the guy who they're stealing from is still there. Her boyfriend tries to shoot him. It turns out he's bulletproof. He scares the shit out of them, but she sees him fly, and she has this epiphany that anything is possible. So she comes to him the next 2 days to get him to go, like, become a superhero because she wants to inspire. Like, fucking. First of all, I'm getting caught on some, like, but also.
I really wish the rest of the Milestone line got adaptations the same way Static Shock did. Like, because like I really liked the show Static Shock, and I really wished because like I've only seen a scant few in the Milestone line, specifically mostly because of the Milestone documentary that came out on Max. Like that's my biggest exposure to it. I haven't read the comics. I'm still waiting on them compendiums to finish so I can just, get them in bulk and then read the whole things.
Icon. Sorry.
I was like saying I really did love Static Shock growing up because I feel like for me, I feel like people like because I know we love like Miles, but I feel like Static Shock like I say this because as someone who's like fully African American, seeing Static Shock like African American kid who was at the time, and I think like and like that very much when his like the show was coming out, it was very unique to have that experience seeing black teenagers, especially black teenage boys, even for me like black male presented. It is very interesting seeing like the things we were going through and like how black boys are usually have to go through like with like boyhood or like the things how we had to deal like racism. So it was kind of the thing like I really appreciate like growing up and seeing.
I now say 3 things, sorry, that I'm very important about. 1, I think Static's as good as it is because its showrunner is Dwayne McDuffie, the guy who fucking made Static. 2, I think that what's the word? And because I think Static really understood how to adapt, what to adapt and what not to, and because I think it's like one of the best adaptations of superhero comics ever. The other thing though is like I remember fucking on the fucking YouTube shorts, I saw a clip about the episode in which Richie's dad is racist to Virgil, and all the comments were like, "I'm glad that Static didn't assume he was racist off rip just because he was white." I'm like, the whole point of that is how Static was naive, how like Richie warned him that his dad wasn't like. Really, all the comments were about like, "Yeah, fuck that guy," or "Wow, Virgil's dad stood up for his son." It was, I'm really glad Virgil didn't judge him for being racist.
Good God. Yeah.
Oh my God.
My favorite line of that episode is I forgot Richie, his name. Like I don't even remember this is the actual line, but I don't know. This kind of stuck with me because it was just a white character saying it, but it was like Richie saying, "I'm sick of you and your stupid racism." It's like, yeah, tell him. Just, I guess.
I
Like, what I appreciate about the
I
episode is that
also
it does
Guys,
have the
don't look at
mustache
me for
twirling
one
racist.
second.
It's not like a random mustache twirling racist. It's like Richie's dad, right? And it very much does establish the fact that like how normalized racism is. The fact that like Richie and his family have to kind of live with this guy and don't really like push against him. Like Richie tries to push it by being a black friend, but his form of protecting Virgil is just by never letting him into that side of his life rather than rectifying that side of his life. And then at the end, Virgil's dad is like, your son's better than you ever will be because he's actually making amends in ways that you and I can't. Like, just
God, I wish Dwayne McDuffie was still
Yeah.
around so the other Milestone series could be adapted.
it
Like,
just
yeah.
I
Like-
would kill for an Icon series. Like
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
Blood Syndicate.
The only I think for me, I'm like, I really want Milestone to be adapted. I'm worried because and here's the thing, because I do know James Gunn want to adapt Milestone. But see, I don't trust a white man, especially someone like James Gunn, to adapt something like Milestone, especially predominantly most of these characters are black, and you don't know these complex issues that
yeah.
we actually
Who would
face, like
you-
me and Rena face.
Yeah, who would you guys trust with a Icon and Rocket adaptation?
I don't even know, man. I think
Oh, the
Who did
I was thinking
Watchmen?
the director. I forgot her name, but she's the director who did the Woman. What her name? Gina?
you melted.
The Woman King.
My thing with
The director who played who directed.
Okay, not
my-
Damon Lind. I was thinking of someone completely different when I said like, "Hey, who did Watchmen?" It was Damon Lindelof. I do not trust Damon Lindelof.
My thing is that it's not even that white people can't do black characters. It's specifically Milestone. The reason why it's named Milestone is off the basis that you are to flood the market with stories by marginalized creatives about marginalized people so that you can normalize those stories.
Yeah.
And I think like while I can trust a white person who's like not terrible to eventually do like broken clocks and shit like that, I can't trust them to do Milestone.
Yeah, because
Um,
like for a second
Yeah.
I was thinking Reginald Hudlin, but I'm not too sure on that. Like, did he do a Icon in Rocket bit?
I don't know. I have not read. I've not read I haven't said the writers' names, and I haven't read the new Milestone Returns.
Yeah,
You three, do you guys know any female directors that would be good with a Milestones universe?
Nia
I think
DaCosta.
Nina DaCosta, she's really good. She's
Nia
a really
DaCosta.
big nerd. Like Nina DaCosta's a big like. I saw her interview, and she's a very big fan. One of my favorite Final Fantasy movie, Final Fantasy Average Children. Like I was like, whoa, she is. Oh god. I love her
3 months
interview.
ago, I probably would have said something along the lines of Jordan Peele, but
Yeah.
I really don't, but I assume.
I think Nia DaCosta should do a Rocket movie. I think
Yeah.
I trust her. I
think-
trust her with my life.
yeah.
Because the one thing I will say about that film that I refuse to talk about, the fight scenes were fucking amazing for having
It was.
3 people with the same powers.
Yeah.
I'm looking at but like the actual that it cut too much. But the
What if we got Aaron Magruder on?
Rita Ayala has never written anything that isn't a comic, but I would trust them with my life for one. But maybe I don't know. I feel like the problem here. I'm just gonna say Issa Rae because Issa Rae is good at shit. But
That would be good.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if Issa Rae would
But
be good at
Issa,
story. Like Rocket would be spitting nothing but fire. Then you might be
Yeah.
like, this is a really. What might happen is you'll have like YouTube clips of like all the good like woke moments of it, and then you'll have to pop it on and be like, oh, this is a good movie. It's like, why does he move like that?
There's going to be like out of context clips of the time saying like conservative shit. And,
Well, like I was just like,
Yeah.
here's the thing. I legitimately could not tell you an Icon villain because the villains in Icon don't matter. There's one that matters.
Yeah.
And
the story, like
3/4 away.
like I've only seen summaries, but isn't the whole thing like the story is Rocket coming of her own age, like it's her story?
So I think the way that the writers view it is that Rocket is the main is that like the story is told through about Icon through Rocket's eyes, and like to the point where the Milestone Returns title is called Rocket and Icon, or Icon and Rocket, whatever, because it's like her story, and it's mostly because like and they say in the comic, Icon is her. It's her concept, it's her idea, and it's essentially a story about Augustus learning to live up to what Rocket's concept of a superhero is, and her response to be given the power to do that. Squid, back me up here.
The real Rockets were the friends the real Icons were the friends we made along the way.
True.
Ooh.
The real icons are the Yuri.
The real icon is
Are
Rocket
we
because
to talk
Rocket
about
is literally
Spidey
my
or
icon.
Fury yet?
Yeah. Also,
Hey.
also,
They
I
went
just-
on a DC rant. It was just a
Can
big
I
mess.
convince either of you to read Icon if I claim that Rocket's definitely a lesbian?
Is
I mean,
there
I
a
could see
hot
that from the
woman
cover.
for Rocket to stand next to?
What?
There's got to be two lesbians.
Does
There's two Rockets, both of which
does Icon pass the Bechdel test?
don't.
No.
Yo, hey,
Oh.
does it? Hey,
I was gonna-
not a hard test to
I
pass.
legitimately. Here's the thing: with a comic run as long as Icon, the question is not does it; it's how. At what
When
point?
will it?
And like, I do think that it passes the Bechdel test. I don't know. I mean, by issue 8, there's like talks about abortion, and we don't know the gender of the baby at that point.
That's not what the Bechdel test is.
No, I know. My point is Rocket talking to her grandmother about whether or not to terminate a pregnancy, passing the Bechdel test?
That's not what these guys are asking.
I mean, technically,
I read that Spider-Man run, and that did not pass the Bechdel test.
Yeah, but whatever the fuck Harry and Peter on is fucking insane.
Okay, fine. I do think that you could
You haven't
easily.
gotten
ship
to the "you
Rocket.
want my life, take it, it's yours."
Here's the thing.
I saw it.
I think you could
It was
easily ship Rocket with her
interesting.
best friend, but also I've been in enough fandom spaces to know shipping 2 black girls is not going to happen. So
Yeah.
But
challenged
also, this
Like-
Icon, it's an indie comic. There's no fandom for it.
it's not indie.
it's not indie.
What is it?
Dave,
It's DC.
Okay.
It's
DC.
did you not? I think staff
I'm
was
not
too
paying
busy writing
attention.
Spidey Torch Yuri. We literally have the banner
I've been-
says.
I will.
Urban-
also,
We need to do like book
I've been
swaps.
checked out for 5 minutes at least,
Yeah.
10 maybe.
How many
I-
issues?
I
I
was,
will trade you. Sorry, JT.
no, I was saying no. I was because I was thinking about it. I thought about. I would needed the concept to do a Niobe movie. Like I really wanted to do that because I really love Niobe, and I know she's created by Brian Michael Bendis. Brian Michael Bendis have a tendency to make black female characters. I'll read the back. I thank him because he gave us Riri Williams, so I'm grateful for that. But I do want needed the concept to do Niobe story because Niobe is one of my favorites, and I will never forget the CW what they did to her show.
Question.
So,
How many? Well, you said there's like a specific amount of issues of Spectacular Spider-Man. Like what? Like 171.
178 to 200. I have this memorized.
Can I trade you a what? Like a 1-for-1 trading of Spectacular Spider-Man issues to Icon issues?
The monkey paw.
All right. So
What
it's
did I
getting
get
late
for
for me,
reading
and I got
10
work
issues of
in the
that?
morning. So
Yeah, go the fuck to sleep, Ayaan.
Yeah.
Get the
Good
fuck
night,
out of
Ayaan.
here.
all right, fine. Replace me with Squid. Why don't you?
You see, I stayed up until 7:30 a.m. last night, which means I went to bed from 7:30 to 4, and only woke up for my therapy appointment.
So
So
I woke up at 5 a.m. for my comic book shop.
Yeah.
wow. Oh my God.
But I will
Right.
say,
It happened at 9.
Ayaan
here's the
reminded
thing.
me. I want to do dumb timeline nonsense. Let's see if I can open this.
Here's the thing about if we're trading Spectacular Spider-Man for Icon, Spectacular Spider-Man is only good if you're insane about Harry Osborn, which is the thing that I've realized in recommending Spectacular Spider-Man to everyone that I know. And apparently, not everyone's insane about weird little gay men in sweater vests with daddy issues.
He's ugly though.
Kind of.
Fuck you.
That's the point.
No, after Carnage Misery, I kind of get it.
Yeah,
I kind of get it.
The flashbacks that Miz and Harry have in Carnage Misery are the best Harry Osborn content we've had in decades. Which is wild that a Venom comic gave it to us.
DeMartino, as much as I love him, has a lot of interesting ideas about pacifism and violence.
I was thinking.
Listen, you gotta read whatever the fuck Harry Osborn's death issue is, but you also need all the lead up.
Sorry, JT.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say loud, but I was thinking, I was like, because I'm rereading, because I'm a big fan of JSA, and one of my favorite JSA members is Jackie Bender. I just love the concept of like his only power comes from a genie when he pushed a magical pen. It's so cool. But I also realized the JSA is always a better team than the Justice League. I always think I love the Justice League because that's how it got me to Wonder Woman. But I realized the Justice League as a team they're not good compared to the JSA because the JSA feels like a team where the Justice League are coming together because they have no choice but to stop like a big event or a big threat. Where the JSA is actually like
workers. The JSA like each other. Like
yeah.
Also, Squid, how do you comment before I go on Icon Tangent and then comment again right after we are done? I needed you to back me up.
Oh, that's because the chat is delayed on like YouTube.
All right.
That means Squid has to hurry up and get in here. It's 12.
Look, legitimately, I'm mostly joking about the trade because I do think trade creates a sense of obligation that can make it difficult to understand art, to like enjoy art, especially to the degree that
It's why reading a novel in English class fucking sucks.
Yeah, especially because if you sign in on like, if you really want me to read until Harry Osborn's dead, and then you realize by issue 5 of Icon, oh my god, I hate this shit. Well, you don't tell me because I will clown on you and jokingly call you racist for the next 5 years. But
my problem is it's so hard to read. I have to get like a clean copy of it.
Yeah,
and I would join Rena too for saying that. So I'm like, oh, you don't like Icon? That's anti-blackness.
Yeah.
Is it on DC Infinite?
No.
I am.
I mean, I don't know. So here's the thing.
I am. Okay, here's the thing about DC Infinite. Because it fucking sucks now that we have to pay for more shit. Anyway, rant over.
I do think that like you should read Icon with the ad, if only so it can hit you when you read the solicitation and find out that there is not as many issues left as the solicitation in the book.
Like I know it's good. I just got to be in the right headspace for it. Like I'm gonna come back 5 years.
Now
later
I have
and be
DC
like,
Infinite. It's on here. I can read it now.
Here's the funny part here. I am standing for the like bridesmaid of Milestone books. Like Static has won so many awards. I have not read a single issue of Static. Like I watched the cartoon. I have like right here the fucking Vita Ayala. I don't even know. The Vita Ayala Static Milestones Returns books. I've read those, but I've not read the original Static one. Like, apparently,
I think my biggest worry now, because I'm happy we're gonna get Milestones. My biggest worry is that like not because like the white like James Gunn or any like person get it. I'm really gonna get. I already know I'm gonna be evil. Like I'm gonna be bitchy and annoyed towards like every white person, especially dude bros. Like this is well. I'm like shut the fuck and eat a bag of dicks because y'all are not gonna piss me off.
I do.
And it's like.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I love how whiny people get about like diversity, and then you read Dwayne McDuffie's comments on it, and he was like, "We don't just need one black character; we need as many black characters as possible."
and here's the thing too, because they can't like, because if James Gunn saying we're bringing Milestone, they can't complain about like characters because all these characters are original characters, because they can't complain about race race swapping because all these characters are original. So it's kind of like they came with like it's so it's so funny to me because it's like either you get mad at race swapping or you get mad at the original characters coming into it. And so it's kind of like what is
Now
it like?
like
Dystopia.
I'm brought on here to rant about stuff so that Ash can read on camera.
So I can
Oh my god!
Yeah,
It's like
no,
when
just keep on
streamers
going.
who, like swap in during streamathons. I will say, to move away from the DC talk for a bit, I have been putting a pin in my rant about MCU timeline nonsense.
Oh, perfect.
Since
Yes.
Ayaan. So here's the thing, because I did want to, because I was like, oh, I have one more, literally cut me off to say that, and I'm about to leave, and then stay for like 10 more minutes. MC2 nonsense time. The divergence point, for those at home, MC2 stands for Marvel Comics 2, Earth 982, the home place of Mayday Parker, and the best mutant in the multiverse. Anyways, the entirety of the, like, divergence point is that instead of Mary Jane having a miscarriage, the baby was just kidnapped and then brought back by Kane. Don't ask too many questions. You are muted.
Oh my god!
Stack's been muted this entire time.
I think it's
so
funnier when
funny.
I'm muted.
So, I say all this to say,
Mayday's not a fucking mutant, but we don't have time to get into
I-
this discourse.
do you think I said the greatest mutant in the multiverse was
No, yeah,
Mayday?
you were talking about Wild Thing.
Rena.
I'm so sorry.
Rena
That's a great
Logan.
point.
Uh,
I forgot. I was so focused on Mayday. I've been thinking about her nonstop for
Marvel.
the past 2 hours.
sorry, I need to get this makes jokes very, very funny because Marvel Comics 2 is written in the future in 1998. Does anyone want to guess what happens in the immediate future that you cannot predict?
9/11.
Yeah,
Wait,
I do
what?
have to joke
The
that, like,
existence of Mayday stops 9/11.
yeah, that, like,
She
that,
goes through 9/11.
that Mary Jane having a miscarriage caused 9/11. That is Marvel canon.
Oh
Anyway.
my god!
So other bits here, though, that makes it really weird is that Marvel Comics 2 is not that far in the future, but they decided to make a fuck ton of new characters, which means that, like, every character that exists in Marvel Comics 2 has to be at max 15, which is weird when you next and there's love triangles.
Except for
Amex-
Taurus Storm. Fuck that
Amex
little.
were all
bitch.
adult people because that's like a whole thing with the Avengers is everyone is adults and except for I thought his name was Jay-Z. Apparently it's J2.
What the fuck do you mean, Jay-Z?
Who
I
is
thought his name was JC because that's how it's written in the comic book. It looks like Jay-Z.
I forgot.
Hold on.
I forgot Daystar. Like,
How old is
He's
Mayday
not
anyway? I forgot how
the
old she
Avenger.
was.
She's
Yeah.
exactly 15. She has that's the whole point.
But he's
She's
the only child on the
Oh.
Avengers. All the other Avengers are
But
adults.
Okay.
here's the thing. Here's the weird part. There's a moment where the 8 of the new Avengers show up in a Spiral comic, and one of them literally calls Mayday jailbait, which is gross as fuck.
Which one was it?
Oh,
Was it
was
the Thor
it
one?
J2?
No, I think this was after Thor died when he was left in the Nazi dimension. I think it was either the
What one?
Hawkeye copy. So it was either the Hawkeye copycat or the Hawkeye copycat hit on her, and then
It would be the Hawkeye one.
yeah, and then the Quicksilver one.
If
Like,
It would be
writing
the Quicksilver one too.
If you're
No,
writing
like-
a fan fiction about MC2 now at the point where Mayday would legitimately be 15 in real years, you make a lot of changes because a lot of shit has happened.
I'm
You
fine.
make her a
Like,
lesbian.
yeah.
so
She's,
you don't
she's a
make her
lesbian in the original.
She was always a lesbian. Toxic lesbian, probably, but still lesbian.
Yes, that's
Anyway.
the point.
But
Wait.
but it's just gross how, like, it's so much. I don't. Okay, but yeah. So, like, they call her jailbait, which is disgusting as fuck. But also, like, establishes that the Quicksilver one, the girl Quicksilver, seems to be an adult, or she wouldn't have made that comment. In which case, in the pages of J2, there's a love triangle between J2, Stinger, who is Cassie Lang, who is well beyond an adult.
I
She has
have that figure. I have
master's-
a figure of her as Stinger.
Yeah.
And I remember it from my childhood because my dad just handed it to me and went, "This is Stinger," and then
Oh, it
had
might
like no
be-
further explanation.
She has like multiple masters, so she's like an adult.
No, this is specifically the J2 version, and I realized it because she has the little fucking wings, and I didn't realize it until I started looking at MC2 because of this fan fiction project.
And then
This
last
is the secret. This is how you get people to read the comics you want people to read. You just write an absurdly long.
Why would
toxic
anyone want
theory.
anyone to read A next?
Wait,
don't
what
read
does that
Ayaan.
mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, Peter and Johnny are in their like late 30s and early 40s.
They're in their
You wouldn't know
40s.
it from looking at Peter. He looks like fucking Doctor Strange. He's
Well,
on white.
And Johnny, they just give him the fucking buzz cut and give him a 10-year-old, and I fucking hate Taurus Storm. Taurus Storm, when I catch you.
It should be anywhere between 30 and 35 years since when they got their powers, because it's typically 15 to 20 years to present day, and then 15 years on top of that. So, as all that, the reason why I've been saying all this shit is it's weird how there's a love triangle in Annex between the woman who clearly is an adult, she has a master's degree, the little girl who has a crush on her, the girl that may or may not be an adult who has a crush on him, the Hawkeye guy who's hitting on a 15-year-old, despite clearly gross as shit. Fuck Annex. Fuck Annex. But you know who else is a sophomore and thus precisely 15 years old? Rena Logan. This is weird. Because her arch nemesis, fucking Saberclaw, who gets invited to the Avengers instead of her because Tom DeFalco hates me in specific, is said to be her older brother. Which, like, reminder here, the world is only 15 years old. Which, like, and if she's a sophomore, that means she is precisely 15 years old. So how does she have an older brother? He has to exist in 616. I have a theory.
I feel like for me that means like both Logan, because if they siblings, that means Logan and Sabretooth did it with the same woman.
No.
And that means either Sabretooth.
Nah, Sabretooth can just do that.
So okay, Sabretooth was originally supposed to be Wolverine's dad.
Wait, where's the Mpreg banner?
Anyways,
what?
So
Sabretooth banner.
First of all, no, J2. The problem is we know who Wild Thing's mom is. It's Electro. So unless like what you mean is that Saberclaw, like that makes less sense. Point is, here's my theory. So we know Saberclaw's name, but we only hear it once in like an issue of J2, and it's never brought up again. His name's Hudson. That's his real name. Hudson is not a name. You don't just call someone Hudson. That's not what you do. Hudson is relevant to Wolverine lore for reasons I won't explain. It's a place. It's where he's Weapon X got Weapon X'd. But Saberclaw's powers are that he. Okay, I'm just gonna. I need visual aid. Sorry, someone is echoing. Is that me?
Visual aid. Also, I will say.
Let me try and mess with it on my
What
end
about
because I can mess with some
Franklin?
stuff.
Because Franklin should be in.
Franklin is on the
he's older than the
Fantastic
girls,
Five
right?
in the MC2.
Franklin is in the Fantastic Five, and the Fantastic Five fucking suck.
I
We don't
hate
have
them
time to
so
get into the
fucking much.
Fantastic Five.
I
We
don't
don't have
like
time.
the
We don't have
Fantastic
time.
Five.
Don't bring it up.
I don't like the Fantastic Five, but I do appreciate that in this world, like Scott DeFalco understands that the best what's the word? That the best world is when neither the X-Men or the Avengers are the main team. It's when the Fantastic Four are the main team in the Marvel
That's right.
universe.
That's right.
Like,
Fantastic Four are always the most important.
It
Yeah.
was never
As
the
they
Avengers.
should be.
But like this is Saberclaw, right? This is
Ooh,
also
I'm thinking of Sabretooth. I was like, that's not.
yeah.
That's his son.
Rereading Wild Thing number Spider-Girl 1/2 makes me think I have a way to do the body swap fanfic that I've been trying to. This is Wild Thing's older brother. But if Wild Thing's exactly 15, then he has to exist in 616. He has adamantium claws. For those who don't know, adamantium, not organic. You can't just have adamantium claws. That's not how that works. Okay? So I have a theory that this is just MC2 Akiro.
Oh, I was muted.
So Akira is Wolverine's canonical child. He was invented after after MC2 started, but
I
it would
love
make
him.
sense because Akira used to be mad evil, and Akira tried to kill Wolverine, and part of that was by becoming Weapon X and like getting adamantium, or not adamantium, but like getting metal strapped to his bones, specifically metal that gets rid of healing factors. And if you look up, bees are similar claws. So that's my big fan theory that in this universe, Akira got brainwashed so hard by Weapon X, he forgot his own name and went by Hudson, and now he hates his much cooler half sister. Why Elektra?
I just need you to write the fanfic.
Yeah.
You should
I was
put
just thinking-
Maria Stark
You
in
know-
it too.
You know how much shit I've changed about Mayday for this fan fiction? I've gaslit Ash into so much bullshit.
I like when my fanfics can take place.
She doesn't know what truth is anymore. I don't.
Here's the thing. I will make stuff that like does not directly contradict, but will expand on it. Like the fact that I have the dumbest ship in the world.
Oh, so you're like me, where I
Like-
create an entire lore background for Wyatt Wingfoot.
Yes,
No.
Ash, we are the same. I need to talk. Fine, fuck. Now I need to talk about my amazing Rena Logan ship. Yes, I made a Rena Logan ship.
You are talking to the person who invented Spidey Torch Yuri. Oh
there's
wait,
no
one of
way.
two people who invented Spidey Torch
There's no
Yuri.
way.
Listen, other people have done Spidey Torch
Let's
Yuri.
talk about
It's some
something
of
that
my
isn't a crime.
I always
Let
You
Maria
remember
live.
Daystar wants to
Maria can
criminalize lesbians.
Yeah,
Ow,
Daystar, why do you
I'm
hate lesbians?
homophobia.
Spider-Man
So
It's-
this,
Mayday is
I'm
better than
rereading-
Peter Parker in every
She-
way.
just is Spider-Man.
yeah, but
It's
she's
not her
still
fault.
only the second best MC2 lesbian, sadly. So
Well, it's
Oh,
a
who's
it's a
this?
high
She's cute.
bar. It's a high bar.
this is a woman who don't read Deadpool versus Old Man Logan. It's a book that I barely understand. They treat this woman like she's a psychopath, and she isn't. She's a mutant who hates mutants, hates Wolverine,
Oh,
tolerates
right up my alley.
but so I remember today, I think, when Ash recoiled in horror at the fact that they had made a mutant OC.
Don't remind me.
Point is, she's an Omega level teleporter. She has not appeared at all in the Krakoan era. She appeared once and then disappeared again as like someone who like wasn't working with Krakoa. My theory is because she's an Omega level teleporter, she's just been traveling the multiverse. And look at this hairstyle. This is not a straight looking woman.
No.
I am of the belief that she popped into MC2, met this very annoying Wolverine, but like for some reason his daughter was amazing. And I just like the idea of like, what's the word? A character who hates all versions of Logan, but is like head over heels dating.
Hell yeah. Love it.
So this is my ship, a character with 8 appearances, with a character with what, like 11 appearances.
I love this. This is
Go.
my flavor of brain rot.
Indeed.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
I admire it.
I was gonna say I'm rereading Spider Girl, and like I know I know now Mayday's 15, but I remember my younger self. I thought Mayday was like 16 or 17, the way how she's naturally built. And I'm like, there's no way.
We don't
15-year-old
need
girl
to get
would
into the.
have the-
Oh, we're adding on
You
the less
shouldn't have
person one
tits.
now. This like
I hate it here.
Like I love
But
her
like,
look.
okay, here's
I
the
just
thing.
wish she was
Here's
like.
the thing. As a feminist, I hate the way that Mayday is drawn. As a high schooler who found Spider Girl and was like, "What's going on here?" I think I'm feeling some feelings. What's happening? That was how I figured out I liked boobies, and that was
I don't have a
experience.
problem. I feel like if Mayday was like 17 or like at least a late teen, it
we
makes
should
sense
not be
because she was
haggling
like
the
she's
age.
She's 13 at the beginning of the
No,
thing.
No.
she's 15.
I just read it. She said
No, 'cause
13.
they say 2 years. So when Mayday was 2, her dad or Peter stopped being Spider-Man, and then it's been 13 years since that. That's where the confusion gets put into place, because I did the exact same thing when I was reading it, and then I had to reread it, and then I was like, oh, so for the first 2 years of her life, Peter was still Spider-Man, and then he quit when she was 2, and it's been 13 years since that.
There's 4 things that hit me so hard with Mayday. 1, it's canonical that her first costume was just Ben Reilly's costume.
I think about that all the time.
And like, first of all, can I say how fucked it up is that at the end of What If, to keep Mayday from being Spider-Girl again, they fucking burned Ben Reilly's costume? What the fuck, dude?
And then it cuts to May just drawing more costume.
Yeah, like, but it's an identical costume, which is even weirder. So that means we can directly compare how that costume hangs on a 15-year-old girl to what, like a 20-something-year-old man, and it doesn't. It's not.
This just adds to my conspiracy theory that Peter Parker is a trans man,
That
and
actually
that
reminds me.
the Jackal cloning shit went crazy.
I don't agree because I think Peter Parker's a trans woman, but
He's trans in every no. Okay, Peter Parker's a trans woman. Jackal didn't understand what Peter's deal was. Ben Reilly's trans in the opposite direction. Kane has no gender.
I will root for any clone that is trans in the opposite direction as their source DNA. Double trans Wolverine is a true belief. Okay. You might be asking, how was he mass presenting in colonial Canada? I will kill you in real life. Shut the fuck up. Like, look. Sorry, JD.
Oh no, it's okay. Now I was gonna say, I will say, like my headcanon was like, because she's wearing Ben Reilly, or at least in my opinion, since she was wearing Ben Reilly costume, like it always confirmed that Ben Reilly was always a better Spider-Man than Peter. I was like, and I'm probably a hater. I like Ben Reilly before Peter.
Let's not get hasty.
I mean, he is sadder, and that seems to be the main criteria to be a Spider-Man.
That made him hotter. Like, look, like Ben Reilly being sadder and being a clone is way harder than Peter ever would be. Come on now, and he let his beard grow too.
You know who the hottest spider person is? Kane. And you know who Kane should have canonically fucked?
Flash Thompson.
Wyatt Wingfoot!
What?
This is okay. This is some unhinged.
Like, here's how Ash has connected. I'll explain it. I witnessed this in the Discord. Here's how Ash has connected Kane and Wyatt. Wyatt lives in Oklahoma. Kane did a thing in Texas once. Those states are touching.
The states are touching, and they should too. And also, I think that Wyatt deserves like a guy who isn't a twink to be able to toss him around. All he has is Johnny, and like, I mean, yeah, Johnny's great, but Johnny can't top Johnny.
But here's the problem here: Wyatt isn't a redhead.
That's true. Wyatt has Betty Brant energy. Have we considered?
Hey,
you need a third flaming man named Johnny. Okay, that's the criteria.
I'm sorry.
I know, like... here's the wild thing. Okay, so there is a spider person named Johnny something. His like spider person name is like Ricochet or whatever. His parents were killed by the villain Orphan Maker.
Oh yeah, that's
sorry, Orphan Maker.
Yeah, I don't know. There was like a spider team called the Swingers for a while in the 90s.
Here's the thing: I know all this, but I've only ever read it. So you saying it out loud, yeah, it's insane.
So Ben Reilly is shipped with that Johnny when it's funny. And then people were like, okay, we need a Johnny to ship Kane with. And the one that everyone always picks is the Ghost Rider one, Johnny Blaze. Yeah. But I think the much funnier option is Kane as the evil fucked up clone sleeps with the opposite of a Johnny, which is a Wyatt. Makes sense. The logic is logical.
He proves that he's... I like the idea that, I'm sorry, White fans, that Kane's like, I don't deserve a Johnny. I have to fuck someone who's fucked a Johnny. One removed.
Exactly. This is also why Kane deserves Flash Thompson, because they deserve the evil fucked up version of each other, of their types.
Actually, no, never mind. My train of thought left there. Back to the topic of double trans clones. The reveal of X-Men Blue Origins shows that at minimum, one out of Mystique or Nightcrawler is trans because either Mystique has a Y chromosome or Nightcrawler doesn't. Those are the only options. Or don't look at me like that, Ash.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was also thinking of Wyatt Wingfoot.
You're, I know this is your podcast, but just
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention.
we got to talk about Nightcrawler.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Okay, it's
And
simple.
we need
Like,
to talk about
Nightcrawler-
Spidey Torchieri.
Nightcrawler and Wolverine are an amazing T for T couple, and it's been proven because his parents are two moms, and therefore, either again he has a trans mother in Mystique, or he doesn't have a Y chromosome, and therefore it's science, it's simple science. Okay, and I prefer for both of them to be trans. I think Mystique is a very gender-fucked individual. She's already clearly non-binary, so why don't we just go all the way? Other than that, I don't know. I don't know how we got to this topic. It was double trans clones.
We were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about Ben Reilly.
Mayday.
Yeah.
For one, it's fucked up that costume hangs in me that way. Two, the posing is so gross. Like if you look at the posing
Yeah.
of the original What If, it's like a kind of like saucy, like I'm the new shit, you know, and like it looks weird because the costume looks weird, but she's both fine. Look at all the other ones, and it's like, why is she moving like that? It's so
Like the majority, there's a Tumblr blog called Bad Comic Art, and the majority of it is just Mayday. It's just every single issue.
I missed the
of-
Hawkeye initiative. Where did they go?
We got to start drawing Peter. Like we got to start drawing Ben Reilly, like artists draw May. We
Hold
gotta
on.
Ben
start.
Riley is hot.
I wonder-
Ben
I'm just gonna
Reilly.
say, Ben Riley is just so hot. I like.
He's literally
I'm
just
sorry,
the blonde
I love
Peter
that boy.
Parker.
like Tom. Like
He's more
You realize that's
sadder.
my nightmare.
He's much sad. He's much sadder. Like sad.
I
You
think
have
about
to
this all the
understand,
time.
Ben
You
Riley
could've
works
just
for me
made
because
her
Ben is more sadder than Peter.
20 years old rather than having a 15
Oh.
year shaped like that.
Not the Spidey Pool one. Get that out of
Oh
there.
my god. Wait, here's the better question. Why was Johnny not included in a single one of these?
Because
Because people weren't
Isn't
horny for
Buffy
Johnny
and,
the same way they were for everyone else because Chris Evans.
Wait, go back up. Oh man. Oh.
those
Oh,
Emma
God.
Frost covers are some of the worst covers I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Is that
Especially for a book about like a young teenage girl. We're
I-
gonna put the horny porn
Where's
covers
Sonya?
on them.
Somehow it shows how
Oh my god, the one.
weird they are that all of the covers are like decades older Emma Frost, you know? Like
Okay. Listen, about that cover you just saw.
Wait, are you talking about this one?
Listen. They let what's the fucking guy's name who was the director? Jon Favreau. They let Jon Favreau have a mini series of comics. They canceled it after 2 issues and it is bananas.
Should
Not
we read it?
canon. We can.
Shit. I'm still just I want to find out if there's
Is that
a Johnny
Nightwing?
here. That is
Oh,
Nightwing.
wow.
Johnny.
Wait, go up. The 90s art style was so different. It's like the hyperly sexualization was so real.
Get Deadpool out of here. I don't want to see
I
him.
know.
Tigra.
Oh,
Oh, one of my favorites.
Then no, they need to get Clint more naked.
I forgot how weird the 2000s were.
It was a good time.
No, it wasn't.
Listen, let the nostalgia.
You
This is what we're looking at. this
Dark
time.
Star was overly sexualized to the point it was crazy.
I thought
Not,
I
it wasn't good in
Oh my-
comics, but it was good on Tumblr.
I
I'd say
thought
as
I
someone
had-
who got
Rose-
death threats on
go
Tumblr,
bring
but
off
it was
new
fine.
comics. Stack
Oh
is
my god,
just
go back up, go back up.
I'm glad I
Stack
was
is just
not.
reading classic comics with his whole time.
Wait, go back up.
Hey,
The covers.
what?
I'm glad that
Yeah.
I was not.
Every
on
day I
the
wake up and I get
internet.
bullied.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No,
Cool.
that's not.
I
I hate that it's Hawkeye. I wish it
They
was
need a more
one of the
relevant,
other guys.
you know.
I think it
There's
was because of the Avengers movie. I don't know.
It was
Why
because of
Hawkeye?
2012's Avengers.
Like, why
I
would
was-
it be Hawkeye and not like Steve or Tony or Bruce?
Oh,
Even that
also,
would be
by the
fun.
way, I think canonically Wyatt has fucked the She-Devil, which is
What the hell?
Kazar's wife.
What?
Just okay. This is
Okay.
my interpretation of Guns of the Savage Land and the ending, where they just kind of go off together, and it's like, the fuck are you doing? Why?
My
Where is that
Tony's
echo? It has
being
been going on for hours, and I'm going crazy.
Who is it?
Who is it?
Is it Rena?
Oh
oh no,
Rena.
I was the one all the time. Okay.
no, it wasn't you.
Who was it?
Hold on. All right, I'm
Oh.
gonna mute.
I think it was.
No, there's still an echo. I can hear it.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
it me? How can it be me? I have headphones on.
JT. Okay, are we? We can't all be muted.
Now we're just okay.
Okay,
Wait.
yeah. So
Okay.
You won
I
the
think it's
10.
JT. I'm sorry.
I knew it was JT.
How are people gonna watch this 3-hour live stream if they have to hear echoes? That's definitely a thing people do.
I do it. It's if the audio quality's bad, video quality.
Oh, I love
Link.
that picture of Natasha. He doesn't see Clint doesn't deserve to sit where she sat.
Yeah, that's not even that horny of a picture. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like you people are the thing that always struck me about the Hawkeye Initiative is like how desensitized I've become to this kind of stuff in comics. You know, I think like it's reasonable to say that our perspective is skewed.
Oh.
I don't know. I just feel like people are not being horny enough with Clint is the problem. Like
Oh.
they're not fully
Oh.
committing.
Whoa!
As
I'm
someone
not
who
Close
read-
the
scrolling
tab
back up.
right now.
as someone who's read-
Right as you said it. Right as you said it. That was the next image.
I didn't mean it
Wow.
like that. And then they
right
needed
as
to
I
get
saw, I was reading a lot of alternate universe comics as research for a fanfic, and I realized something that Hawkeye is like only
we got it.
good
We're
in
in trouble.
a handful of universes. Like, if they need an Avenger who's kind of shitty, it'll be Hawkeye. How do I explain this? Like, MC2, they go to a Nazi universe. Hawkeye's one of the Nazis. There's a universe in which Red Skull comes back and like takes the place of Captain America and like turns America into a fascist state. When fucking Frank Castle joins,
Oh my god, I never liked that cover.
since Hawkeye doesn't. In X-Men Forever, he's like, how can we trust these damn mutants? What if Jean Grey's mind controlling us? Like he's the worst.
He's the worst. But yeah,
He's-
I'm not an Avengers fan. I don't give a shit about him.
I don't give a shit about him either, but I do.
I don't
love-
think anyone likes him. Except for
Witchblade.
people who have
Um,
exclusively
Hey,
read.
here
You know who loves him? Fucking X-Men fans. I
What?
always there was a fucking X-Men fans are always like, yeah, I fucking hate the Avengers.
Is
But
that
I like
Jennifer?
Clint, though.
Yeah, that is Jennifer. So that's she.
Why?
I don't
Jen's allowed
know.
to be like that.
No.
Jen is Jen.
You just,
Here's the
I,
thing. As long
sorry.
as Jen has a female artist or a female writer, whoever's pitching the
When has she
drawings.
ever had?
my thing is, I think first this is dumb because that's just an actual. I think like the problem here is not that it's horny. It's horny in a way that's not like fitting. You know, like you
like
can
you-
have horny
there's-
Jen.
There's tasteful horniness.
Yes,
You just
exactly.
wanted to make it like it's you're just doing a bit. Like the bit is you're supposed to draw him exactly like the pose, but you're just
Yeah.
like, haha,
Like,
it's
no one's-
silly.
No one's fully committing to the pose. Is also what's pissing me off.
Yeah. Why are
I
we
think-
just looking at all of these?
Ash, close the tab.
I don't know what I was doing. I
Close
started
it.
thinking about. I started
found it
thinking about Spidey
interesting.
Torch Yuri like halfway through that.
So Avengers.
Oh my God,
voices
Squid's
came out,
here!
and hey, Squid.
We still haven't
I-
talked about Spidey Toy
Hey.
Fury.
Hey, did I see Hawkeye's cock like a couple minutes ago?
Like I'm in the middle of a call. I'm like wrapping up with a rep, and I'm just like, and I almost said cock out loud because I saw it.
I don't want to talk about it.
You also missed slow talk.
What did you
Oh, no,
expect to
did.
happen on this live?
Not that. I usually think YouTube is my safe space from
How
cock.
much? Here's the thing. How many times have we showed nudity on these lives? Because I feel like it's been a lot.
That's an
We show a lot.
Yeah, we're a problem.
God.
I apologize. I had no control over that.
We blame Ash.
It was a thing that was happening.
I do think, like, all honesty, not a bit here. What are some male costumes that you think could serve to be hornier?
Johnny Storm.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
So just put Johnny Storm in the old, like, Sue.
There's a picture of that. Hold on.
I know. I've seen it. You don't.
You send it all the time, and it's great.
We need. I feel like the most sluttiest outfit that any superhero wear is Superman in the War World outfit.
Oh.
That's the most sluttiest outfit of all
We all know
mankind.
Someone
pull it up.
What?
Hold on.
Superman
I love
War.
that he kept it.
Yeah,
I
the
do
Super. Yeah, Superman War World outfit. That is the most sluttiest outfit. That man is so hot in the outfit.
It's
I was like,
basically
ooh.
just chains.
Yeah, which is why when he came back, they used it for bedroom wear.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
so happy
That's
finding
very-
out that I'm so jealous of Lois Lane. She was able to fuck Superman in the sky.
Yeah.
Hold on, can I present the? Oh yeah,
That face is like what?
Hey.
When I say
Jeez.
that I want to be tied up by Spider-Man, I'm a fucking freak. But
Oh,
when you say, "Oh, I
look
want to
at that
fuck
man.
Superman in the sky,"
Superman wants to get tied up by Lois Lane. That is
Ooh,
correct.
that man is. Oh, yeah. Lois is so real for that. She's real.
Something adds to it that his like when you look at his face, you just feel in your heart this man has 3 kids. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
I
And
could
that's
put
why he
another
got
kid in him.
pregnant, though.
Why was I about to say that's why he should be tied up in bread, right as you said that?
same brain
All
cell.
3 of us were like Spider-Man pregnant now.
Stack
Or
is so.
Superman.
I think Stack is so shocked of like I'm jealous of Lois Lane able to fuck Superman in the sky.
No, we all are. What the fuck do you mean? Just you?
I don't want.
Oh.
You're jealous of Lois Lane. I'm jealous of Superman. I want to fuck Lois Lane.
I can be
wanna fuck
jealous of
both.
both.
You just want to be in the
This is my-
middle.
Why not
This is
both?
my
You're-
new series.
The white up both guy.
Why not both?
Because I'm a homo.
I'm trying to find a specific.
We're trying to find a very specific horny. So we're
Well,
trying to.
I'm trying to find a
One where they
specific.
die?
fan
Google
comic.
Clark Kent Kansas beef. See what comes up.
And it's like I love that Clark is a DILF. I love this era of like he's a DILF. He has kids, and
They
he's
don't
in his
act
DILF
like
era.
do it.
His ass is so
It's
fat.
just the same Tumblr post over
I don't.
and over
I
again.
hadn't Googled it before. I just assumed it would bring something up. Don't
Wait,
listen.
look at
I
his ass
need
again.
I need Peter to hurry up. I need Marvel to hurry up to put Peter in his DILF era so he have a fat ass even more.
Okay,
every
but
day.
Peter
Yeah,
would
that's
have
great.
to be fuckable.
Yeah, he is.
I love that. Like,
Every
girls
day.
scream.
I don't want to be a Spider-Man defender, but like
Stack-
the bear
Stack,
thing.
I never try to make anyone be horny about Tony Stark because I know this is the
Of course,
response
Wyatt Wingfoot was Googled.
Here's the thing.
Like, you
Honestly,
you're
your
slick, you
response
can get away with it.
Your response made me want to do it more because it legitimately, like, I think unlike
I
Tony
think
Stark,
I think Peter's
Wait,
only.
Wait.
I think
Ash,
Peter's only redeeming
click
quality
that
is
picture
that
of
he's
Wyatt
fuckable.
Wilson like in the bar or something like that. Right there, that picture, like him in the like him like having his face like putting his face. Like, he had the
Oh,
the,
this,
like,
I
the
know
bracelet.
what comic. I know what comic this is from. This is from a Captain America comic that I have to go.
I
look
love
out
this
now.
look. This is very Luke Cage outfit coded.
Ah!
can I want to
What's
show.
That's Jen. That's She-Hulk.
Oh, she's not
I'm
green.
gonna post
God, I
this-
feel like why know how to
Be
kiss.
green.
I'm sorry.
Sure,
I
get
scream
those-
about.
Hey, Ash, get those little like pink short shorts up.
I'm posting
You
a
know-
Oh
link
you know what
wait,
I'm
I
talking
know. I know what you mean.
of a Superman fan comic I posted in chat.
Huh?
Oh,
So Godzilla.
Oh, wait. So technically, there's
Oh,
two.
Godzilla.
There's these, and
Those are
then because this is like his workout gear, but then there's also the
And she could
ones.
just send me some of these to recolor because
From-
the pink really is just atrocious.
I can
I'm
tell you
real-
every single issue by.
He looks like
memory.
a boiled lobster.
This is from
I'm real-
for
It's weird
275.
because he also still looks white to me. Like,
It's weird. I'm just realizing I'm not even horny enough on TikTok, and I like naturally am horny
I just
about every
you
male
know,
characters.
If I want to say horny stuff, I'm not gonna feel the need to pull out a camera and post about it. Like that's not a thing.
I feel like I have to pull
There we
Ash
go.
because I do that every 24 hours.
Ash, could you click if you're gonna continue sharing? Could you click the link that I sent you in the private chat?
Let me just not try and copy all of the text in the
You
private
could
chat.
just click it, right? You could press click.
No. What the
That-
fuck?
Nothing here.
That's
You know
a
how
you
Tumblr
thing.
is.
Let me show. Let me.
Oh
show.
wait,
There.
Oh.
What?
We
this
don't
is
need
just
to.
my Tumblr.
If you
Hold
just
on.
if you just stop presenting.
Oh wait, I got it. There we go.
This is so small. Please click.
What the fuck?
Nick, you
Real cool website. Real fun
Ash,
website y'all put together.
I have led to none of these problems. Please drop it so I can. Point being, I
This
like
guy.
this comic about how they do bondage.
It's like there's a word for it. There's a
Scroll
word
down.
for a specific thing.
Legitimately, most iconic comic couples seem to like bondage, like canonically, like explicitly.
So, let's talk about Peter Parker.
Freak it all the way down.
Hold
Peter
on.
Parker and Mary Jane both do bondage. Superman and Lois Lane both do bondage. What's
Steve
the other
Rogers.
couples? Like
Steve
Bruce
Rogers
Wayne-
is into monster roleplay.
what?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah,
on.
who's
How
the
do you
next
know?
one?
I
What?
Say more. How do you know?
I'm convinced Wonder Woman is also. I feel like Wonder Woman secretly is also a monster fucker. I'm just gonna put that out
Not
there.
deep.
Diana's a monster fucker.
Diana is not a monster fucker. She's just a furry.
I thought you
Yeah.
were going to say that Diana isn't.
The line is
bondage
very
because, like,
slim.
You're convinced of that? You needed convincing? Like the woman is like, no, yeah, I'll go monster fuck. I
Like
think
She's a furry and a monster fucker. Like
what
She is.
what the basis off.
the furry's always
Oh,
been confirmed.
Oh yeah, she
Misty
is a
Knight's
furry.
a furry.
she's also into bondage. We've seen the last.
She is.
one.
But see, I
She's
don't
not
like it
into
when
bondage. She's like
I don't like it when home do Grant Morrison did it with like, and especially he made Steve black and try to put black Steve into change. I'm like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Like this is not slavery. Like get it
Why-
together.
ever written Wonder Woman. I feel like that would be a good thing to do. We should get on that. You know, as a race, we should get onto writing. But I think like to say Diana is into bondage is like kind of saying the sun is hot. It's an understatement, you know?
It's what she was
Like-
created for.
Yeah.
It's
like-
her purpose.
It's
Yeah.
like in the same way that Aphrodite was created when the essence of Uranos hit the sea. Diana was created with like a bondage set hit a line
Yes.
and out popped. Which is why
Like,
I'm surprised
literally-
that Diana has never been poly. Like I feel like that's a thing.
That's the frustrating part about me because I would think she would be like Polly herself, but I feel like non-canon stories they will let her be Polly because like the Earth One, she's like very fucking queer. Like so, like this is the most queer Diana you're ever gonna get. DC main continuity is never gonna give us that.
Her spaceship is shaped like a vagina explicitly.
Yes.
Aren't all space? Well, no, wait, no, they're not. Yeah,
Most of them are shaped like penises, to be honest.
I
Yeah,
really,
I was thinking about it, and then I was like, "Oh right, yeah." I don't know what those.
I
look
really realized that either Cheetah or Artemis, I do like Artemis and Diana probably has like the best like those weird rivalries to lovers. I'm like, damn,
Ash-
they could make a
Ash,
good couple.
close the Google image search of Wyatt Wingfoot. I know it's open.
Hold on.
Ash opened
But I
the
also
Spidey
feel like
towards
Cheetah
Fairy
and
chick.
Cheetah Diana also makes some good sense, like enemy to lovers. But I feel like then Cheetah is gonna try to eat her flesh.
Is there a single arch nemesis and superhero combo that isn't like a viable ship? I'm trying to think of one. Green Goblin.
Every one of Steve
That
because
is
we're all not.
everything.
I did realize, yeah, I'm just on a very queer side because
Wait,
my
what
immediate
what
thought
was I supposed to be looking at?
Spidey towards
Even
Fairy.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
even make
I'm back on there.
I was gonna say you can even
Everybody
make the argument for Black Manta and Arthur, despite Black Manta trying to destroy Arthur's life multiple times.
So
I don't think you could. I think like here's the thing: Black Manta and Aquaman aren't like a hate fucking group. They're just
I knew it. I knew that's the window you were
So-
on.
here's the thing. Because here's the thing. So it says Friends of Wyatt Wingfoot. I don't know why Agatha Harkness on
Black Panther.
American Eagle makes sense. Black Panther makes sense. Those are people from Earth X. I don't. Emma Blaze kind of makes sense. He was in Blaze's comics. Falcon makes sense. Franklin Richards makes sense. Garth makes sense. Human Torch makes sense. Invisible Woman, yeah, his daughter. Why is Lyja on this
Lyja.
list?
I mean, she was
Okay,
on the Fantastic
anyway.
Four.
Yeah, Robot, Mr. Fantastic, Rain, Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca's
Rebecca.
description is weird because
Hey.
it says she was a love interest to the Human Torch. They hated each other from like the moment they met. They were not romantically involved at all.
I know this
And
is
then
alphabetical, but the ordering is very funny.
the ordering is hilarious.
Rebecca
But
is more important than Rick.
for some reason, Rick Jones
He
is
is
here.
So
They
pretty.
never talked.
What is with Rick Jones' hair in that image?
Uh,
What's happening?
It,
He
the
looks like he's
Cell
about-
comics were weird.
You want to race cars? We can race cars.
That's
So-
his. My wife is about to turn into death hair.
Yeah, basically.
What?
That's
Shauna,
rough, buddy.
Shauna, who is she fuck, she
What
devil,
is Sharon Ventura?
and I think
doing
she's
nowadays?
fucked. So Sharon Ventura was on the Fantastic Four with she was on the lineup with Crystal, which also Wyatt wasn't there, so I have no clue.
I like that Sharon Ventura's description is longer than She-Hulk's.
That's because
You
some
have
of
to
these are
explain who they
copied
are.
from their explanation. Like some of these are just an explanation on who they are, but if they actually have a personal connection to Wyatt, they get like what it is.
Yeah,
Um,
She-Hulk.
Spider-Man.
They were
which
fucking.
Again, Spider-Man gets his full description, despite the fact that he, unlike Rick Jones, he has actually starred in a comic with Wyatt. Rick Jones has never been in a comic with Wyatt Wingfoot. I
It's insane
read
that you
through
know that.
every single appearance. He's not there.
Maybe it's because like he appreciates
Who
that
the
Rick
fuck
Jones
is Texas
is
Jack?
fun.
Texas Jack.
Anyway, here's my confirmation that Wyatt has fucked Kane.
Kane was in
What?
Houston. For, like,
The
an
guy's
event-
name is
Close
Texas
friend
Jack.
Cat.
I would like to
never-
investigate Texas Jack more.
I've
No,
never
I
heard
would.
this
You
guy.
can't just not click on Texas Jack.
Wait,
Who the fuck is the black guy?
Oh, wait.
Clicking on Texas Jack.
How many? He has 36 appearances.
He's a
that,
Brit-
Too many.
that's
Oh.
why he's on the fucking list because of Earth X.
Wait, can you go back a bit? Hold on. He's in. I read Earth X. I did not notice him. Go down. Go a little bit down.
Oh wait, hold on.
No, we gotta look. I decided to look at Texas Jack again.
Yeah, him.
Master of Vibration.
Oh,
yeah.
When,
Hey.
He's
when
Wakandian.
I think
69
Oh,
appearances.
very funny.
69
So
appearances. Look.
69. I would have known he would appear Black Panther. I'd never noticed him.
I have that comic. Wait, I have that Fantastic Force comic.
Fantastic
Wyatt's not
Force?
in that book. Yeah, Wyatt's not in that book. It's like a shitty F4 spinoff. Apparently Johnny suffers in one of the issues, but I cannot find which issue it is.
So
Um,
Johnny always suffering.
has Wyatt
Yeah.
Existing is suffering.
Here, that's the confusing thing. Okay, Fantastic Four, 4 appearances. This is the one that he's most likely in. However, I think that this is a misprint because one of the Black Panther books includes a flashback to the Fantastic Four visiting Wakanda.
Oh yeah.
If you click on the appearance number, it'll tell you what issues he's in.
I'm stupid. Okay.
Like no, like go down to like right where it says 4 appearances. You can just click that, and it'll give you like the actual. Yeah, that one. Click there.
He wasn't in the
Oh.
Total Casa. Oh,
Okay,
let's say-
so none of these are books that Wyatt is in. Because I have all of them memorized. So I'm a fuck.
How
Oh,
many appearances
you
does
know what
Wyatt have?
Wyatt is in though?
125.
Yeah. No, 127. I have read 125.
I know he wasn't in the Total Kana House of
also
Culture. That makes no fucking sense.
69 issues. So
Master of Vibration.
Oh my god, he's in the one where Steve and Sam are taking baths together. Anyway, never mind.
Got a vibe.
Wait,
Forget
what?
me. Forget me.
What the
I'm
fuck
look-
do you
I'm
mean?
looking at-
Hold
I'm
on.
looking at Texas Jack.
What?
You're looking at Texas Jack.
Texas Jack became the main character of the stream. We literally have a list of things to talk about on the stream, and this is none of them.
I have
What?
no idea what the fuck we were supposed to be talking about. We
Oh
did
my
not.
god, I
I
forgot
knew
to actually.
Coho's Human Torch was one of the things.
I forgot to
What-
look at the actual list.
Were we supposed to talk about DC and like other stuff? And we not supposed to be talking about Marvel?
Here's the thing. Me talking about Wyatt Wingfoot being fucked in the ass is actually losing Marvel money. So I think
They have to pay
They have
Ash
to do it.
$2 every time Ash
I
says
want
it.
this to just sound like a disclaimer because I do earnestly believe it. But do pirate all your Marvel comics, and we all disavow the fact that Marvel
We
is a
l-
terrible, evil company.
yeah, we literally all like show pirating websites on here. I think we're good.
Yeah.
There's no Texas Jack
But-
in here.
Like
I
y'all
want
had
them
me
to
put together a PowerPoint
that-
for shit too.
Oh wait. Oh yeah,
Wait,
shit.
yeah, we need to do this PowerPoint. I want
we
to
got-
talk about. I want to smash and pass.
Oh, that
on
was
some Sonic
today.
characters.
Okay, we're
That
smashing
was
the-
today.
So I got very uncomfortable halfway through making the PowerPoint, so I will go through the ones that I put on.
As long as none of them are like underage, it's
I-
fine.
Here's
right?
the problem: that all
Aren't,
the
like,
characters
colorful?
don't have ages anymore.
Oh right, yes.
They
they're
removed
all
all
the-
the canonical ages. I didn't
not
include
how
ones
that
that made me uncomfortable. Well, too bad. That's what the writers say. They're like, "Hey, they removed the ages. Don't think about it anymore."
What?
It's kind of like how you have a crush on the characters in Riverdale. Like, yes, they're in high school, but also no, they're not.
So I
my
did
God,
a handful. I also just had extra slides at the beginning to be like, "Hey, this ain't my fault."
Whose fault is it? Is it mine?
Maybe.
Ken Penders.
Yeah.
Texas Jack
So-
called Sam and Steve saddle buddies. Just
So I only did a
That
hand-
don't mean shit.
I
in real.
only did a handful of them because I did a different PowerPoint about the most unhinged relationship drama, but we'll do the smash and pass one first.
Oh yeah.
okay.
So first, I refuse to take culpability.
Oh my god! I see. You called me out directly. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it. I see how it is.
Character ages. This is what Ian Flynn says, who's the current writer of everything. Don't assume anything. Just don't worry about it right now. In addition to everything is canon, which is the official statement Sega makes, even if things contradict each other. Start adopting the philosophy of don't worry, be happy. And then he started singing. I didn't want to type that part out. Okay, so Rouge.
Smash.
Smash.
Pass.
Smash. What do you mean pass?
She's iconic.
Fucking bat. Like I
Dude, you're gonna have a bad time
That
this
is
whole
not a bad-
PowerPoint.
I
Wait,
know.
no, because we might get to some robots and
Someone like my original tweet
Daystar.
today remind me to post this fantastic Finnish version.
Again, I only did a handful of ones in here. Vanilla. She's
Smash.
like
Smash.
she's like a MILF character that people like.
I'm gonna pass on this one.
Pass.
Rouge's
Smash!
girlfriend in
Smash!
Sonic X. It blocked it. I meant to put animations on here because I got uncomfortable. But the line here, if I can move it forward, actually I'm just going to move it up, is Rouge saying you're into S&M, huh? Which is their first interaction with each other.
Oh wait, is she
Okay,
cop?
actually, wait, no, pass. She's a cop.
Yeah,
She's,
I was gonna
she
say.
works for Gun.
Oh.
It's kind of different.
They're
Wait,
literally
wait,
worse.
hold on.
The
Isn't that
only thing
who?
anyone
isn't
knows
that
about
who-
Gun is that they shot a child in the face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
didn't they shoot that child in the face?
Yeah,
God,
but she
I
does
need-
directly help in dealing with that issue later when Shadow's trying to.
Oh, she's a good cop. A cab.
She's-
Squid.
every time they put a
Cap.
female character as a cop, they make her queer, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
Look,
Anyway,
just want
Sonic
one butch
talking at
lesbian that's
lesbians in the
bottom
bottom right.
I can change her. All right.
We can have her quit. We can make her quit.
If she quits and she
This is the first dude character, Dr. Starline. He
oh yeah.
Ew, no.
he
Ah,
obsesses. He like he wears high heels for one. He like
You guys ever watch DuckTales? Yeah.
Oh.
It's called higher standards.
Y'all ever watch Darkwing Duck?
We should
Smash.
actually record these now. I think.
Scourge. This is evil Sonic.
Yes.
Yes.
Smash.
He's just fuckboy Sonic.
He's the worst. He gets much worse than fuckboy. We'll cover it.
Evil
I
is
would
not
wear his
worse than
outfit.
fuckboy.
I would dress
Evil
like
is not
him.
worse than fuckboy. He is very
Completely Supersonic. This is just him being evil.
pass.
Pass.
It's like too
Excellent.
animalistic for me. Like it legitimately feels like we're moving into the
It's another
territory.
cop.
She's a cop.
Another gun soldier.
Oh my
No.
god!
Ah.
Are you sure this isn't the same woman?
Why are all the hot human women cops?
Fiona
okay.
Fox. We're
Smash.
talking about her in a bit.
Smash. Oh my god.
Oh, smash.
Lanolin.
Smash. Yeah.
Smash.
Smash.
Her whole story is that she starts off as a background character and she gets more and more traumatized by the events of the story until she's a problem in the main cast.
Okay, Smash.
My favorite.
Yeah, so
I like.
I only got that far before I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore, and decided
Yeah, you didn't get to any of it. Any of the ones anyone knew the names of? I mean,
yeah, because I was like, I don't want to talk
Version
about
of
that.
that. I
What
mean,
about Amy?
I was promised robot.
I didn't want. I didn't say shit. That was what other people said.
I thought that the robots would pass.
I said
through.
very explicitly that I was uncomfortable making it. So I did
Why
a
did the
whole different-
robots make you uncomfortable?
I
Who
know,
came up
it
with
was,
this?
No, it was before I even got to the point of the robots. I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay,
Didn't you
fair
say that
enough.
you're going to
Who
now
came up with this idea?
make relationship drama?
It was Ash's idea. That's why I put it in here. Ash directly asked me to make
Ash,
it.
you?
And I was like, I'm uncomfortable.
Ash,
That's just a problem.
what is wrong with you?
People offer me things. People offer to do things for me, and I have no impulse control, so I just say yes automatically.
You
every
were
single
like,
time.
you said directly, make a PowerPoint. And I was like, are you asking me to make a Smash? And you're like, yes. And I
Exactly.
cried.
This is the you, Paul Ash. Ash is the master manipulator.
I am.
So instead, I
No,
made a
I
thing
am.
about probably the most unhinged character, like relationship drama in the Archie comics. So
Yes. Yes.
yeah, so just forefront. One of the writers, I'm friends with one of the writers of IDW right now, and they said Archie
Wow.
was great because it was it was like a furry drama that just didn't exist in comics at the time. It filled that market. So we're just going to go over what Archie Sonic is. It ran from 1992 to 2016. The storyline spans 574 issues, holds a 2008 Guinness World Record for longest running comic series based on the video game, and became the longest running franchise-based comic series in 2015, surpassing Marvel's Conan the Barbarian. Something may have beat it by now.
What the fuck?
Oh, you don't know this? This is like insane. It was so
I'm
sad.
sorry. 574
Issues.
within like half the like.
Yeah.
Like a Titan died.
Fucking hell. Okay, hold on.
Titles changed hands.
8 plus 16.
I was so sad.
24 years. So okay, the Fantastic Four is at 62, and they're at. Hold on, I have to do some math now.
Okay, so wait.
I'm gonna drop down because I guess already feel myself going to sleep so much.
Hold on,
It was
I have
great
to
to have
do.
you
I
here,
have to
JT.
do math.
Bye.
Hey, bye, JT.
Bye.
I gotta do math
Bye.
though now.
574
Two-
divided by 24.
So
that's
that's
like-
24. That's 700.
That's almost 24
Four.
issues a year.
And then that's so we're at
Yes.
63 years, or no, 62 years of the Fantastic Four, and we're at 62 years, and then issue 7 was 700. We're at issue 14 now, so that would be 707 comic. Oh my god!
what math are you doing?
I think it's trying to compare how many What? So like,
Like the legacy numbering? Is that what you're counting?
yeah.
Hold on.
That doesn't count.
We should stop distracting Ash. Ash, take off your headphones so that you can focus.
We got to do this PowerPoint. I need to know about this.
Okay, okay. So here's what it is. So every year, Sonic Comics would have had to produce 24 comics, 24 issues.
That's why it's the way it is.
And the Fantastic Four, which is Marvel's, I think at least most consistent series in terms of like numbering and like continuity stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That would be, they had to publish 11 issues a year, so they're barely making 12 issues a year. Sonic is doing double that.
Can I say
what the fuck
Gotta
is
go fast.
happening at Sonic Comics?
that Marvel fucking bakes its numbers? The fucking we're at 1,000. No, you're fucking not. You can't.
Oh yeah,
double-
no. That's why I didn't base it
triple-
off of Amazing. Or that's why I didn't base it off of Spider-Man, because Spider-Man fucks with their numbers so much.
Liars.
I'm
Stack
sorry.
Fucking liars.
lies with the Spider-Man team.
The Fantastic
I
Four,
don't want that many issues
Yeah.
either.
the Fantastic Four is actually incredibly accurate with their number, which is insane to me because
The hate for Marvel is so strong it derails PowerPoints.
Okay,
I'm
So-
sorry, I had to do math. I
So-
really like doing math.
Yeah, so we start at issue 28. Basically, Tails kind of runs from Sonic because Sonic beat the shit out of him while he was mind controlled, and
What a
Tails
bitch,
also
I hate
just kinda,
Sonic now.
yeah. Tails also just like wasn't respected a whole lot around that time, so because he was treated like a little kid, so he gets tired of it and he like runs away. But when he runs away, he meets a girl fox named Fiona Fox, and they kind of like really hit it off together. They spend a fair amount of time together, but in reality, she was a robot created by Robotnik to emotionally manipulate him. And
Old Tom and Jerry.
That's so mean.
So he ends up breaking free, but she tries to drown him, like just straight up murder him. But she like rusts in place. So she ends up kind of frozen on the shoreline, and as a monument to Tails' lost innocence, that's the comics' words, not mine.
Oh my god.
Dragons were just-
This is just Elijah arc happening to Tails.
Yeah, but then 4 years and 93 issues
What
later,
the fuck?
Fiona's real. Fiona is a real character. Especially her introduction line was like, "You're alive? No thanks to you and your friends." We're not going to worry who this character is.
Well, I know who that man is. I don't
Who?
remember his name, but I know who he is.
Basically, she got captured due to Sonic's failure. She got captured and ended up locked in a prison, and Robotnik built a duplicate of her to fuck with Sonic and company. Unfortunately, Eggman fucking died in issue 50. He doesn't come back.
Ever?
The Eggman you see
That's
later,
weird.
that's not this same character. It's a different Eggman. This Eggman fucking dies and stays dead except for one appearance just for them to say, no, he's not coming back.
Nice.
Eggman
Yeah.
fucking died.
If you're gonna kill your villains, keep them dead. This is why I
Yeah,
love
exactly.
Elijah.
Marvel
Incredibly
Comics
ballsy
keep Elijah
to
dead.
kill it on issue 50 and then also continue to be the longest running franchise-based comic ever.
Yeah, so the Eggman we see from the other parts of the comics is an Eggman from a different reality who's already succeeded in murdering his Sonic by nuking the planet, and he decided, I'm actually feel kind of empty without having him to torture. So I'm just gonna go over to this other reality and just fuck with him forever. And when I kill him, I'll go to a different one.
The issue where that happens fucks severely hard, by the way.
Yeah. So when she escapes, she basically doesn't trust anyone. She of course doesn't trust Sonic because Sonic fucked up. She doesn't trust any of Sonic's friends because they're friends with him. So she basically becomes a criminal and kind of runs afoul of Rouge a lot of time because Rouge is better at crime than her.
Of course.
And she kind of stays distant from the main cast until issue 125.
Pause real quick. Sorry. So does the robot who's frozen in like a hell of her own making ever come back or no?
No.
So she's still on that island.
Yeah, she's conscious, by the way. Like you can see, she's conscious.
What the fuck? The fuck is happening in Sonic comics?
A lot.
It's
So-
awesome.
So issue 125. So basically, a group of aliens came to the planet. The aliens previously wiped out the previous ruling species on the planet, which were humans, with a genetic bomb, because these were the aliens that like crash landed at Area 51, and the humans killed them for experimentation, and they wiped out humanity with a genetic bomb.
Wait, is that why and everyone except for Eggman is animals?
Well, there's other humans there. They're in other parts of the world. So they're around, but they're like in distant pockets, essentially.
Okay.
So they got wiped out with it. So they come back and are like, yeah, we're still kind of pissed about that. We kind of don't want anything on this planet. To the point that like a friendly alien race, there's a lot of things happening. It's Sonic. Revive Shadow, who was fucking dead at this time. The game continuity's different than this comic continuity, so it's a little different.
What
Revived him
year
from...
was this comic?
I think this is 2002 at this point.
Wait, didn't Shadow like just happen?
Yeah, so he dies at the end of his first game.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
dies. They only brought him back in Heroes because it's like he sells well. So
Whack.
Understatement of the fucking century.
yeah.
Sega's
So,
more of a coward than Archie was.
well, it's also they thought Sonic Adventure 2 was going to be the last game. They were certain it was like, yeah, this might be the last one. So, and then it wasn't. So basically, what this causes is the equivalent of Avengers Endgame, where every
What?
character, hero and villain, basically is teaming up to stop the genetic bomb. For our purposes, the important part is Fiona shows up too, and Tails rescues her from being shot in the fucking face.
Oh,
Is there? They don't have
Good
any
gentleman.
real connection because he only met the robot duplicate that he doomed
Yeah.
to a prison.
this
forever.
is like the last Avenger story, setting up Johnny and Alicia, despite the fact that
This is like Marriage
like-
Story for gay people.
this is just
You-
just Johnny Elijah.
And
then
Rena,
Johnny
don't worry,
Alicia.
I will touch on that. That is a plot point.
Oh god.
I love this.
So also in this issue, Sonic fucking dies. Because
Rip, loser.
Eggman does a thing, and Sonic basically has to take the genetic bomb on himself. And they have a full funeral
bent.
for him. But then same issue, they're like, but not really, because Sega wouldn't let us do that. He's actually transported almost a million light years away. And basically he loses a year of his life, essentially. Life continues a year without him. And
Two
things
questions.
get worse.
One, was Eggman, if he's a robot, working to defeat the aliens or no?
He was, just because he's kind of petty in the way of like, if anyone's gonna kill you, it's gonna be me.
All right. And I do
Love
like
it.
how the original Eggman is the one person who can't come back. You
Yeah.
know?
So
I-
so Sonic comes back after a year, and he sees that Tails is like infatuated with Fiona again, but it's already kind of like very clear that like Fiona doesn't know what's up. Fiona doesn't know anything about what's happened, and Sonic's kind of worried about it. Like he's not super clear on like what's happening. Sonic also breaks up with his girlfriend / longtime fiance in this issue. Basically, the issue he dies in. I'm gonna try to abridge this as much as possible. He got permission, like he and Sally, which was his girlfriend at that time, went to her father, who's the king, and was like, "Hey, we want to get married." And the king was like, "Cool, do it." And then all the shit happened. Basically, what happens? Sally develops post-traumatic stress disorder from this, and has been useless for this whole year because she's just crying at like the monument that they built to Sonic. This same issue, like the issue before this, after Sonic came back, he had to like help stop something Eggman was doing because Eggman was launching nukes again.
Again.
But
As you do.
Eggman deployed a robot that almost killed Sonic. He breaks Sonic's arm, and Sally thinks she's about to watch her fiance die again. That's basically what happens there. So at this point, when they do a celebration, Sally is like, hey, we're already going to get married. Why don't we get married now, and then you just stick around and don't go on adventures anymore? Which I think is a human reaction to seeing what just happened. And Sonic, instead of being like, hey, sidebar, let's not do this in front of people, he's just in front of her like, no, I don't think I can do that. She slaps him, and they break up from there.
Wild.
Should I keep going, or should I wait till Ash is back?
Ash, where are you going?
Oh, wow. That's not.
Oh. Real. Okay.
How is everyone else
Should I
doing
keep
on
going,
this
or should
one?
I wait?
I think waiting would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What other fucked up Sonic lore can we talk about while we wait for
look
Ash to
at
get back?
Steve and Tony. Steve taking a bath in the same room with
Question, when
Sam.
does the Yuri show up?
The what?
The Yuri.
I didn't promise Yuri yet. I just said it's a really unhinged dynamic. Furry is what I said.
I've been begging Ash in the background to talk about Ash's the original character child of Ash's original character and Mayday Parker, because the very specific version of her that lives in my head. But
I respect so hard making an OC child of your OC.
God.
I wish.
Are you guys talking about me behind my back?
I don't want to
It's on
encourage
your stream. You'll hear it later.
panel of Maria and the MC too.
I'm on my second one of these.
Should
They
I?
like queer people have a higher rate of alcoholism than an average. I wonder why.
I gave
It's
up.
not because I'm queer, it's because my dad's an alcoholic. Next
They
question.
same. They are tricking me by giving me pink lemonade alcohol.
God.
I
I
think that
literally
queer
had,
people are better at being alcoholics is because our alcohol tastes good.
I had a
They
New Year's
pink
resolution
washed your alcohol.
and like I knew that was bad, but I wanted to loosen up, and I didn't really drink at all. I do think having 2 drinks in one night, I see the problem.
God.
I might cause issues.
Again, I would like to remind everyone I finished most of this before the
I am
stream. This is
so
the
sober.
equivalent to a
Need
bottom
another
of wine.
God.
A bottle
You
of wine.
drink that.
I'm not finishing it tonight. I usually do. I
So-
realized halfway through I cannot do that.
My head is hurting.
So,
they never should allow. They should not allow you to put artificial food coloring into alcohol.
God.
It's gonna attract
Narc.
me.
So
I'm
the important
doing myself.
the important things to take from this is that Tails has a crush on Fiona still, and Sonic is single. That's where that's where
Good, he's
the
a
important thing
loser.
to take from that. So I needed to establish him real quick. This is Scourge. He's from a mirror universe. He's evil.
Where's
his
that meme where
goatee?
it's like the Daniel, the cooler Daniel?
Pretty much. So basically, in issue 150, he and Sonic swap places. Scourge basically knocked Sonic out because he got tired, because everyone hates him in his universe at this point because he's done a lot of piece of shit things to all of them, even though they're all also evil. So he swaps places with them. This was originally a plan for a story where it was basically going to be like Scourge was going to masquerade being Sonic and then learn like, oh, I like this universe. I actually have people that care about me, and I'm highlight, and like all I have to do is play hero every once in a while. It was supposed to be like, Clone Saga adjacent stuff.
Good shit.
But then the writer who came up with that idea left. So instead, Ken Penders took the idea, and instead Scourge comes to this universe just to have sex with as many people as possible.
Okay.
What?
It is fucked.
It's like the
So
Clone
evil
Saga.
Sonic is just a slut.
A bit, yeah. So in addition to Bunny Rabbit on screen, that's her name, he sleeps with Amy, and also off-panel Fiona. So we'll cover that. So that this comes back later. So then, a few issues later, after Sonic has switched back, Tails finds Sonic hooking up with Fiona.
Are you saying that Tails is both Johnny in this situation and Ben?
Maybe a little bit.
No, just have
You-
brain rot.
You can't.
You can understand fiction through the lens of
No.
not Johnny Storm.
No, you know that meme about boss.
The problem is, I know you have
were
read
a
things.
fan of comics for years before you got the Johnny Storm brainworms.
It's been like 4 months.
If
5
Yeah.
months.
anyone is the boss
It's
baby
been
meme,
7.
it should be me.
The worms are embedded deep.
Like,
But yeah.
when I'm weird about Rena, I do need to remind y'all, it has been decades. It has been a long time coming.
So
It's not speed running.
so just happens him like confronting them like this. He also has to like explain his feelings to Fiona because Fiona's like, I don't get it. And then Tails is like, well, I hope we'd be together. And Fiona's like, Tails, you're like 10. I'm 16. To which Tails responds, I'm 11, so shut the fuck up. Like, that's literally what. And like Tails is like, well, maybe like one day, like when time passes, and Fiona's like, no, like you're a sweet kid and all, but I like people around my own age. Which I feel like is a reasonable thing to say. Like,
Yeah, of course.
Is Tails 11?
wait, what?
Like, he's done more. Like, it feels
The-
like they're not letting him age.
The Archie comics were a bit weird about ages.
Like, he's like I guess he's Bucky Barnes, I guess.
He's a Bucky Barnes Rick Jones.
Oh god.
The brain
I
rot's
do not
getting
wanna
to everyone.
Don't want to see Winter Soldier Tails.
it's
That
kind of
exists.
I don't want
weird-
that though. I kind
I
of want that now though.
It's kind of weird the idea that Eggman.
I'm gonna
Being a
Google Winter
robot,
Soldier Tails. Surely this won't come up with anything
Oh
weird.
god.
It's kind of weird that Eggman made a robot off of a 10-year-old as like a romance trap. Like, what's that for, about Honey Pot or what? It's odd.
I think it was specifically for Tails though. So
Still,
because he's trying to say things.
Winter Soldier Tails.
he has to go like, yes, I need to find the precisely most attractive female 10-year-old to make a robot off of to seduce Tails. That's not
The other reading is him going, I don't want to defend Ed Robotnik in any way because of the way he is, but it's also, I could see him going like, you're a fox, whatever.
Yoink. I thought you were gonna say, well, I already made the sleeper fox agent robot. Might as well.
I'm gonna spray paint it to look like this one.
Yeah.
So Tails reacts like an adult, which just to say not at all.
Well, he's 11, so.
Yeah. So him and Sonic's friendship kind of gets a little bit rocky. They do kind of, not quite because we'll get into it more. They kind of smooth it out off screen, but Sonic and Fiona are the thing for a bit. Like they are the relationship.
Is Sonic
with the comic.
16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind
In this comic, yes. Now he has no age because I'm told not to think about
Is
it.
he?
kind
So,
of
but he's
just
16
changed
and
the-
best friends with an 11-year-old.
That's
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would say normal, but the
You know, in
They
a
just,
war
like,
zone.
made Sally, but again, why?
Why was Sonic getting married at 16?
Oh,
He was
damn.
engaged.
I don't want to think about how Mobian's age. Like that's
Wait.
not. I'm told not to think about it.
What age do hedgehogs live to?
I'll
Like
look it up.
10?
Anyway. So
Hedgehog lifespan.
this is followed up with as a later fight with Scourge, and Scourge says about why he's stuck around. He
4 to
says,
6 years.
second, I wanted to see my girlfriend. I love how she plays it like you two are for real.
Whoa.
And like Fiona heard that and it was like, Sonic, that's a lie. Like very clearly like trying to like smooth it over. But now it's in a couple issues later, it's revealed to not be a lie that Fiona only went out with Sonic at all because she enjoyed being around Scourge when he was pretending to be Sonic, and then just found he's not like they're different enough that it's like she doesn't have any real attraction to Sonic.
What
So-
in the Clone Saga?
Yeah, so
Legit.
Sonic kind of got cucked by himself. I think I've said in a video where I'm like, is it cheating to date the alternate universe version of your boyfriend? I don't know. I can't unpack that.
So much. I mean, he also technically cucked himself, right?
Yeah.
That's odd.
And Tails tries to be like, hey, I know you're a good person, because he's still infatuated with her. He's like, hey, I know you're a good person, but like, I'm not saying be with me, just don't be with Scourge. To which Fiona, after telling him that he can't count on anybody, fucking slaps him.
Honestly, okay,
That's
pause for a
unnecessary.
moment here. This is kind of ingenious on multiple levels because, one, it makes a whole lot of sense given what we know about her before, that she like was jaded and like stealing shit and all that stuff. And two, it is like kind of a recontextualizing of Tails' original loss of innocence. You know, it's wow.
That's
He's
Archie
literally a
Sonic
minor.
comics
It's
get
the
really.
Elijah arc.
Not everything's Elijah arc.
The Archie Sonic comics are really good. The thing is, like, when you see a lot of things get paid off well, a lot of it is after issue 160 when Ian Flynn starts writing, because Ian Flynn was basically told, hey, fix all the problems with this now. And he somehow does it in the space of 10 issues. He fixes 159 issues in the main series. There were spin-offs that also had problems, which is why we get to that amount of comics. He fixes that in the course of 10 issues.
Wait, so this is like right before they moved to IDW?
This is around 2006 at this point.
Okay.
Holy shit. Sonic Team was working overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're killing it.
So that doesn't smooth out their friendship at all, because this
They both got
transpired.
touched by the same woman.
So there's a lot of things
Unite
that
them?
there's a lot of things that kind of happen in conjunction with this. So Tails' parents come back from space. Don't worry about it. There's already a lot we're talking about.
I
but
thought he was an orphan.
He was you got to have parents at some point.
I mean,
Space
I thought they
is
were like
another
dead
one.
though.
Yeah. But Amy's parents are dead. Tails' are not. So basically, Tails' parents come back. What basically happens is that Sally's older brother is now king because Sally's dad is old and senile now. But basically, he's still just listening to everything the senile dad says. So when Tails' dad comes back, it's like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. And Tails' parents get thrown in military prison for inciting a riot. And Tails goes to break his parents out, and Sonic like shows up to stop it. And Sonic says some really cocky shit when like Tails' parents are like, well, he's not gonna like you putting us back in prison. And Sonic is like, the kid worships me. He'll get over it. And then Tails drop kicks him from the ceiling and goes, get over yourself.
Oh my god.
Why don't we have visuals of that?
Because this wasn't important to the relationship drama, because the culmination of it is when because Tails is listing out all their things, and Sonic's like, well, I've been trying to help you this whole time. And Tails goes, so you hooked up with Fiona to help me?
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Oh my god.
Get his
It's
ass
just-
down.
Dude.
I fucking hate Sonic now. This is This is my introduction to Sonic. I have no idea what a Sonic is or anything. I'm like, fuck.
How do you
this
not
blue
have any idea what
hedgehog.
Sonic is?
I do think that's a lesson of a lot of Sonic media that you just kind of.
Did you not watch that Sonic Saturday morning?
Yeah,
that
Saturday AM.
Yeah, that shit.
I
ruled.
I don't
was
watch
on
TV.
a snap cube bender for like a couple days as one of that like little quick hyperfixations, and one of the things was like the entirety of their Sonic writers dub is about how Sonic's a bad friend.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Sonic's a piece of shit, apparently.
I wrote like a whole thing breaking down his character once, where he doesn't like really get the in between parts of emotions. That he's like, well, it's fine now. Like that's not a thing to worry about anymore. Like he doesn't get the in between parts. When he tries to talk down Surge, the very queer coded Sonic clone that's in the comic right now. His way of talking her down is him saying to her face, "Hey, I've already done the is my enemy becomes my friend thing a million times. Can we just skip that?" Like not taking into the part that she has like trauma specifically. And so it just makes her more pissed off.
Genre aware without being
Relatable.
genre aware.
What's the word? Sonic not getting emotion is very funny and explains a whole lot.
It was funny because like almost a lot of writers for IDW like retweeted that video when it got reposted, and they're like, "Yeah, this is it.
What?
This is the whole thing."
Also,
Like someone finally got it.
he is 16 in this. Remember what we said about teenagers with the Zurlock?
They're
Teenagers are dicks.
They're
We said that
dipshits.
like so
They're
early.
idiots. They gotta learn.
God, I'm gonna spend the next like 40, 50 years of my life just trying to teach teenagers how to write essays.
Oh, I thought you were about to say writing Spidey Torture.
No, God, no. Hopefully, I'm gonna get over that. Jesus.
You show them your Spidey Church.
No, we're not reading it. It's just the first draft. We need to explain how this happened.
We have
When you like 20 years in, you gotta be like, man, kids, I know you feel like your writing's bad, you know, and you're never
First
gonna
off-
do writing skills in life.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna show them my
Spidey
Hamilton
Fury.
fan to
Spidey
make them feel better.
Fury is
Not
beautiful.
Show your kid. Okay, here's the thing. Spidey Torture could like change lives. Hamilton fan fiction is evil. It's evil.
Here's the thing.
I'll
Spidey
show
Torch
them-
Yuri is beautiful though. Okay,
Yeah.
it's something so amazing.
I feel like now I have to double speed the Rena Mayday fanfic if
Look.
only because like I think Spidey Tertiary needs a counterpart in the Spidey pool category here.
No. No. No.
You're
It's gonna
very-
happen.
Spidey Pool Yuri?
It's not going to be the same dynamic because I'm not going to be writing a Deadpool character, but it's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be
May has
something-
accidentally become closer to like the Johnny Storm in the sense that she's fun and cool.
Yeah,
That's funny.
it's essentially just reverse Spidey Torch, and they're also both girls. Well, okay, here's the thing. No, because Peter actively wanted people to hate him. Maria
high
does
school.
not. Maria's wants people to like her, but she's just bad at it.
That's pretty.
That's what being homeschooled does to you.
Yeah.
I like the time when Ash ripped my heart out of my chest because I showed them Jennifer's body and like have a whole thing about Megan Fox and like being a Stark character. Then they were like, "Yeah, I made Mayday Parker based on her," and I'm like, Ash.
I had no part in that. I would like to say that.
God.
I had no part in that.
I accidentally did that, and
I've never watched Jennifer's Body. I need to do that.
Get on that. Get on that.
Oh my
immediately.
god!
now.
It's
Good.
a fun time. You don't have
Yeah.
to watch it though.
So Fiona
you
sticks
do that.
around. Fiona does stick around the comics for quite some time.
I thought
Um,
it said the
It's
Jangle.
Plenty.
So
I like the little
Basic-
crop top.
yeah, there's.
Holy
and she
fuck! It's
says
the Fantastic
just as
Four.
emotionally manipulative, she tries to emotionally manipulate Tails again.
I feel bad for her because she didn't start out evil, but
And Sally,
Just right to the gut. Okay,
yeah,
play.
Do these people do they like go to school? What do they do?
They
Okay.
go to war.
I have a whole like video where about every time they've tried to put Sonic in school, it never
What,
worked.
what are their lives like? What's do they have jobs? What is
Sonic has a race
They do
car
have
bed.
jobs.
what? He's got a race car bed? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah. Sonic has a race car bed. That's like
That's his
that's like
job?
an important
That's
feature of the.
That's
No.
his employment?
Sonic and Shadow are both canonically homeless.
How
Where
did
does
he
the
arrange
race car
for
bed
bed?
stay?
Tails at Tails' house.
Okay, so Sonic has a
Wait,
room at
How
Tails'
does
house.
Tails have a house if he's
Yeah, that's why
Tails'
they.
parents?
Yeah, his parents are in space. How does he? Is he making?
When did his parents go to
Yeah,
Tails
space?
has a
actually,
house.
no, because Tails does have like his own garage. Tails can make his own money. I
That
don't.
doesn't-
That's like the least surprising thing of
What
everything
do the
that Squid has
taxes
said.
look like in the Sonic universe?
Hedgehogs have tax.
Officially, this is what Sega has told the IDW team about the lore, about like this is the limit. It's like, yes, money exists. No, you cannot show it or discuss
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, on one hand, I want to say, like, dang, the Archie comics had way more freedom. But on the other hand, and then they became the Archie comics.
it. The Archie comics just get. It's like you have to like wade through some shit with like occasionally like, oh, that's actually really cool to get to like 160 where it's like everything is good now. Like this is everything is fine.
How come some of them wear clothes and some of them don't?
Yeah,
That's
The girls
another
have to
mandate that
Hi.
the dude Sonic characters are not allowed to wear pants.
I mean,
That is a mandate from Sega that they are
What?
not allowed
Okay,
to
so
wear.
why
Why
do
does
some girls
Sally?
wear pants? Yeah, what about?
Yeah, what about Sally? Where's her pants?
When she got redesigned post Archie reboot, because Archie reboots partway through, but not really, because all characters keep their memory and growth. They just had to remove all the characters that Ken Penders won the rights to in a lawsuit. That's a whole
Which-
other thing.
which he won. Correct me if I'm wrong, because the contracts burned in a fire.
Yes, the work for hire contract that he had that said like you don't own these characters burned in a fire early in Archie, and no one had a copy that was like from that date. But they had a newer copy that they had. But then Pender's lawyer argued in court that like Archie's a comic publisher; they could easily forge that.
What?
That's so real.
You know what?
Right?
man.
Here's the thing. That's a dumb legal argument, but also, you know what? Knowing what came out of it, even that, good for Ken Penders on fucking up a work for hire contract. Okay,
I respect that.
work for
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like whenever, like I know when the YouTuber Salty DK Dan did a video about it, I had to like specifically write in a portion because he wrote in a part about the lawsuit that was like Ken won this for some reason. I had to write in like, hey, no, I know you support creators' rights. You have to mention specifically that creators should probably own the rights to things that they make.
Yeah. I think it's I don't really think like the way people react to creator owned content is very picket line crossing if that makes sense, you know? It gives the same vibes as people are like, dang, I hope the strike's over so that the Little Mermaid does well. Like
I'm definitely Ken's like original comic with the characters he owns the right to is up for like pre-order right now. I'm definitely pre-ordering it. Like
yeah, I think for me it's like if you sat someone down and told them, they're like, yeah, I think like refers bad all that, but then their like knee-jerk reaction is like, but I want my action figures to stay in the toy box. And like, anyways, yeah.
it'd just be better if we didn't have copyright law at all. Everything public domain.
No, it's more. I'm gonna send you a podcast.
No, I don't care.
I don't
No
know.
one should have rights to anything. I should be able to take anything.
Okay, so there's a difference between copyright and trademark. Do you want to get into it?
No, I know the difference. It's just that I also think, I don't know, when a character exists for more than 10 years, someone they shouldn't have them anymore.
I think that the problem is there's a whole lot of stuff, but wait, should we get into Redic's political?
No, hey, we got to talk about this hot
piece. Another day.
Just other side point, I don't think big companies should be allowed to hold copyrights. I think that should only be a people thing.
You know, I agree with that.
Yeah,
That I think
people
is fair.
should
When you say get rid of copyright, my immediate thought is, but then Disney will just rip off your shit.
That's fair. It's more that I don't want businesses to have copyrights, and I want us to go back to an older copyright system and not where it's copywritten for, what is it, 80 years at this point, like plus lifespan?
Yeah, but that's only if you file like an official copyright thing.
No.
I also
and
think,
most people don't do that.
for me, I also think it's very unfair how copyright can pertain to anything in perpetuity, because it's kind of ridiculous that you as an artist can sell your copyright off the basis of like art forms that exist, and then like the internet can be invented 5 years later, or like blockbuster movies can start, and like the entirety of entertainment changes, and you're like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways.
So we wanted to hear more about the fox, because
I think she's hot.
She is.
So we're gonna cover an arc. I just have the comic files here, so I'm just pulling it up. So basically, Scourge gets fucking arrested for multiversal crimes and ends up in a multiversal prison, and Fiona stages a large-scale prison break.
It's what? So wait, they kept Ian Flynn from the Archie to IDW?
Yes, they also kept Evan Stanley. They kept her as well.
Cool.
Huh.
They kept a lot of the art. Basically, IDW continues everything but direct continuity. And even then, Sega's stance is everything is canon, which is the more nuanced version of that they said is like, we writers want to use what we can, and we tell them like, if we decide it's okay, it's canon then. So it's like you can pretend whatever you like. So
Yeah.
I
kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pretend that, Fleetway, which is the British one, and Archie happen at the same time, even though they don't mix at all, and and then they all just roll into IDW. So it starts with a recap of everything. Scourge giving his like little narration.
How did he become green again?
So I'm just gonna go back then, because I feel like we're gonna end up reading this whole fucking comic series.
No.
I was trying to avoid it.
No, we don't have time.
Not tonight, at least, but I feel like over time.
You said to answer.
So, in issue 160, when Ian starts writing, basically, Scourge had been like a Z tier character for a long time. He was treated as a joke for a long time. So they open with
Oh, he's on a KS Emerald.
it's the Master Emerald. Basically, he absorbs the power from it and becomes green.
Baba Booey.
Wait, did Knuckles give him those scratches?
So I'm trying to remember. He gets that is Knuckles' dad.
Ass. Oh,
Knuckles has a dad?
Knuckles has a homophobic dad.
A homophobic dad?
Yeah, there's a part where Knuckles is like, because it's when it meets the character that becomes his wife in the pre-reboot continuity. Like he talks about like, I don't get girls and stuff, and he says like directly like, why can't we just do that? Why can't we just be friends with guys only? And then Knuckles' dad is like, because then they'd want something more eventually. And Knuckles is like, what do you mean? And Knuckles' dad is like, we're not going to talk about that right now.
What? We're not going to talk about that right now. It's different than saying that's not acceptable.
Knuckles' dad also microwaved him. So Knuckles is kind of
microwaves in this universe.
So echidnas lay eggs. That's a thing in real life. They bring that up in this.
Oh, he tried to hard-boil his son.
So basically what happens is, so Knuckles is very much, Penders conceive Knuckles is very much of like a messianic figure. I've done the video, you've watched it.
Jesus. Yeah, we've seen it.
It's kind of because of Knuckles' dad's intervention a little bit. So when Knuckles was an egg, he put him in a microwave of like chaos energy and microwaved him to like imbue him with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Knuckles' dad also dies twice, once of cancer, and second by just being evaporated Thanos style.
I love how that's the one that sticks. The cancer, yeah.
The cancer one was written specifically by Penders when he was coping with his own father's death. So it's like, does Penders see Knuckles as a self-insert? The answer is maybe. I don't
Imagine making yourself insert Jesus.
Yeah, there's things about that.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah, so Knuckles' dad fucking scratches the shit out of his chest.
But now he looks even cooler.
Yeah.
It's
You've
like,
only made me stronger.
you see, he can't be homophobic. He gave Scourge top surgery.
Oh, fuck.
Can we get like to something semblant playing the topic? Like back onto it.
Okay. Back to Hot Fox.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Let's
see.
I'm not a furry, I swear.
Too bad. You're monster fucker. The difference is negligible.
Yeah, hold on a second, Stack. Hold on a second.
What?
Aren't spiders technically an animal?
What?
Hey,
Can't find
Hey,
Spider-Man. He's like Spider-Man might be the least furry spider.
no,
cop.
we've had it. I've made several videos about this.
No, what I mean is like animal-wise, specifically with a costume design, it pertains to the animal aesthetic the least. Like Batman's more of a furry than Spider-Man is in terms of costume.
That's real, but sometimes
Isn't a
He's an
spider
egg.
an animal?
and the spider is not an animal.
And
It is-
sometimes he gives birth to himself, and that's a very furry thing. We're gonna move on.
I will not be kink shamed for my impossible fetishes. This question.
So Scourge gets thrown in a multiversal prison. So basically there are multiverse cops called zone cops. So while there's a bunch of parallel worlds,
Boo.
the idea I think is neat. While there's a bunch of parallel worlds, the zone cops are from a perpendicular world. So it passes through all the other dimensions.
That's so fucking funny.
Is there like a dimension kebab?
I
Like a
want to.
multiverse kebab?
So if you notice, the cops are all sideways on the wall, but then everyone here, because their world's perpendicular,
Okay.
they had a whole comic where the gag was
joke.
because it focused on Zonic, who is the
Sonic.
zone with a Z.
It's like when I thought that guy's name was Jay-Z.
Yeah, it was. So the comic, you have to hold it sideways, which is terrible when you're trying to make videos and you're working with a .cbz file. But it's very funny when you have the book.
Wait, so can I see Zonic?
We'll see Zonic.
What?
So Scourge gets repeatedly beat up in prison
For what? He didn't do anything.
because
I'm sure
most
he
of
did.
these people are like villains, and they're like, "This is a Sonic. This is a Sonic."
Never
That's
mind
Sonic.
that he's green.
Well, he's
That's
a
Sonic.
Sonic.
I'm gonna beat his ass.
He's a Sonic. That's all that really matters to them.
That's nice.
He says,
like
"I'm the joke" while having green hair.
Yeah.
He's the Joker Sonic, if you will.
These are characters called Horizontal and Vertical. They are interdimensional beings. They're
Batmite?
they're Batmite a little bit, but they get randomly serious sometimes because they had an interstellar war with each other that almost destroyed all of reality.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, man.
God, I love Sonic.
So now they say we were used to be gods in our home zone. And they got arrested by the zone cops because they almost destroyed everything. So basically, they know Scourge almost beat Sonic before on the previous time while he's in prison. So they're trying to get on his good side. Scourge doesn't care for any of them.
Yeah.
So there's the Zone Cop version of Eggman and his nephew Snively. We'll talk about that later. And he's
this orientation so much.
Wait.
basically all the people from the perpendicular zone have been recruited as cops, with the exception of the Zone version of Rouge who's become a therapist, and we'll see her later.
What?
Oh,
Is
God.
she a
that
hot
beef-
therapist?
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah.
think.
We'll get to her.
Is she like Harley Quinn?
We'll get to her.
You know, like a mommy.
Yeah. So, and he's very the Zone Cop version of Eggman is very like uncomfortably touchy with them, and that's Sonic in his armor.
Cop Sonic, boo, boo! Everyone boo the cop.
Boo.
Ah, this isn't my favorite Zone Cop. His name was Warden Zobotnik. The orientation I think is really funny. So
One thing
Fiona and her crew get arrested on purpose, basically to break him out.
Checks out. Makes sense.
Classic.
I
They
like her
also
They shave his head.
they shave his quills shorter. His roommate is an evil version of Big the Cat, who in the main universe, Big the Cat is just like he's
He
strong.
just goes fishing.
Yeah, he just goes fishing and he has a frog that's his
He's
friend.
just a guy.
Here he's Smalls the cat and he's a dick.
Aw, of course
Oh.
he is.
He stole Scourge's mattress because if you see, Smalls has 2 mattresses and Scourge is sleeping on bed springs.
Oh my god.
And an evil version of Knuckles fucking dunking Scourge like a basketball.
I feel like
I love
evil
this.
version of Knuckles should have like 8 feet. You know.
So there is a version of Knuckles from Scourge's
that-
reality.
Is
Yes,
that
that's Bebop and Rocksteady. They're,
from the Ninja Turtles?
yeah.
The Ninja Turtles.
I won't
Bebop,
go here.
Bebop, Sonic has the Archie Sonic has like had many appearances. The Ninja Turtles just showing up. We're not going to worry about that right now. That's too much to discuss.
The canon.
They're putting him in a dryer.
What the fuck?
Why are they so mean to him? Because he's a Sonic. But like,
Yeah.
I feel, how are there not other Sonics in jail?
Because most Sonics aren't evil. Most Sonics aren't the fucked up evil ones.
And also, most Sonics that are evil don't go
If
around.
he's the fucked up evil Sonic, then shouldn't people be trying to be making friends with him?
Well, no, because like evil people don't really care about evil people. So
This isn't how the prison system works.
no, I definitely like how
This
if
is
you're
portraying the psychology of crime in a bad way that I don't
you're
agree
a
with.
corrupt cop, even if like you are corrupt and you like don't care about the system, people will be like, "Oh, hey, a cop, I want to kick your ass."
That's fair, but this this green Sonic is not a cop.
He's a Sonic, which is a cop.
That's just the
Not
problem.
all
with the Sonic.
Sonics are cops.
Oh, okay. Hashtag not all Sonics. All right. Oh, he is. small.
Hashtag not all Sonics. Oh my gosh, Squid, you weren't here for when I was drinking a Sonic themed drink.
God,
Not Sonic
I
the
think I-
character, but Sonic the fast food restaurant.
yeah,
I've never. Oh, I didn't have one second.
yeah. There's your Fox content. Right
Hell
there.
yeah. She's hot.
Yeah,
She's
like
made
so
her
why-
prison jumpsuit a crop top.
why did this issue come up in specific in our Fiona Fox discussion?
This is like at the tail end because they do this right before the Penders sued. And then it was like, so first they just tried to be like all the characters that Penders created, they got kidnapped to a faraway place, essentially, and we'll never see them again. It's assumed they were either put into some form of like internal prison or slavery or something like that, or they just got killed. Those are the things we can think at that moment, including Knuckles' wife. It's what happens.
Oh, it's like how in Infinite Crisis they murdered Superboy because
Yeah.
the family was suing.
Yeah, kind of like that. And then they rebooted it for, which is another whole conflict. People have asked me to cover how the reboot happened. It's like, that's a lot. They do it technically twice. They do one to just readjust canonicity, and then they're like, the second one was like, okay, we actually have to get rid of a bunch of shit. We can't skirt around it anymore. Yeah, Scourge is just trying to blend in. He's not trying to. So he's trying to like just not be the focus of attention. This character here is really interesting because he was technically erased from reality in Sonic 06, but he's here now. He's the one that stabs Sonic in the chest and kills Sonic in Sonic 06, but he's just in prison here.
Yeah, this is the version of him that just wanted to make a battle royale to defeat Fortnite.
God.
What's with those little? I guess those are quills. He's a hedgehog.
Yeah.
People forget that.
You say that like any of the designs fit their animal counterparts.
Well, you know how it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep zooming in on pictures of Fiona for Stack.
God.
Oh,
Not
it's
a
weird. I
furry.
like her more now that I know why she's evil.
Yeah.
It's like her vibe.
I wish she and Rouge were like a thing. I feel like that would have fixed all her problems.
Let's check AO3 and see what's happening. Let's check AO3 for the Sonic fandom.
Yeah. Oh, there's a
God.
lot. I did a whole Excel document at once trying to document the most known ship. Right now, probably because of migratory fandom, when I did that document, it was Robotnik and Agent Stone were the top ship because of migratory / fandom.
Checks out. Checks out.
But they also, I think that also got a bump when they just confirmed, like, oh no, that relationship, at least in a one-sided way, is canonical.
Okay, right now I'm looking at the AO3 page for Sonic the Hedgehog, all media types. There's a little over 20,000 works. The top ship, Sonic. Then it's Miles or
You
Tails.
cut out what was the top ship?
Oh, Shadow and Sonic.
Donato, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, checks out. And then it's Tails and Sonic platonically. Excellent. And then it's Amy and Sonic. Sure. And then it's
Why does it
really
have to be
fucking boring.
platonically? Is Tails
Wait,
always a
what's
child?
I still think of him like a child. Again, they say, like, hey, don't worry about it. Again, he's one of the characters I still think, like, that's a child when I see him. Like, he's a little baby boy still. I don't think of him in any other way.
The few
God,
things I would say
This
is
is
one.
such a boring fandom.
The thing
do
is
you mean?
though that like even if you want to ship Tails and Sonic, it just makes more sense that like almost every Sonic fic is going to have Tails and Sonic platonically. You know,
It's real.
I do think
I
no
think
matter
that's
what.
weird because like I've always heard that they're best friends, but now you're telling me, oh, one of them's like a 16-year-old and one of them is 10. It's like, oh, why are they best friends?
So here's the way they met is Tails used to be bullied for his two tails. Ableism is canonical here. Even though it helps him. So I feel weird calling it ableism, but it is still
Like the
discrimination
opposite of
based on how it
ableism.
looks.
It's extra ableism.
It is
Yeah.
ableism in the same way that like people can have advantages if while being autistic, you're still ableist if you discriminate against autistic people. You know.
Yeah. So basically, Tails was getting bullied. Sonic stepped in. That's kind of how that happened. And Tails was like, "Oh, I'll just start tagging along with you." And then Sonic was like, "Cool, I fight a techno-fascist on the reg. Hope you're cool with that."
Adopted him.
Also, didn't Sonic help him by saying, "Why don't you use those two tails to fly?"
Yeah. In the Fleetway comics, they make it more dramatic because Tails was drowning when he met Sonic. And they even flash to a reality where that Eggman makes after gaining supreme power. The Fleetway comics get wild in a very comic booky way. He makes a reality where Sonic was never born and shows Sonic it, and Tails died. Like they just say that straight up and send Sonic into a period of grief. One of my favorite things about these is that they do show the fan art that people send in, which I like.
Yeah, this is what I know the meme where you're supposed to look up like your name, the hedgehog, and see what pops up.
It's just because like a lot of people do.
Yeah. Fan art.
On to the next, because Sonic Universe, the series specifically, is a very easy place to start if you're interested, because everything is 4-issue arcs and they're very self-contained. So it's like, yeah, you get like a recap of what's happening before, but you just need to read this 4-issue arc and you have the whole story. So
I'm on AO3 for Sonic right now.
I think you have better
I
luck
saw,
on DeviantArt.
I saw you squint very hard. Did
No,
you
it's
see
just the
something you
way-
didn't like?
No, trust me, nothing can surprise me. I was a little surprised by Pandemics. I was like, okay, that's a
Oh,
boring.
that's because of the Zombot arc that they did pandemic
Wait,
stuff.
hold on.
Yeah, that checks. That's fine.
They-
Honestly, I'm disappointed. I'm
Just to check-
disappointed.
Like you
Disappointed.
You expected
More-
a lot from the Sonic fandom, and they
It's
just
because the way people talk about Sonic, they very much focus on the weird shit when they talk about it. But the weird shit
wanted
isn't what bubbles to the top. It's always like you
But
have to
this is
look
not-
for it.
Literally sorted by kudos, most explicit. Like I was like, I'm ready. I want some fucked up Sonic.
I don't
Nothing.
think most
Nothing.
explicit is a thing you can sort by.
Well, the thing is, I think
You-
most if
you
a
can
Sonic
sort by
fan
most
has like
bookmarked.
a vision, they're more likely going to draw it than write it, right?
Oh yeah, fan
I guess
comics,
that's true.
animations, and shit.
I
That's
see.
usually where it's at.
Okay.
Go on DeviantArt.
If we
I
want
do
to,
have a question. How does the
how does the what?
Omniverse-
No, I
Does
don't
Sonic
think
have feet?
Okay,
you real
have-
hedgehogs have feet.
I mean, they're hedgehogs. They're not wolves. Why are people putting the Omegaverse on them?
I mean there are wolf characters.
I guess that's true, but none of
my-
the characters tagged in this fic are wolves.
I want a fic where like only the wolf characters have feet. Like everyone else is playing by normal rules, but the full blown Omegaverse is just.
Oh,
wild.
I forgot about Werewolf Sonic. So yeah, that makes sense.
I've heard of this, yes.
Yeah, so that makes sense. I'm trying to think of.
Werehog
Is Sonic
Oh my
Alpha
god.
or an Omega? Or a beta?
Here's.
Is he a beta? Be honest.
I feel in my heart that Sonic has bottom tendencies.
I think okay, admittedly, because I watched Snapcube, this is on the mind here. But I feel like I can't think of a single pair. I guess Amy could top Sonic. Yeah, that works. Okay, yeah.
What do you
Here's because I hate that Sonato is the popular ship Sonic and Shadow because I don't. They
What
don't
if you were gonna ship Sonic with
Sonic
someone?
and Jet.
Who the fuck is Jet?
Jet.
Oh,
is,
I know. He's
Jet
a
the
fucking
Hawk. Yeah, he's. Oh,
Sonic's
hold on. I need to get.
I see it now. Sonic is just a brat to you.
I'll get a panel that like made everything make sense. Where it's like, yeah, like if I have to be straight about it, it's Sonic and Sally. If I can be gay about it, it's Sonic and Jet. I'm trying to get the specific panel where it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So hold on, it's an IDW, so I'm just scrolling through it.
Is a boomer opinion. I'm sorry.
I'm reading some interesting things.
You read so fast.
Here we go. Okay, so summary of the Zombot arc because we'll cover this really fast.
What is he
basically-
covered in?
So Sonic gets infected at the beginning of the zombie virus. Like that's what
That's
happened.
meta.
So what he has to do is he has to keep running because it burns off the infection. So he's exhausted by the time this storyline ends. He has to either keep vibrating or running in place or just fucking sprinting for miles. But it's an organic virus. It's a techno-organic virus. So he can't walk on grass either because that would spread the virus to the grass. And it's like a by touch thing. So basically they're having to gather all the Chaos Emeralds because shit got fucked up. And they call Jet and his team of thieves, they're the Babylon Rogues, and essentially to like help because Shadow already got infected at this point because Shadow was like, well, I was literally made to cure a virus that is like the equivalent to AIDS in universe. Like that's what he was made for. So he's like, this will not infect me. And then it does.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
because he's a cocky asshole.
Yeah. It's like just this interaction
just
where
sleep.
he's like basically begging Jet for help, and he's like, Jet, I get it. You've got an image to maintain. You do things, you do your own way of things. But the fact of the matter is, I can't do this without you, and I need your help, Jet. And the world needs the legendary Windmaster. And the way he fucking
Oh my
looks at
gosh.
Sonic.
when he can't do it without you. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's certain like trigger phrases that you have to come up with to just get people to go fiendishly insane for a homosexual ship.
Yo.
Like I knew someone I was following on Twitter where every one of their ships was the same flavor.
We've talked about migratory / fandom.
No, okay, because it wasn't migratory though, because it was like simultaneous. And I guess, but it was like okay, I'm gonna debate this. I think the ships worked. It was Reed Doom,
Okay.
Magneto Charles,
I might know this.
Same flavor.
Lex Clark, Megatron, Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And then it was 2 anime people I don't know, but that was basically the consistency here. And it's like the same, same strokes, different words.
Also, people ship her with Rouge, the Wave, the Swallow. They barely interacted at all in canon, but they're both thieves.
She looks cool.
Yeah, she's hot.
Anyway.
I'm still thinking of, oh my gosh, I'm still thinking about how the Omega looks. Why are people writing this?
I want to know if Sonic, so we established that Sonic is an Omega.
I don't like what I'm seeing on AO3. This isn't what I was expecting. What I hate it here.
I'm gonna see if I can at least get it to the. Are you getting upset because it's normal specifically, or
like it's just not what I like? There's this.
You have to seek out the weird shit, and a lot of people lock their shit away in like not safe for work servers and shit.
I guess that's fair. They're just not. They're not posting it on AO3.
Yeah,
we've run it. I'm like.
If I find weird shit, I will find you.
We finally run to Knuckles and Sonic, so that's something. That's different.
I just want to go over this character.
Tails is trans.
That's very popular. Tails is popular in trans both ways. Either the Tails is a trans boy now, or writing a fic where Tails becomes a trans girl.
I love me any character that people look at and are like, you're trans, but don't know which direction.
Yeah, it's like either way.
Okay.
I want to talk about this character real fast, Sergeant Simeon. I have someone in my mentions on Twitter who loves this character.
That's Donkey Kong.
Basically, they were part of a peaceful tribe in the forest of just all gorillas. And when Robotnik was showing up, he was the only one that's like, hey, we should fucking stockpile weapons and fucking try to kill Robotnik if he tries to come to the village. And they threw him out because he was like, well, that's not the peaceful way. And he basically deals with it his damn self before the in-universe equivalent of the Kingpin shows up and basically recruits him. We'll talk about Mammoth Mogul at a different time. And his tribe is like, no, we get it now. And he's like, nope, I'm going to become a mercenary instead. Fuck y'all. Good luck being doomed, idiots.
Okay. Oh, that's sad. Okay. There are 52 works for Jet and Sonic, which is really sad.
It's a smaller ship.
Is Ash asleep?
Ash.
If Ash is asleep, there's no way to end the stream.
Ash, are you alive?
Ash.
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 Have you ever seen that?
What do we do?
What is the protocol?
I can hear them snoring.
See, here's the thing. If we just leave at any point, then Ash might get banned on Twitch because you're not allowed to sleep on Twitch.
I have to stay until Ash wakes up.
This is a nightmare scenario.
Ash.
I love how they have to add a rule that you're not allowed to sleep on.
Oh, because some people would just fucking do it.
I know why. It's funny. All right,
Oh, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Checks out. Yeah, makes sense.
Stack, you like you like girls who just beat the shit out of their dudes every once in a while and treat
Damn
their
right.
dudes really pathetically, right?
Get his ass.
Oh, I
Fuck
have
him.
this exact panel, but it's Mayday.
Oh,
kicking.
she's grabbing him by the front of his shirt. That's good. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I have that exact panel, but it's Mayday kicking Rena in the face.
Yes. Oh my god.
Okay,
They
and
knew
then
what they were about.
there's Buff Amy Rose, who's specific to this issue and never.
I don't like that her arms usually flesh colored.
Yes.
Okay, okay. It feels
There's-
a little bit more jarring here
I think
for
it's
some
the
reason.
fact that she's not wearing any of her normal colors as well, you know? So it's
There's
just like,
Therapist Rouge.
I'm
Again,
so happy
she's
that
from the
they,
perpendicular dimension.
they
so
have
it's
the panels
sideways.
be the same. This is no, I mean, I guess I'm happy that she's just wearing normal clothes, but I did expect. I don't know. This is a comfortable outfit. I want to see normal Rouge in this outfit.
Oh, this is where Scourge like
You have
triggers
to
his
wake Ash up. This
PTSD
is too
flashback.
bad.
Scourge also causes a riot mid therapy session.
Ash.
Ash. We can't just pretend Ash isn't asleep.
What are we supposed? Does anyone have Ash's number?
I mean, we can call on Discord, I guess. See if it
Unless-
rings.
yeah,
We're not gonna, like,
What is the protocol?
I guess. What if we played, like, Ash lures because the headphones are still on.
Someone play the Johnny Storm song.
But
I
okay,
don't
you
know.
gotta.
See, here's the thing. I don't know if it's gonna share my audio if I play it. I'll try to play
Can I share my screen?
it, but Ash has to turn it on.
I don't think that's
No,
true.
we don't. It can't be the same person.
Okay. Because every time
I don't
I
wanna share
I
my
share
screen.
it,
I decided I don't want this responsibility.
I the thing is, I'm pretty sure that yeah. So you try your audio, and if it doesn't work,
God, are we gonna have to? We have to listen to the Johnny Storm song.
is it playing at all?
I don't hear it.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can. Is it a you thing that hasn't worked? That the audio?
It hasn't worked. Every time I've tried to share audio, it doesn't work, and I have to send it to Ash. But
How
that's not
long did-
working right now.
All right,
How
let
long
me
did it
try.
take us to notice?
I need you to not be on. So, do we want to risk you? I think I should still be able to like do it, right? If I click it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how this works. I'm trying to do it.
Because I know Ash has to put like let me be the sharing one, and it'll be
Yeah,
like
does Ash
pending.
have to approve it?
Yeah, Ash
I
has to
think so.
approve it every time I've had to
Oh
share
my
it.
god.
I think
Here,
it's
I'm gonna. Am I
Can
sharing?
you?
no. I think you need to X out of sharing. Two people can't share at the same time.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna hit stop screen, but then the rest of the stream will be us yelling at
Wait,
Ash
I think-
to wake up.
so stop it
Yell at Ash.
and hopefully.
Wait, I think
it'll-
we do need Ash's approval. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
cool.
think
We're
Ash has control. Ash is asleep at the wheel.
Ash.
Ash. I tried calling on Discord. It's not ringing.
Pulling up air horn sound effects. Hold on.
I think this is the funniest thing that has ever. Well, actually, there's been a lot of funny
It's
shit.
we.
that
I've
happened.
never had a situation where I call and they immediately pick up. I guess. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'll grab my phone and I can play the Johnny Storm song
That's
on.
what I'm doing. I'm trying to pull it up.
Or
It's
maybe.
an ad. Can
It's
you
not
hear
even
that?
so much that we need Ash awake to continue the stream. I think this is our sign.
We need
that it's
Ash to wake
bedtime.
to end the stream.
Yeah, but you can't end the stream.
I'm
Can you
gonna
hear this?
see- Yes, we can hear it. I was gonna try something.
Ash, you need to like sleep in a real bed. This is not this is not a good sleep posture.
All right, hold on.
Anyway, Stack, there you go. There's
I
another
don't
one.
think there's a
Oh
way
my
for us
God,
to end the stream.
There is a Wyatt Wingfoot month where we are honoring the
Nope. Okay. I just knew.
If we just chant Wyatt Wingfoot 3
Here's
times,
the thing.
surely.
Every time I on the self promo channel click one of Ash's videos that are about Wyatt Wingfoot, I do have to remember that Ash gets very loud about Wyatt Wingfoot. So I presume.
Wyatt Wingfoot.
Yeah.
Wyatt Wingfoot.
Wyatt Wingfoot's here.
Wyatt.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
And he's got a big bag of weed. Wyatt Wingfoot, you want to take me on an adventure with your big bag of weed?
I think it's working. I saw it. Ash move. It worked.
Huh?
You
Hey,
fell
Ash.
asleep.
Good morning.
You drank too much soju, my guy.
Wyatt Wingfoot.
It worked.
I can't believe what woke you up is me saying Wyatt Wingfoot's here with a big bag of weed.
Wait, what? That's what I woke up to?
Yeah.
I-
This is the funniest fucking stream.
The issue was it wasn't even like, oh, we need Ash to wake up to continue the stream. It was like Ash is the one that has to end the stream, and I don't want Ash to be banned on Twitch for sleeping on stream.
Oh my god, what the fuck
And
was
dude,
going
you can't
on?
be sleeping in your fucking gaming chair.
I actually did that once. It's a very
That's not good.
comfortable gaming chair.
I don't care.
Just now.
Go.
Autofill, love you. You gave me this chair for 50% off,
Wake
and
up.
also it's comfy.
Get
You
in a real bed.
immediately instead of waking up, you just immediately went to like selling.
For a
Ash is
brand,
a true
okay.
influencer.
True
Yeah.
influencer.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The autofill did this thing in like February, like 2 years ago now, almost. No, a year ago now, where they were like, "Hey, first 5 people to buy chairs off of our website gets their chairs for 50% off." So I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna be the fifth person to buy this chair." I was.
Nice.
Dope.
I like how I just wake up and yeah.
Anyway, I think you should go to bed.
Yeah, you should go to bed, and we should.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the shortest
You
stream
drink.
because you.
It's only 5 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't realize I passed out.
We didn't
When
even
did
talk
you
about
pass out?
Godzilla.
I'm like,
Let's
what-
talk about Godzilla for like 5
Godzilla.
minutes and then we can go.
Well, because the problem is, I sent Ash the Human Torch movies that Toho, the Godzilla company, almost made, and we were going to talk about that. And I feel like even though those movies never were made, I feel like Ash would fill at least an hour.
I
Yeah.
think we could save it for next week.
Yeah.
We can save it for next week when I'm not. What the fuck am I doing?
Dash,
We
what?
did-
How much? You drank more than this before, probably.
No, okay, so here's what happened. And let me make my face bigger. So here's what happened. So I for some reason woke up at 5 a.m. today.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Go back to sleep.
Okay.
I guess we did wake you up. No, wait, don't go back to sleep. Explain and the stream.
Oh yeah. So I woke up at 5 a.m. and then for some reason, instead of going back to sleep, I reread the entire Spidey
Wow.
Torch Yuri.
Why? Why?
How long?
Not even on the
were
first
you
draft.
In, I feel like if you,
We didn't even explain this. We've just been saying it and expecting
It's been like a week.
like the people that aren't you and me to explain.
I
Understand
think I picked up the context in
No,
that
you
it's MC2. Johnny has a daughter
Eh.
now, and not Johnny's shitty kid.
Yeah.
And it's Mayday and Johnny's kid, who I do not know the name
Let's
of.
talk about mayhem.
Maria.
So we are just like, oh god, my brain's hurting. It is funny when people are like, yeah, it's MC2, and it's like, what's MC2 about it? There's kids there.
Yeah, that's
It's
all.
like-
Right.
I guess.
Okay, no.
It's
'cause
MC2 derivative.
Yeah,
'cause
it's MC2 derivative. It's what if they tried to do MCU2 right now with the current comics current
Right now,
continuity?
I keep one more day in there.
We keep one more day in there.
We give we give Peter and NJ a
But you see,
but instead of one more day, it's just a regular normal.
we make
divorce.
all 3 Elijah returns canon.
Wait,
I think I
what?
mentioned this in
No,
the
they're-
server,
They all are canon.
but I think it would be very cool. Like, I think a real sequel to MC2, MC3, would not be like Mayday, but again, it would be like another super controversial choice by Marvel. That
Taurus
like,
Storm. They'll bring him back, and I will kill Marvel.
yes, let's do that.
No!
Fourth Elijah return. Surely the fourth time she's here, people will actually like her.
Okay, wait, hold on, because there's the initial Elijah story, then there's the 90s, then there's Secret Invasion, then there's Slots Run. So it would actually be her 5th return.
Yeah. Well, fourth return, 5th appearance.
No.
You said her first story, which is not a return by definition.
Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah,
Great
5th,
point.
5.
Yeah. 5. It only takes 5 times to convince someone that Elijah's a good character, not
No.
uh,
Oh
sec-
God. Who was that when we were still on TikTok? Unstable Molecules kept on going onto my streams. And I don't remember what we were talking about, but I had expressed my hatred of Elijah. And they were like, I actually think Elijah's pretty good. And then every single time that motherfucker showed up on my streams, I would pause everyone and be like, no, we can't talk about anything else. Get the fuck out of here. Get the
Yeah, what
fuck
was
out of
their
here,
deal?
Elijah. Lover. God,
Who likes Elijah?
Elijah? Exactly.
Again, I will never not be confused that
X-Men
the
fans.
MC. No.
I've been on Twitter. The ones who like her.
MCU.
Wow. I do not claim them.
X-Men fans.
I will.
X-Men. Oh, is
begrudgingly-
it fucking David?
They're like, oh my god, she's cunty. That's like the
No, she's
Make
not.
promotion.
that's
Who?
like the baseline of
Who's cunty?
She's literally not.
Elijah
cunty.
the Laser Fist. She's actually the least cunty scroll, which I think is a goddamn crime against her entire species. Like, you're gonna be the most, like, the second most prominent scroll, and you're just not gonna
There's
serve
no way
ever.
Elijah is the second most prominent scroll.
Who's the-
It's Kirk. I'm just gonna call him.
I
Kurt.
think
It's
The one who has
Hulkling.
super in his name.
Yeah, Super Scroll, and then
Hulkling.
like.
Teddy.
Hulk-
Oh
Like,
wait,
and
fuck!
then it's
I forgot.
Elijah.
Okay, I don't think Teddy should count though.
That's
Why?
Teddy's
Yeah, I guess he's
entire
only
thing
half
is that he's biracial.
wow.
Debbie sees a scroll.
Wow. You're not a re-skull. You're biracial.
Like,
Or you adopt a
I
human.
don't think Teddy should count. But regardless, Elijah
Teddy
is like
should-
the,
no,
the
it's
second
not
or
because he's
third.
biracial. It's because he's gay.
Yeah, I'll respect that.
Okay,
And
yeah.
I hate Teddy not because he's biracial or that he's gay, but because he sucks. Okay.
I
does
hate him
suck.
because he's gay and boring.
Yeah.
Fine to be gay and boring.
Well, I think the Avengers like
I
half
love Teddy.
weird and half not. I'm
no,
sorry.
he needs to divorce Wiccan.
That's
I want a
true.
messy gay Avengers divorce.
I am so
Yeah,
glad.
Al
that we
Ewing is a
approved-
piece of shit who
I am
ruined those
so
characters.
glad with all of my heart, Stack, that you moved from the we need a gay messy divorce, so it should be Kyle and North Star.
It should
No.
also be Kyle and
No.
Northstar.
Damn it. Because I do remember you explicitly saying, I don't
Okay.
want to break up Teddy and Hogley.
Wait,
It's like,
here's the
I
thing.
didn't. When
Here's
did
the
I
thing.
say that?
Here's the
You said
thing.
that.
With
When?
Kyle and North
What
Star.
didn't you say, Stack?
I'll say anything.
Point is, I think Kyle. Here's the thing: if Kyle and North Star break up, there's not a single civilian within like sniffing distance of
They're
the
still not let. Well, no, New Alpha Fight was pretty good when I was checking it out. I'm more okay with Kyle and Northstar.
They should make
considering
they
the
should
new
give
outfit.
Kyle things to do, and they should make North Star sexist again, so that he's not.
They need to make Northstar a bitch, and they need to
Yeah.
make Kyle interesting again. He was interesting before the marriage. But then he was just like, oh,
Hey, why don't we talk about the fact that the first like gay mutant marriage publicly is also biracial? I feel like
which
that's
is like
relevant,
super neat and cool. No one does anything interesting with it.
because why would you? Sorry, I got into.
And no one talks about how, well, we don't need to get into it.
Here's the thing. Why would I still hate the a part of the reason why I hate the whole Hulkling Wiccan marriage is I was fucking reading Sword and it's like the fact that like their fucking foreign policy has to do with the fact that the X-Men don't like the Scarlet Witch, and I'm like, I feel like you have bigger fish to fry. I truly think that you're like, like
Al Ewing should pay for his crimes against gay people.
Al
Yes,
Ewing.
I need like
you know what?
I need
Okay,
a
the way
message.
Ash just said Al Ewing, I think that should be a call to end the stream. Like that sounded like the grips of death were whisking her away. Like Al Ewing. Like that sounded like the last.
It makes me feel better.
That's what Spike says before dying in Cowboy Bebop, just like Al Ewing, and then
Spoiler.
slumps over.
That's how I would. I would die cursing Al Ewing's name. That's
What comic book writer would I probably Zeb Wells, probably Dan Slott.
Ken Penders. Ken Penders is
Dan.
Fucking
Oh,
I'm
Don't
laughing
mind
too
it.
hard
not
now.
for any
Fucking
not
Mark.
for any of his creative choices, for the things he tweets.
Jonathan Hickman.
fucking
Release.
Fucking Hickman. Fuck you, Hickman. Why
Fuck
did you keep
Hickman.
Wyatt out of the entirety of Johnny's death? Why did you keep Wyatt out of the entirety
Yeah, sure,
of
whatever
Hickman
that.
Foundation?
Yeah, sure, that's what.
I mean,
that's
I guess
why-
like Ash and Daystar one is brigaded by comic book fans before we leave.
What's going on?
is there any good comic book writer?
Ryan
Ian
North.
Flynn.
Eve Ewing.
Eve Ewing is the better Ewing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eve
Are-
Ewing,
is
Ryan
there
North,
any relation
G.
between
Willow
the two?
Wilson.
No.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I
It's
did
just
not think
an
the Scottish
insane
man-
coincidence.
Yeah.
It also really sucks when you pick up a book and you're like, ah, yes, Ewing. And then you realize like halfway through it's Al and not Eve. And then
You
you
could
just
like
get
that.
so disappointed.
It is so easy to check.
I see, whenever I go into comic book
See.
shop, I just go,
You know
So
that
here's the
like
thing, you know,
you
if
know
it's a
that
book that's coming
haze
out,
that
it's
comes over
Al's, and if
you?
it's a book that's not coming out, it's Eve's.
oh yeah.
What haze? Are you shopping in Silent Hill?
no.
Where are
Hey,
you?
hey,
Are you
Squid,
trying to
you know
avoid
when you go
Pyramid
into
Head?
like a craft store,
Yes.
you know that haze that you go into it.
No, I'm
that-
too busy eating the buttons.
You know when you go into the craft store and you just wander for hours and it's like a liminal space and there's just something.
No, it's not a
Hobby Lobby
year.
where you don't spend money.
I will say
That's what
Daystar-
that's how I feel about craft stores. Is how Ash feels about. the
Hey,
store.
that is a little bit odd. Who the fuck knows my full name?
Ash.
What?
What the
That's
fuck?
just my full name.
Okay, I think that's
Wait, hold on.
Don't put
I
on
can't
screen.
I can't fucking dox
I think
myself.
Okay, so
I think
future-
What is
there's
going
a future here because apparently once a stream someone exposes their full name, just delete the comment and don't confirm.
Don't put it on screen.
Don't
Okay,
confirm.
yes,
I think
that
that's
is
our
my
sign
full
to
legal
end the
name.
stream.
So
Who
I
is this
can't.
person?
My full legal name is
on.
a Spider-Man character, and I hate it here.
What?
Just don't have white names and no one can get your full legal name.
Who the fuck is this person?
My
Hold
real
on.
name is Democritus. So
I will say my middle name is gendered, which is weird.
Wait,
Hmm.
what
Ash-
the fuck?
Can you delete this comment?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I
I
wait,
think
hold
something
on.
was special about it that the person had a shaggy profile picture.
Yeah,
There was something
just
special
so
about it.
fucking confused.
Right
Solve the
on.
mystery.
Anyway,
I don't trust myself in craft stores. 'Cause
The message is apparently retracted
All right.
on
Oh.
YouTube because I went to YouTube to do it.
Oh,
On
Shaggy
there.
deleted his own comment.
I was like, "What the fuck?"
So I'm looking at this channel.
me
There-
too.
One playlist. It's the Heidi Chronicles. What is that?
It's what I don't know.
The Heidi Chronicles is a 1988 play by Wendy Wasserman. The play won the 1988 Pulitzer Prize for drama. All right.
It's,
Hmm.
Did we get pulled into an ARG?
No, I'm just nosy.
So anyway, I can't be trusted in craft stores because when I was little, I'd grab the yarn, tie it off, and do what I called making spider webs, which was just running big cross section.
I once was like, I got pieces from a craft store to make a War Turtle cosplay in high school, and I was like, dang, they have like hoodies and shit here. Maybe I should just buy clothes here. But I just want one solid color. But because they have like stuff you can modify there. But yeah, I don't go to craft stores. You can read the first name. I will actively check the name of writers, especially for minority characters. But Daystar, you'll be happy to know, X-Men Red's over. It's gone.
Thank God.
It was.
I don't care about X-Men Red. I stopped reading it.
Okay, there's only one bad thing about X-Men Red being gone, and that's the fact that Al Ewing seemed to be the one person in Marvel staff who was keeping Storm on books.
Yeah.
Wild that Storm, who really should be the second, if not first, most important X-Men.
I think it actually should be first. I'm getting sick and tired of Wolverine.
He is like the most favorite writer because he has the bare minimum of puts Storm in the book. Like it's really just like
It's
that.
kind of sad.
I think I will say one thing I feel positively about X-Men Red is that the Araco mutants felt straight up like a stereotype under Hickman and Howard, and at least there was some world building. And I
really liked Fisher King, and then I was like, oh, they made him like a monster, and I was like, okay, I'm over it.
I had to, when I got to the ending, I had to like reread multiple times because I did not know when that twist happened. I didn't see the lead up, and I'm so confused that like the final 6 issues of X-Men Red were just in like a fugue state. Someone said when Magneto died, X-Men Red just became Gulp Shido Civil War, and that isn't wrong. All that being said, I think I've made many videos about this. I appreciate Araco as a power fantasy of decolonization, where like Wakanda is if colonization never happened, while Araco is like becoming decolonized. Like, what do you do when you are no longer colonized? And there's stuff about that. That being said, what if Storm was in multiple books? Crazy idea.
I will say, because we're at the end of the stream where no one's going to listen to it. I found it very funny listening to the Cerebro podcast where they had 2 people arguing over the ethics of Krakoa as an ethno state and like what that meant. And the entire time, like on both sides of it, nobody mentioned fucking Araco.
Like, oh, can I tell you one thing that really frustrates me? Very early in the Cerebro podcast, Spencer Ackerman is on, right? Actual political scientist, by the way. Talking with Connor Goldsmith. I want to clarify, I do not know either of these men's political opinions. I'm not looking into them. Do not assume from my comments. It's weird because Spencer Ackerman does correctly talk about how Krakoa is Israel analogy. And then he says that any Israel analogy that doesn't have Palestine is inherently failing at that, because it's proposing a version of a state with none of its consequences is explicitly propagandistic. I think everyone should know that. And like they get sidetracked as podcasts do, and then there's a question that comes up that basically paints the Iraqi as like the Palestinians, that analogy, and then the really weird thing that will stick in my head permanently is that Connor's like, well, we talked about that and how it isn't really that. Krakoa isn't really that. And then they go on to say how the Iraqi clearly are not that, clearly not the Palestinians, which is true. But it always psyched me out the fact that Ackerman basically says that Krakoa is a bad analogy for Israel, as bad as in the Krakoa element is bad. And then Goldsmith proceeds to say that actually it's not an analogy because it's not trying to be, because it doesn't have Palestine, which is like, I don't think, I'm not trying to read in too much into that. I think that difference is just between like a political scientist who actually understands the shit and someone who in media and like the difference between the two.
I think the time. Should we all talk about the time we lost complete respect for Mr. Connor? I remember one time he had someone on, and I forget what they were talking about, but they were talking about how they were in Rwanda and had survived the genocide, and he laughed in her face, and I was like, okay, I think I'm just gonna close the goodbye, Connor.
I just really don't need white man with a podcast. Like, I think so. There's so many opinions that. Okay, actually, I need to say this. Connor Goldsmith is the epitome of white gaze in the fact that, like, he will provide commentary on demographics he is not, on the basis that his marginalization as a gay Jewish man, like, has given him some insight. And I do agree that the more marginalization you have, the more you can intuit when marginalization is happening, but it does not necessarily provide you insight or authority into things. And the amount of women that are in X-Men comics that, like, are written terribly by men, and then gay men consistently try and reaffirm them as if they have the power and potential to do so.
You mean every Emma Frost profile picture in my mention?
I think, like, truly it is just like, I think I've said this before. Jon Stewart is a red flag for me. Like, this, I will explain this. Trust me, this is connect. Give me a second here. The Black Green Lantern, Jon Stewart, him being your favorite Green Lantern is a red flag for me if you are white, because I think that Jon Stewart is a very palatable kind of person, and a lot of his roughness has been removed, and I dislike how people talk about him as like, yeah, he's not wild like the other one. It's someone basically said that I feel the way about him like it's a I would vote for Obama a third time type of character. Similar.
Oh my god!
I have a question.
Yes.
What if I've never engaged with Green Lantern media at all besides the Justice League cartoons?
Yeah,
I have no other choice.
Like, go read a Green Lantern. Like, here's the thing: just say Simon Baz and, like, pretend it's fine.
The correct answer.
Read Far Sector.
Yeah, Far Sector, Sojourner. Why are both of the Black Green Lanterns veterans?
Wait,
Why?
I did watch DC Superhero
I mean, it's
Girls.
Green
and
Lantern,
I do
they're
like
all
that
cops.
Green Lantern a lot.
Okay, but, like, they shouldn't. Point being, similarly, but, like, if I meet a black person who's like, yeah, Jon Stewart, it's like, yeah, of course you fucking love Jon Stewart. It's Jon Stewart. Like, similarly, like, I think that, like, there are people who are like women who like Emma Frost. It's like, whatever. Like, you probably have your reasons. You probably have your own rant. You probably have had more internet
I'm mutuals with all three of them.
Yeah. You probably have more internet conversations that you've had about her than can even imagine in my lifetime. But the amount of people who are like, you could just like a character and then shut up. You could just be like, I like these stories, and not, like, what's the word, claim the aesthetic of, like, both, like, queer, like, queerness and, like, feminism to justify, like, every person who likes a female character in the big two comics can admit that they're typically written poorly by men and drawn poorly by men, and you don't need to pretend. Like,
yeah, you don't got to girl boss it.
Yeah, why? Can we, like?
Don't remind me of in the Harley Quinn annual where they wrote the story of, like, Harley likes to be abused. I hate that story so much.
Oh God!
They wrote what?
They wrote a story where Harley likes to be abused, and it's like, and they equate being abused and doming and subbing.
Oh, the good old 50 Shades. I think we should.
And I'm like, I will choke them. I'll be under their fucking beds.
We should ban all writers that have ever girl bossed a comic book character. Just,
I have no one left.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. We can start from scratch.
Wait, Brian North.
What is Squirrel Girl if not the ultimate girl boss?
We just praised Fiona Fox.
No, but Squirrel Girl
we
is
can't get rid of every
girl boss in
No,
a way that is good.
I think there's a difference between having a woman who just does shit and, like, girl bossing specific. Not like writing characters. Like,
Squirrel Girl is not a girl boss because she is compassionate.
This is me being very affectionate. I love Ryan North.
I think
Ryan North, we love you. Come on the podcast. I'm
Ryan
not going to
North-
say anything further.
Oh
I'm going
God.
to tell
Ryan
Ryan
North
North so many
TV.
things about Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm
Ryan
going
North,
to poach
don't watch
Ryan
the
North.
previous episode of this podcast, whatever you do.
Look,
But-
look.
Don't. If
A
Ryan,
Ryan
North
North
is going to be on the
episode.
podcast, it needs to be after I do a TED talk about comic books, so I feel better about it.
I need to stop.
I need to
tweeting at
get my
him.
PhD in
What?
comic studies before I
what
talk to
was-
Ryan North.
Wait, hold on. What was the last thing I tweeted at him? Because I feel like we need to. I need to read it.
He did. I have
No.
a mutual on TikTok who he just like did an interview with her for her class project.
Oh yeah, I also did an interview with. I was like, why are you
He
putting
seems
me
like
and
a
Ryan
chill
North
dude.
near each other? What's happening?
Again,
North-
Ryan North and I
Ryan
just
North
talk
should
back
make
and
a
forth
website
about the
for it.
weirdest things.
Yeah.
Get off Twitter! Stop it! I
Twitter's
can't do
great.
this anymore.
Oh my
Get on
God.
Twitter.
Like,
Hold on,
No.
where is it?
I appreciate that the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl run had Doreen actually like be intelligent, and it wasn't just the joke of ha ha off panel. It's like no, like it's like the reason why Doreen gets wins that seem unearned is because she learns and talks to her supervillains. And like I especially love the little bit where she's like, yeah, I saw myself die, and rather than like pretend to be alive, rather than like immediately come back, I like faked my own death. And
Oh.
it's like that.
Okay.
Like she screws up a scroll's plans by just not pretending to be.
Here it
Okay.
is. So here's the exact conversation I had with Ryan North. Okay, so Tay, which is a very popular Human Torch artist, drew this, and I normally tweet out weird shit, so I was like, I can't say what I want to say about this on Twitter, okay? And then Ryan North randomly liked it, and I was like, I gotta stop saying stuff like this because I'm embarrassing myself in front of my father-in-law. He is my
What?
father-in-law.
No, but that assumes that Ryan North has any love for Johnny Storm.
No, this is
He is
about
easily
Playmo.
his least favorite member. Okay.
This
He's so real for that.
This is
It's
about
okay for
Playmo.
John to be the least
Okay.
favorite member because he's
Okay.
the worst.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Hey,
ignore the
well,
rest of this.
yeah.
But then
but hey,
Ryan North's
This is so
response
great.
to
I love this tweet.
Ryan North responds to this tweet, and
Yes.
he's like, sometimes likes are a raised glass across a crowded bar, but sometimes likes are an alarm glance across the dining room table. I'm like, what the fuck does this mean?
it
and I'm
means
like-
that you're the annoying cousin.
No,
at
no.
Thanksgiving.
Here's the thing, because I'm like, I'm assuming this is the second one, as is most of the things I tweet out about Johnny and Flamo. And then he said, "I'll never tell." And I was
Well,
like,
that just means that he knows.
My thing is, like, at a certain point, like, I always get worried about how Ryan North feels about this, but he also does continue to interact with you. And,
yeah,
like,
the
it's never-
fact that he hasn't blocked you is crazy insane.
not even blocked. The fact that he's actively responding to you.
he could
is
just
like-
like all my tweets and not say anything. The weirder thing
Yeah.
is that he directly mentioned one of my Wyatt tweets in a separate tweet that had nothing to do with Wyatt Wingfoot. And I was like, have I done more for the because I know a
This
lot
is a
of
parasocial
fantastic
relationship, right?
Yeah.
I think Ash might be the main character.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
okay,
which
so
is wild. It makes
I
me,
have-
I want to be
here's
the
the
main
thing,
character.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Because I know a lot of Johnny Storm fans, which are secretly just Spidey Torch shippers, they
Hey,
care more
hey.
about Spider-Man. I'm not saying it to blame them. I'm just saying that this is just what
I mean,
happens sometimes.
statistically, you're more likely to care about Spider-Man
Yeah.
than John Forge.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
It's cool.
you know,
But
all of them are constantly tweeting about Wyatt, and they're like, "Oh, we hope that Ryan North has seen like something about Wyatt, so we can get him back into the comics." I'm the only one who's made direct contact, tweeted about Wyatt Wingfoot for an entire day, got Ryan North to mention him by name repeatedly. I have done more for Johnny Storm than anyone else in the 5 months I've been doing this.
It is wild to me that I am what's the word? I am sub 500 followers for everyone here. I see y'all do shit and I am like, what the fuck is
What
going
do you mean you're sub 500 followers? That doesn't feel right. You make good content. This is
Yeah, Thank you.
bullshit.
Hold on.
Everyone should be following you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
like
make
at
sure to put
478.
your actual links in there.
Rena's Logan's number one stand account. If
Why
I
the
get people,
fuck are people following me? I talk about fan fiction.
if
Bullshit.
y'all want to, if I get actual comic followers, maybe I'll make comic content rather than yesterday where I just shouted about someone being ableist. Like,
When was the last time I posted on TikTok? I don't know what
Post
happened to
anymore.
me. I just
We were
completely fell
doing
off.
Spidey Torch Yuri for 6 days straight.
Have we?
It took 3 days to make that potato salad.
Okay, here's the thing.
I
We've
haven't
been
posted since the 2nd.
we've been
Jesus Christ.
What's
talking
going
about
on?
Maria for
You're not
a while.
posting cringe. You're gonna lose subscriber.
No, the problem is people are gaining subscribers because I posted one video that wasn't cringe.
Yeah.
No.
I was like,
I
hey,
hate when
I doubled my
boycott
follower
Marvel,
count
please.
from that
And
one
then people
video.
started following me, and I was like, hey, don't
Yeah,
listen to the
my-
white blonde girl about Palestine. What the
My
fuck
followers
is your
doubled, and
problem?
it has literally made no effect on my engagement. In fact, my engagement has gone down since then.
Yeah, my engagement keeps on fucking itself, and I'm
Yeah.
like,
I don't get my engagement rates at all. Like, it doesn't matter how many I watch. I get like roughly the same number of likes. Also, whenever I get a follower after a political video, I'm like, oh ho ho, I am sorry, buddy.
no,
All the people who followed me after I posted about Palestine, I was like, this is not the forever content. I'm
So,
reposting shit.
in the
and I'm
past,
putting it on
like,
my story, but that's it. Like I'm not the authority. What are you doing here? Get out, get out.
my 2 most recent popular videos have been about Snapper Car and that one time I called Godzilla and Mothra Toxic Yuri.
Yeah, I
we
saw
should
that
keep
trending on
content.
Godzilla
Yeah,
Twitter.
That was good.
It still terrifies me. But
Wait,
my
hold on. Wait. What do you mean?
The Godzilla side of Twitter. I saw people posting about that.
About me?
No, about specifically the Toxic Yuri ship. Because
Okay.
Mothzilla is the most popular,
Yeah,
specifically
Mothzilla.
because of your post.
Oh,
Like, they were retweeting it.
oh, I thought you were saying that Mothzilla is the most popular ship because of Ash.
No, just it's Mothzilla has always been the most popular.
Yeah,
People have been
it's always
retweeting
been
what
popular.
So,
Like,
I've trained my
the kaiju fandom gets weird interaction. One time, so there's an Ultraman villain who shrinks people down and puts them in jars to like catalog them. And I photoshopped Rainbow Dash into one of the jars. And then the writer for the Godzilla comic retweeted it. And I'm like, Matt, you know what this is about. Matt, please.
This is how I feel whenever Ryan North retweets my random Johnny tweets where I'm like, he's 3 apples tall, and it's like, the fuck?
I want to be a comic book writer just so I can be so cryptic on Twitter.
Like, I've talked with Matt directly. It's just the way it is.
Again, Ryan North once gave me a recipe for beats that I'm going to try and then record a video about.
call the video Johnny Storm's favorite beats in the
I gotta while I'm cooking this, I gotta go, you ought to teach this in school.
Hey, sorry, you were saying something.
Oh, I was saying that Mira Ayudala is like the fan favorite Iron Man writer, and he is constantly liking my tweets about like Tony and bondage and tentacles and shit.
Yeah.
He's weird.
talk
All the
about
games,
your-
like hell yeah.
If you're a kinky motherfucker, you write good comic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wait.
I mean, if I ever became a comic writer, I would make a side Tumblr and just reblog shit that I considered canon.
That's how I got into fights with Jeremy Whitley. I don't know, the dude that made Gwenpool asexual. I was like, "Fuck you, buddy. This is a weird queer take." And then I was like, "Oh wait,
he got crazy on Twitter."
I mean,
I
like,
don't
here's
give a shit about Twitter. I'm on Tumblr. Why is he on Tumblr? That's my space, not his space.
my thing is, my top video is still my Stitch of Stacks video on not talking in high dialect. By orders of magnitudes, this is 1,004 likes, 11.4 thousand views. The next one is 2,488 views and 562 likes.
I've convinced myself that the only reason I am marginally successful on TikTok is because I'm hot and I have great tits.
Like,
there's nothing else going on.
Every other video, especially back in the day, I was such a reply guy.
I You kept showing up in my mentions, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening here?" And then I was like, "She's got a point, though. She's got a point." And then I followed you back.
You started following me because I was like already following you because I liked your takes on Spider-Man, and then you were like, "Hey, just like Spider-Man and Moon Knight interact. Why are people posting about it?" I was like, "Okay," and I put together like a comprehensive video.
I knew about the who's dated Moon Knight
I'm
a little
looking
bit,
at
and it's like, what?
Like,
Why
you
would you do
asked,
that?
and I was like, "Okay, here's everything I know about."
the first time I messaged Stack, it was just like Stack had just followed me. I was like, oh, thank God, I can stop holding in a breath. Stack doesn't hate me.
I don't hate anyone. If I hated you, you wouldn't be able to see my videos.
Yeah. How did we get into the same orbit? Because I don't remember what happened.
I know that I followed Ash first because I was like, I need them to notice me. Because I was like, ugh. And I was like, we're not even posting about the same characters, but like they're funny.
Oh, so you were very excited when I suddenly jumped to Johnny Storm, and then it's like, hold on a second.
I was like, I know about this boy.
For a comic talk, you need to like just follow the people who aren't either talking about Bat family nonsense or power scaling. Like there is slim pickings for people who have
Do I need to start talking about power scaling?
Power scaling is talking about funny is just to when people are just so blatantly wrong. Like not to
Batman
shade
can beat anyone with any amount of prep time.
Not to shade anyone in particular, but one of my most controversial videos is one of the older big comic talkers, one of the ones who never wore a shirt. I will not say his name. He was like, "Oh, well, Hulk would definitely beat Carnage," and I was like, "No," and I brought up receipts, and I'm like, Carnage lobotomized the Hulk. What are you talking about?
Can
Carnage solos.
Can I bring up? I'm gonna expose myself deeply here. So, I in high school, first strike had a Reddit account. Second strike, used Reddit account on a subreddit called r/who would win, which was a lot of what you guys call power scaling that I know as battleboarding.
There is a really funny thread on who would win though, where it was like Darth Maul versus the gang from Always Sunny.
Yeah,
it's the Always Sunny gang.
It's the Always Sunny gang, right?
But so as you get
into
it, who would win got like really intense and would have a side subreddit called Respect Threads where you would catalog all the feats and shit like that, and got like really into it. And that's kind of how I started like writing fan fiction, because they would have a competition that I still participate in sometimes, in which you would submit 3 characters and get randomly assorted 3 characters, and then you would have to write in prompts on a tournament of fighting. It was a whole thing.
I love this. I love this so much. I love when affirmational fandom goes to transformational fandom. And I hate when transformational fandom goes to affirmational fandom, but also I do like that a lot too. I think the lines are blurry. There's things differently. I love when people creatively engage.
This is why I don't think battleboarding inherently is affirmational, because I think like the amount of like research paper level, like the only missing thing is synthesis, but I think the amount of effort that like the battleboarders
I need to bring up Bloom's taxonomy.
But I say all this to say that like now I come onto TikTok and I will say this is objectively worse battleboarding, and my brain melts because it's like I'm in here and I'm like, I left that part behind me. I don't do that anymore. And then I see people who are like, yeah, Ben 10 would just turn into Alien X, and I'm like, you dipshit. That's not how. Have you ever? Ben doesn't like that. Ben doesn't want to do that. Why are you making me angry? Or fucking who would win this random Spirit Skull Spider-Man bullshit or Eeyore?
Talking about Ghost Spider, Spirit Spider.
Okay, so let's talk about Bloom's taxonomy. So this is a thing that is brought up a lot in education, but I think it can also apply to fandom.
The bread is the one at the bottom, right? The bread is the most important one.
This looks gammon.
Every day I wake up.
Can we?
And the soda and the sweets are on top. That's how it works.
The breeding is at the bottom.
But if I put it upside down, that's the scale of happiness.
Wait.
So,
Is
like,
bread maximum happiness?
You ever just eat a
Bread's
shit
negative
ton of bread?
happiness.
First off, I would like to say that I just
no.
shared this in the images
Okay.
for context. For a thing that I said Ash brought this in.
No, okay, here's the thing. Because I once ate an entire baguette throughout. No, okay, so what happened was my friend was like, hey, I can get you free shit from Panera because I work there. Do you want? And I was like, haha, there's no way you could do that. Can I have an entire
Can I say?
I'm getting
while
bullied.
we're
I
doing-
ate the baguette the entire day, and
So anyway, if we look at this taxonomy, so
Well,
what
hold
we
up, hold up. I'm so sorry. Jack, I need to say this. As we were getting to this, sorry, you weren't actually. I got a DM. I just checked, and part of it was who would win the fight, super or man, and like had fake rounds. And I was like, oh, I caused a curse here by mentioning battle boarding. Someone.
So if you see from the taxonomy, fats, oils, and sweets have to be used sparingly.
This is
bread
outdated.
you can have as much as you want.
See, Bloom's taxonomy was revised.
Pull up the
in
new
90s.
one.
We're
Where it's up and down. This is the wrong food pyramid.
Listen, everything's a fucking triangle, okay?
Oh,
pull up Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
So here's the thing. I have this
at
entire
the
scene
peak of
in
the
my
arc,
head about
that's
why
the
it
climax
explains-
where you create.
Don't make this sexual. This is something that we use
No,
in lesson
I'm
plans.
talking about the thing. You know what I'm talking about. The exposition, rising action, climax, falling action. That's also a triangle.
That's not a triangle. It's a line.
There's a triangle in it.
It's a hill.
The hill, yeah.
So
Hills
anyway,
can be triangles.
what affirmational fandom often misses is they miss the create part. They often also miss the evaluate part in a way that is meaningful and interesting. They're
They
usually at the
also
end-
misunderstand.
Yeah.
the
Or
application.
remember is a problem sometimes.
Remember is a problem for the writers.
But
I'm
the
thinking of
problem
like
with-
different writers who straight up forgot characters
But the problem
existed.
with transformational fandom is they want to be
Jonathan
at the
Hickman.
create section of the pyramid, but they don't have anything else. They just have the create
that
block.
you should just make up shit.
Yeah, I'm part of the problem, and I'm willing to admit that.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
like-
hold
Source
on.
that I just
No,
made it
we
up.
do-
This,
Wait,
and
we
I
do
think,
too
like-
much analysis. Or wait, no, I do too much analysis, and
Yeah,
then I
that's it.
make you
I
put
like-
it into the
I like
fix.
how Ash is like, yeah, I do so much analysis, but refuses to read the comics.
Wait, hold on a
terrified.
second. What comimics though?
No,
Because
Ash reads comics.
You're like, I
Comics
gotta
about
get
White
all up on the
Wingfoot.
wiki. I gotta do everything, but
No,
read
'cause I
any of the
did
comics
read
that
it.
Daystar tells me to read for
Oh
the
wait,
things
which
that I'm
one?
asking.
Wait, which one did you tell me to read?
Oh
Oh,
my
for
god, we
Iron
do this
Man.
all
Yeah.
the time. Where you're like, what's this one? What is this relationship? And I'm like, read this, and you're like, no.
I
You should
read
read
some of them.
Icon.
I read
Read
the
it.
thing.
You see, now a white person is saying it, so it's not just me.
I'm not reading Icon because Squid told me to read it.
It's
I
on
need.
the infinite.
It is. It's good.
I showed you hot Fox girl. Please respond.
I'm not a fairy, I
Lucky is very
swear.
hot. It's a good bit. She has a boob window. It's fine. Okay.
There's a boob window, you say?
Yes.
Window.
Okay.
Is that how I'm going to get you to read the Max? Also, do I just need to show you hot girl in it?
Yeah,
I'm a
actually.
simple-
Hold on.
I'm a
Again,
simple
we should-
lesbian with simple needs.
We could do comic trades, but I feel like those are like comics are the worst medium to trade on because
Yeah.
the investment is so uneven.
Also, yeah, Squid. I will say, showing stacked lesbians is the easiest way to get
Oh,
him
bullshit.
to do anything. Okay,
Bull-
hold on.
Showing you
Hold on.
lesbians
Hold
is
on.
the
No,
easiest way.
Spidey Torch Yuri. I didn't even say anything about. I may have typed out a couple sentences. You've written 44 pages.
That's not true. That's a lie.
It's 44 now. I just,
No, that's not true.
Hey, Stack, look at this actual panel from the IDW comics.
I can't
Are we
see
just
it.
in Stack's
Oh, wait.
DMs?
lesbian.
Oh, so
Oh.
cute. Okay.
Lesbian.
Wait,
Sounds
it's
good.
about
It's
that's
the
the fucking Gundam piece.
She wears a mask. It's like because she does.
Yeah, it's like
This is
the,
a fucking Gundam.
I might be a furry.
Wait, all right, we were talking
Anyway,
about
milk, yogurt, and cheese groups can have 2 to 3 servings.
No, pull up the
Meat,
food
poultry,
pull up-
fish, dry beans,
There
eggs,
it is,
and nuts
old
can have
bullshit.
2 to
Pull up
3.
the real one.
Okay, let me
I
pull up,
don't
pull
know
up the
which
rear
one's
one.
the right one. This is about food, right?
Yeah.
so you remember food.
Mhm.
Okay.
You understand.
Let me put up the real one. Here's the real one.
You
What is it?
apply your
Sugar-
food and you
Sugar,
understand.
salt, acid.
So the real one is that music make me lose control.
Cheese. Yeah, cheese is the first.
I know he ate the cheese.
I mean,
We've lost.
some of y'all.
You're on
Great.
block. None of you are free of sin.
How could Jesus fucking
Open in
Christ.
is open in browser in the image.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind.
Because
Yeah,
I'm just sharing the Discord.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
We
And
should-
I just
Music make me lose control.
Making saying that made me realize I would. Great, I'm thinking of music. I want to make playlists for characters now.
Oh,
Dude, my
Jay,
character
go
playlist
get
to go
Daystar
crazy.
started.
I love
I have
character
one
photos.
playlist that I put a lot of effort into, and it's the Jean Grey playlist, and then everything else I just kind of feel like.
Y'all
Okay,
want to talk about my character playlist? This shit goes crazy.
hold on.
Yo,
Y'all want to
let's
talk
do
about
this.
Spidey Torch Yuri playlist?
It's
No.
so small. We gotta add more. It's only an hour and a half.
Oh my god, that's way more than okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's too long.
That's more.
It should
Okay.
be around an hour for
So
a
here's
playlist.
here's
No,
the
no,
Spidey
no.
story.
Hold on. My
Girl, okay, I feel like putting in
My-
girls is like, all right.
I'm going to incriminate myself. It's longer than my Shadow the Hedgehog Kinney playlist.
my Johnny
hold on.
Storm playlist is 5 hours long.
Then there's my favorite
Wait,
one that
oh my-
Daystar created, which is a playlist for
Yes.
IOC.
It's a lot of
Let's play lit. Let's play my own worst enemy by lit.
lot of skater rock.
Yeah.
You,
and then
oh my
there's
god,
the
you were not
naughty
kidding.
one.
You just took the the.
Why have you used such an
Wonder
ugly
Woman.
picture of Johnny? Get it
Because
together.
it's the funniest picture.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I have a
okay.
SDL playlist that's 5 hours
Yeah.
long.
This is just all
It's Carry On My Wayward Son, but
have
with different
a-
versions.
I have a
Oh,
Actually, Angel with a shotgun.
Oh wait, hold on. I have messed up.
I don't think you can play music.
I don't think I can. I don't know why it's letting me.
Don't. I completely lost the group chat. I can't
I
find the.
stopped
Oh,
it.
there.
Don't get VOD
Oh.
muted.
I
Anyway, so yeah,
Weezer, there's Weezer here.
there's
My-
fucking Weezer, and the sad
Get
thing is
Weezer
was
out
my-
of there.
But I want to share the
it
funniest.
works.
It's a great
That's the
song.
sad thing. It is.
Look just.
It's this is the greatest thing that Daystar has ever given me.
Oh god.
Anyway, let's go
I
to
need
Daystar's
to share-
profile. Everyone go follow them on Spotify. They make fantastic playlists.
I
You're-
need to
Uh,
share the
They're not
fucking
even
funniest
5 hours
message
long.
I've ever fucking sent
Nope.
about that involves Weezer.
I love how whenever you upload a photo for a playlist, I thought that Tony Rhodey stuff was Destiny from X-Men, but I love how whenever you upload a playlist, it says like, make sure you have the rights to the copyrighted material in this image, and it no one ever does.
It's like,
I didn't even know it said that. Oh, don't expose me, Ash.
Oh wait, okay. The one other person who cares about Kalia,
Wait, can
Is
you
not
see
exposed
my? Can you see my profile?
I can pull it up if you want. 'Cause
Do
it does
it.
give you
We
real
want
name.
to not continue the trend of exposing Stack's real name.
My terrible Ayo.
You can
my
change
pick.
that, you know. I did.
Oh, it's fine. No one's
I
watching.
changed my name because I didn't know what
Okay.
to do with like.
you exposed it more. What is wrong with you? Laser targeted harassment.
a lot of things.
Why is
Weird.
it showing up in disorder?
I don't know.
One day, doxing yourself is going to have consequences.
Again, I still
Let's
don't
not
know who
do
that
this.
person was who knew my
Did
name.
anyone listen to the...
No, the
Wait,
funnier
I have
thing is,
more. Where's the Felicia? Where's the Harry Pot?
You have to
No.
post them
it's-
on your profile.
These are only public playlists. So if you
Yeah.
have anything
hold on,
private,
where's all my playlists?
I think it's actually different now. Like you have to actually be like set it to show on my profile. It has to be
okay.
public
Everything
and on your
myself in this
profile.
house.
The only media playlists I have are like This Is Korosami, 4 songs.
Well, I guess the MJ.
Songs that use Regina George in a queer context, 3 songs.
What
I'm
are
gonna change
those?
the pick.
They are Naked in Manhattan by Chappell
Is
Roan.
that mine?
That
Mean
one is
Girl
yours, and
by
I just
Google,
exposed more people who know me
and
because I don't know why
Halloween
they
by
follow me on here.
Pumpkins.
Because
These are not good songs. My playlists are like to fit that autistic urge to categorize, not because they have any artistic semblance.
no,
I have
that's exactly what all my playlists are. Because you
an
got
annotated Cadadora playlist, but it's just Ali and AJ songs that aren't singles from Insomniatic.
Yeah.
Because every time I looked up Cadadora, Ali, and AJ, it's like, oh yeah, potential breakup song. Fuck you. It's not potential breakup song. They're not a potential breakup song. How could you possibly tell me that fucking yeah, okay, can I steal? I feel like I'm the kid being like, I need attention, but I do want
Rena,
okay, you're
I want to
good.
see your
Rena, I
Spotify.
do have a question.
what?
Should I finish She-Ra? I didn't even finish it. I
Yes.
started halfway.
Yes.
I stopped halfway
Finish
through.
Shira.
A fucking year break before finishing. Can I not share my Spotify? That's whack.
You gotta click over to window.
Window? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
so like
So
whenever you go
finish
to share screen,
Fucking Shira.
it
Hey,
I
Good
watched
shit.
the old one.
No,
I'm-
watch the new one too.
I don't want to.
No,
You
you
should.
should.
I don't like TV.
So I think I have
Fix
to
that. Get that
fix-
right with the Lord. Whatever Lord you
so-
pray
Zach,
to.
you should watch the Max. It changed everything about how I watch media.
Maybe I will.
Nice to
Maybe
meet
I will if you finish Shira.
Yay.
Okay.
Cat
Oh, oh.
lesbians.
Stop screen.
don't
Stop
like
screen. Sorry, let
cats.
me fix this. Hey, you know
You
who
don't like cat
voices
girls?
Catra, by the way? You know who
Mhm.
voices legendary Catra?
Mhm.
AJ Michalka of Ali and AJ fame. So I have to.
Is the potential breakup song.
Boo! That's why I made the playlist.
Sometimes.
Okay, so here are all my playlists. Here is my media playlist, which are playlists for this. I got, of course, my playlists are bad. Don't look at them. But this
Why
is
are
the
there
one I'm
only
playing
3 songs in there?
for. Because I didn't bother to learn about this one. This was literally just because I wanted to put Becky So Hot in a playlist, and then I ignored it after a bit. This one is just songs that use Regina George in a queer context.
Can you send the link to that to me?
Sure. And
Thank
then
you.
this, which is again, this is not a good playlist to listen to.
No, but I'll add it to other playlists.
An annotated Catadora playlist, but it's just Ali and AJ songs that aren't singles from Insomniatic. They are not annotated because I couldn't figure out how to do that on Spotify. You can. But it shows with I honestly am forgetting what order this was in, like what this is in. So Pretty Places is like when they go explore the universe after the spoilers. Sorry.
Wait, there's plot to Ali and AJ?
No.
I wasn't even paying attention, because I was trying to avoid spoilers, and I figured they
There's
were coming.
lore?
But I even got it was talking about.
So this is a playlist that's supposed to tell the story of like the ship Catadora from She-Ra in Ali and AJ songs. And apparently, since only Stack has listened, only Stack can verify if I got it right or not. We got
yeah.
and then songs that fit Jean Grey in a queer context, which is songs that fit Jean Grey in a
Who
queer
was
context.
the writer that everyone was roasting for making a Jean Grey podcast and putting a bunch of Mitski on it?
I think it's Teeny Howard. I didn't get why people were roasting her. All right.
I think it's just funny.
I think Rat is one of the most Jean Grey songs to ever exist.
That's so real.
Lady Jesus.
It was Leah Williams.
Died and came back. Oh, Leah Williams. Oh, well then she deserves it. Fuck her.
Yeah.
She's great. And she actively gives me panic attacks. Some of these well than others. I have a limit to one song per an artist. Stomach is like the most divorcee song ever. I am not a woman, I'm a god is like that's an actual Jean Grey line. It
That
feels.
is Jean Grey.
I think this fits. King fits. Anti-hero fits. Bad Thing Twice sums up like, why are you dating Scott, Jean? You could be doing anything else. And then A Living Human Girl, because people forget that Jean Grey is not a trophy. She's just like a person. I don't even like Jean Grey as much. The reason why I made this
This is like Daystar making a Johnny Storm playlist and
Dude.
then making a second Johnny Storm playlist
It's
after I kept on roasting.
it's
all
legitimately
I
on
like
one
the first
playlist.
one though.
I need
It's
to
legitimately
subdivide my Johnny Storm playlist into
because
pop and angst.
if I made a playlist for Storm, my favorite X-Men, it would always be disappointing to me. So I didn't. And then this is just like the literal John Mulaney bit that I made.
Yeah.
What's
then-
up, pussycat?
We're going into your. This is stuff I made for OCs. If you want to see, the
Wait, everyone, shh. Hey, we need to interrupt this podcast because Ash just asked me over Discord if symbiotes eat people.
What?
You were building. You kept on saying there needs to be a threat of Maria being eaten by a symbiote.
Yeah, because symbiotes fucking eat people.
They do.
Yeah.
This
they
is what I mean.
specifically
This is what I was
brains.
just
It's-
talking about.
Specifically, it's brains. They like the chemical in the brain that's
here's
also
the
in
thing.
chocolate.
Here's the thing about this. About
Ash,
me not
Ash.
reading this.
Ash, I don't even read Spider-Man, and I know that.
Okay, here's the thing. A
Mayhem
like
is a weird
Zach's
clone
been
for sure.
taking care of so much of the Spider-Man stuff in it that I have been able to not read Spider-Man, and I will continue to not read Spider-Man after ASM 26.
You can read Venom comics without reading Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh,
Venom is Spider-Man comics.
shit!
No,
Now I gotta
Venom has a
fucking
degree of
That's
separation.
like saying Iron Man is Avengers
That's
comic,
like saying Punisher is
He is.
Spider-Man comics.
Iron Man is an Avengers comic.
I guess.
It's like saying that
no,
Spider-Man
he's
is
not an Avengers
Fantastic
comic,
Four
he's an
comics.
X-Men
Well, he
comic.
didn't debut in Fantastic
Fuck
Four.
up.
Fuck you.
Look, I
Um,
hate this arrangement as much
who
as
was
you. do,
there?
Okay?
No. His debut comic was Amazing Fantasy.
Yeah, but
And
yeah,
then
but
in in Amazing Spider-Man.
Spider-Man is
#1,
Amazing Fantasy Comics.
Can I say, by the way,
Here we go.
for some reason they counted the from like so X-Men got canceled in 1970, right? And from 1970 and 1975 they were just reissuing reissues called like Marvel's Adventures. And for some reason those like Marvel's Adventures or whatever are categorized both as Spider-Man comics and as X-Men comics. They're counted twice as X-Men comics and they're counted as Spider-Man comics because that's how they got to Marvel Comics number 1000 because whatever.
Hey, who wants to guess what is the only Marvel team that has continuously had an ongoing since the Silver Age?
Spider-Man.
No. Team.
Avengers?
Spider-Man is a team.
That's
You
not
don't
a
think
good-
Mary Jane's
That's
putting
not
in
a
work?
good-
You don't think Mary Jane and Aunt May are putting in work? The disrespect and putting on their names.
Okay,
Daystar
put their
hates
name
this.
on the cover then.
They should. You're acting like that's a bad thing. Put it on the cover. I would read The Adventures of Mary Jane and Aunt
I
May
do think
I
all
would
you-
too.
the same
you're
way I
saying
read Betty
is-
and Veronica comics. I don't give a shit about what Archie's doing.
Really, all you're saying,
Who
Daystar,
the
is-
fuck cares about Archie?
all you're saying is
Riverdale is
that's
pretty
like
funny. I
you
enjoy
screwed
Riverdale a
over
lot.
the X-Men when the MCU came out. Like, I
Well,
said,
I
like,
didn't hear what he said.
all you're saying is like, guess what? Steam screwed over the X-Men when the MCU came out. Like, that's it.
Oh, yeah, I think I got canceled early
Not
and
yeah,
then came
sorry, I
back
meant to say
with
the
Mr. What's
Fantastic
his face.
Four. I meant to say it. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah. This is my Magneto playlist, by the way.
That's a diss on Fantastic Four.
Yeah, like that's what I would say. The Fantastic Four deserve better, just in
Yeah.
general, you know. This is very Magneto. I don't know why Turntables is on here. That's not a Magneto song, but like, why are teenagers on? Oh yeah, because it's a joke because he fights teenagers too much.
Teenagers
then-
scared the living shit out of me.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna start doing a bit just because of the stream. Every time I have to say Avengers, I'm just gonna pick a more obscure team each time. Like as seen in
Alpha Flight.
Silver
Flight is
Sable and
not
the
Avengers.
Outlaws.
Just take that back.
I'm trying to see if there's any other here. No, I think that's all my media playlists. Oh, I have an entire playlist of Ellie and AJ playlists. Favorite song from each album, the entire discography of songs that I don't skip, because if you just like listen to Ellie and AJ on shuffle, you get a bunch of like crap songs from 2007. This is a playlist I made where it's like, if I listen to Ellie and AJ on shuffle, what will be the songs that I interact with first? This is I'm sorry, I'm going off, but I went to go see them in 2022, and I made a playlist of every single song that was released at the time that wasn't on their set list.
Oh my god, I did that for Fall Out Boy. Well, no,
Why
it was
every
just every
song not on
song.
the set list?
And I haven't updated this,
I don't
but
get it.
I've like double liked a lot of Ali and AJ songs. So this was me attempting to categorize every Ali and AJ song that I've added that wasn't liked, that like put all together. There's a I like Ali and AJ a lot. Okay, my profile picture for Spotify is a photo I got from their Twitter of me at their event. If you want to see, I'm in the I can't even see me anymore. Here I am. I'm high on gummies. That kicked me out.
Self-report.
Okay. I want to clarify. I do need a back. Okay, we're closing this. Stop sharing. I was.
We could. Well, no, not doing that. Not yet.
I'm online, right? I'm online waiting to get in stores. My friend's like, "Hey, here's some weed gummies," and it's like, they take half of one, and because we both have anxiety disorders, we're like, cut in half, and I plop the whole thing in because I'm like, if I'm like, people take psychedelics to like actual trippy bands. If I get my ass kicked by a gummy watching Ali and AJ, I don't deserve to go to concerts. Anyways, we go. There's a whole bunch of strobe lights. My friend has a panic attack during the open air to leave. Okay, I'm there with like my two siblings. I forgot so much of that concert. I was blaring out words with knowing the lyrics. I remember a couple of things. One was they at a certain point throw water on the crowd, and I see the water fall in slow motion, and I try and move towards it, but I have such a lack of control in my body at that point that I move in the other direction. I forgot so much of that. Point being, drugs at a concert can be fun, but also remembering the concert can also be fun.
So you know how people like don't think that contact highs are real? So when I went, where was I at? I was at Bring Me the Horizon, or some band that my friend wanted to go see, and she had tickets for her birthday, but her mom couldn't take her. And like this guy kept on blowing like cotton candy, like I don't know what the fuck was in it, like around our face. All I remember is being really loopy the entire time. And then I don't know. I managed to get Steak and Shake. That's all I remember. Steak and Shake.
I closed it, but I do want to say one of my playlist names are songs that play in the background as you bleed out on the floor while the camera zooms out spinning, and I'm just really proud of that title.
That is a beautiful title.
Send that playlist to me.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
It's a lot of songs about women being wronged because indie movies can be misogynistic. Like, it's the idea of like, it's exactly what you describe. But there's that. I like my Spotify. It's not glamorous. It's not good. I have
I love
sorry,
I
one of my
there.
is the Niggas Ain't Shit playlist, which has too many. I get to say that. But yeah, okay, I'll send you.
This is the same live where we were having slur discourse. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Squid, what's your favorite slur?
We're not that
we talked about this after stream once, that Mick Foley's biography has my favorite homophobic slur I've ever heard in it.
What?
Because Mick Foley, William Regal, and Stone Cold Steve Austin accidentally went to a gay beach. William Regal, who's British, was the first one to figure it out, and he said, "My God, it's a bunch of dinner mashers."
What does that mean?
Is it supposed to
Is
be-
this just like a fancy way to say fudge packer?
Yeah, because and I read this at work and I lost my fucking mind.
I also don't know that one, but okay,
What the
hold
fuck
on.
is a fudge packer?
Oh,
Butt
okay.
Think
fucking.
about it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, because okay. Yeah, when I said when I looked up the person practicing anal sex, I was like, okay, that makes sense. Also, because when you hear say dinner matcher, I immediately assume cunnilingus. You know, like that's. I was like, oh, so it was like a lesbian beach, okay, but no.
They left
Okay.
Stone Cold on the gay beach. It's my favorite story. They left him on the gay beach.
We were talking about before how slurs. I think a lot of stuff, but one of the ones was like how Black Lightning can't say slurs, and it gets really funny because it gets more offensive. You young viewer should go rewind to that moment. I get to say it.
You were there.
God, I was
This is the
there
same
for
stream.
I was there for a little bit about it.
Mhm.
No, because I remember because you walked in and then you commented and then you were like, "What is this? What is going on?"
I heard
forgot to
I
tell my
heard
coming out
Ash
story
say
that I had.
something really loudly, and I'm like, "What?"
Also, I forgot to say this while we were talking about Rhodey time travel. Rhodey, number 3, not Rhodey time travel, Rhodey like family tree. Rhodey, number 3 on my top 5 list of Marvel characters who should say the N-word.
God. Can I share my screen because Stack wanted to know like where the creative energy in the Sonic fandom is. I can show a really quick summary.
Of
I always
course.
feel so bad for Rhodey because everyone's always yells at him for only dating white women, and I'm like, I can't be in this conversation to defend him, but he
God.
doesn't.
Is Stack there or is Stack gone?
That's not a Rhodey problem. I think
Stack
comic-
is
He
comic
has dated
characters
white
don't
women, but he's also dated
understand
black women.
like that the comic writers don't want to write black women. Color me shocked. Like,
Yeah.
get them to do it more. That's
I
not like
only Al Ewing for some reason.
Oh god, if he touches Rhodey, I would kill him.
I think he has.
You know what he did? You know what he fucking did?
What?
He made the character Tony Ho.
Oh yeah, Tony Ho.
Who's basically just lesbian Iron Man. She is Ho Jensen's daughter. He
Yeah.
made Ho Jensen a deadbeat garbage father who doesn't talk to his kids. And he messed up the naming convention, which like I'm not going to pretend that I know Chinese naming conventions, but I would Google it if I was making a Chinese character and wanted to get the naming
it's
right.
last name first.
Yeah, so he first named her Tony Jensen when he first created her, and then had to correct it in later appearances.
which is
So,
very like
Technically,
UK,
technically, her name is Ho Tony, which I
Yeah.
think is funnier.
Ho Tony. That's funny that the lesbian Iron Man is Ho Tony.
the
Oh,
Stack is
Zach,
muted.
Zach, don't worry. We'll get to the lesbian Iron Man.
So-
I'm
What is
creating an
happening?
entire
She's
Iron
also a
Legion.
fucking cop because she's Iron Patriot and she's
God.
on the U.S. Avengers.
We're making her. We're making her Iron
Well,
Man.
like,
We're
the reason
not doing the.
I'm
Cap.
not saying that the US Avengers. I enjoyed the US Avengers, but I'm not saying that's a good team.
Oh god damn it! Wait, we're gonna get taken off of YouTube again.
This is
I-
not. This is fan works. This is
I
fan
was
works.
gonna
not
Okay,
say-
work.
okay, we're good.
I
Okay,
think when
so-
you put the US Avengers in the perspective of a person who's not from the US, it I for my money, the concept is similar to like if you were to write like a book about like Mounties from Canada, you know, and it's like you're attempting to remove yourself from like the not so savory implication of the U.S. military, but also like you're writing it for an American audience, so it doesn't really work. But yeah,
So Stack. So there is Sonic fanfic out there. I'll try to find what you're looking for, but I want to show you where the energy is at.
Okay.
So this was released today. It's like a 20-minute short that's done animated primarily by one person that looks like it's from the movies straight
What
up.
the fuck? How'd they
No,
get these models? This
they
movie
made
isn't
them.
even out.
They made them.
place.
Why are Sonic fans like this?
Because they're cool. I like their vibe.
Ooh.
The only thing that's a little bit is that this was not animated in English, so the dialogue is a little like stiff
cares?
when they dub it, but because they didn't have a localizer, but it's pretty good still.
Is this how Shadow works? All I know
Yeah.
him for is gun.
I still don't get like they tried to make the ultimate life form to cure AIDS. And it
So
was a hedgehog.
originally what happened, they explain it in this movie, they break down the lore in a very digestible way. Originally, Eggman's grandfather was contracted specifically to make like an ultimate weapon, but then Maria got sick with neuroimmune deficiency syndrome, which is the AIDS equivalent. So instead, Gerald tries to retrofit the project to be like, if I figure out Shadow's DNA, I can...
Computer man?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. Oh, have you not seen Shadow the Hedgehog, the video game from 2006, where he just has a Glock the
Yeah.
entire time?
None of that
Okay, video game.
explains why he's a hedgehog, Squid.
Okay, so that does break. So there's in the Mystic Ruins, which is where Gerald learned about the Chaos Emeralds. There is like a mural that like basically kind of predicts Supersonic, which is why Shadow and Supersonic's quills are the same shape. Because basically because on the murals there's two murals. There's a big lizard, which is why Mark 1 of Shadow is the bio lizard. It's a big fucking lizard. So he tried to do that and was like, well, that didn't work. And then he based the second one off of the Sonic mural.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, this is where kind of the creative energy at. This is another one that's being worked on called Sonic Villains.
I really do admire the Sonic fandom. They are incredibly creative. They're just putting it into animation and art, which I respect hugely. Just, wow. God damn. They're going hard.
So hard.
Oh my god.
And then there's this one that
They
was
put
being
the
worked on.
reflection in the metal Sonic, and that fucked.
That's like Alex Frost level shit.
So like I hot as in like the animation is yeah, okay.
We know that you
I'm
Well,
attracted
actually,
to
we
hot
don't.
animation, okay?
actually hold on. We gotta roll back the clip of the Smasher Pass.
God. There's that. Then there's comic stuff. My mutual Salty, who does content, did the whole like Shadow comic today. That was just very.
Yeah, I
high
read
quality.
that.
It's very good.
It is really good.
Today is Sonic Art Day.
And then like Evan Stanley, who's the writer of one of the comics, straight up draws lesbian ship art with characters that she made.
Is that Silver the Hedgehog?
So it's Silver and Gold the Tenric, who is a character she introduced later in the Archie comics, who's explicitly a lesbian. So when she pitched the character, she's like, can she be a lesbian? And Sega was like, sure. Because Sega's one rule about relationships, like, we can't do relationships unless you establish it at the beginning.
Oh.
So that's like their one rule. So there's like there is a canonical gay couple that they straight up confirm that's like a rooster and an owl. An owl's based off of Clint McElroy, which I think is very funny.
Wait, so why not though?
Well, because he's a radio DJ, that's why.
No, I meant like why can't they
because the Archie comics went really hard on relationship stuff, and Sega was like, let's not do that anymore because it went really hard on it. So
having fun.
Also,
so they don't want shipping in the comics.
They want shipping, but they don't want to confirm anything. They ship tease constantly, but it's like we're never going to confirm anything. Except unless you establish it at the beginning. This is not Sonic related, but this is one of the Sonic comic writers. This is a project he's working on that I'm very excited about. He hasn't said what it's going to be.
Last Rabbit Bender.
He does cool work. I really enjoy.
No, the art is like beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So it's something with it's like. When I interviewed him, he did like a couple. He like went into it more, because originally he was pitching it as like a comic, and then his literary agent was like, "Hey, Netflix is kind of interested, so let's talk to them for a little bit." I haven't gotten an update since then. So,
yeah, that's kind of what happens sometimes with Netflix.
be Netflixing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah,
I
this is
like-
there is the fix out there, but like it is kind of like you end up just this is where the energy mostly is.
Mm.
Sometimes you need your energy, Like,
Yeah, there's another one called this is an audio drama that brought back the like original voice actors for stuff, and it's like they have like a full cast audio drama, has the current Eggman voice actor in it.
this
That
is
is
making me
fascinating.
inspired to
What?
do fan fiction, but I energy.
This is making me want to learn how to animate so I can show exactly.
Ash, that's a lot of work, my dude.
So much work.
I'll do it.
I'll
I'll do it for Spidey Torch Yuri.
God.
You're going
You just
hard.
let us talk about it.
I'm gonna
You
send
are
this
making
animation to Ash just so Ash can put it on screen.
I might have a problem because so much Spidey Tertiary talk is making me want to like spite ship.
Who-
We need a spite ship. What's the spite ship?
Well, I was
Again.
just gonna be like, "Hey, what if Mayday did
God.
Rena just be like, "No, mine," but also
No.
no.
Hey,
I love
hey,
a good love
hey.
triangle. I think, hey,
We
The
might
thing
put
about-
that in there by accident.
I need to look at more Marvel comics too to see if there's any ships. Hold on.
the thing
Oh,
about
wait.
Spider-Man is that there's always going to be a lot of ships.
Oh wait,
Okay, hold
fucking
on.
Mayday has a symbiote sister.
Yes,
See,
this is a
that's
huge part of
literally
it.
this is literally the entire fic we're working on.
What?
And also we're giving Maria extremists. Just don't
Don't question
wait
it.
for
Don't worry about it.
Daystar to
God.
look give me that look.
I'm looking. I'm
We need to
looking
make them evil.
the-
I just
oh,
want to make her have a little
Okay,
evil
okay.
arc.
Extremist does not make anyone
I know
evil.
it doesn't make anyone evil.
yeah,
It makes
it's
him
not-
extreme.
It's not Iron Man Venom. Like
No.
But
I'm
man,
looking at
Extremist
the-
makes you play Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 for the GameCube and unlock Darth Maul right away.
I'm looking
Actually,
at the,
actually though,
Actually, yeah, kind of.
a little bit.
I'm looking at the women in Marvel
MC2.
Comics too, and they're all squares.
Yeah.
And that includes Mayday. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, yeah, you're
It is-
right.
I'm looking at the fucking American Dream. Can you jump off a cliff? Like,
Sharing
That's
for your
also-
stands.
I just now
Leslie.
realized that I have so many MC2 figures because I also had an American Dream figure too.
why did they
God.
make the
Wait,
why did they
did
make
I have a Mayday one?
They made just like a bunch of girl versions, like teen girl versions of popular heroes.
And then they
Okay.
decide, let's make the MC too.
Hold on. Now I have to look up.
No, they made Mayday's What If first, and then they were like, oh, and then they were like, what if
I'm
we
gonna
did this
see
with
how long
everyone?
Ash was asleep for.
Well, yeah. So, like, I think it shows how unpopular a decision you make is when the what if about it gets so popular, you spin off an entire imprint of comics that goes for like over a decade.
God.
Like,
Mayday Parker is the only women, like, I think she is one of the only
Oh my
female
god, they have
characters
one of
in
the.
Marvel to get her own solo series. To
Sorry,
get
we're
100
gonna
issues.
we're gonna backtrack
Like,
because
everyone else gets
she got
canceled
one of
before
the
them.
ugly figures.
it got
The
so
iconic-
popular that they tried to cancel her and they had to bring her. Like, I think, like, I also made a video on this. But like, the concept of MC2, when they like expanded it, was to give like so much different concepts and things that like. To like reinvent characters, right? The Turner Circuit and Tom DeFalco only has so much creativity. Point being that if you look at like Cassie Lang, Jubilee, Wolverine, all these characters who are at a Nova, different places, and you look at their 616 incarnations, Cassie Lang is a superhero. Same with the Thor guy, the Thunderstrike kid. Wolverine has a child daughter that he takes care of. Fucking what's the word? Jubilee is an adult that has like led teams of X-Men and like have like mentored people. And Spider-Man's at the same place he was before. Like so many
sucks.
elements of
sucks so
982
Hold
have
on.
been incorporated into Marvel comic into
Ladies first.
616.
Hey, so
Wait,
Rena.
is that? It's
Yeah, it's
Rena.
Wild
That
Thing.
is who you think it
It's
is.
here.
That
I
is
mean,
who you think it is. I
Mm.
own that American Dream figure. I own that stature figure. I don't know if I have Mayday, and if I had Rena,
Oh my god,
I
it
had Rena.
exists. How did I not know this? Oh god.
They're actually pretty cute. I like
It's-
them.
They
What
were
the-
actually adorable. Like
Holy
to be
shit!
fair.
They're only $30.
No, the
No, this
ad
is an
itself,
ad.
the paper.
No.
ad.
I found an actual eBay listing for them inbox.
All
Hold
40?
on, we have to distribute them properly.
Hold on, I'm sending
Send
it
the
to
link
Rena
to
first
Rena
because
right
Rena
now.
gets first dibs.
Rena does get first dibs because I've never seen Rena Logan.
Money.
It's $30. It's money, but
Yeah.
it's not an absurd amount.
Yeah.
Play the short animation I sent you,
I'll
Ash.
pitch in. Hey, remember when I said I would pay for you to go see a film that like it's kind of bad to support? I'll pay for it. I'll send you the
Please.
money. Yeah, I'll do it. You
You're
have
also
something.
you're also getting Stinger. I don't know if you have any opinions on Stinger.
I mean, look, they never confirmed the pedophilia, so it's all good. That came out.
Oh wait, it actually might be cheaper to just get just Wild Thing because I see a
mean-
listing for $10.
Yeah, that sounds smart.
There you go.
You don't need all of them.
Look, there are actual real world Cassie Lang fans, okay? There are people who care about Cassie Lang.
Unless you want to get Wild Thing with Mayday, because they also have that for $30.
You can't separate them.
You don't want Mayday.
I mean, here's the
You
thing.
do. She just
I
do
want
pride
Mayday.
my identity. Okay, here's
Oh, fucking
on one
God.
hand, I do pride my identity on not actually caring about Mayday, but in all honesty, the two books that I was rereading all the time that made me fall in love with comics was all of Wild Thing, but it was also the volume where Mayday loses her powers and uses the Goblin glider. So, like, I do have some affinity for Mayday.
So do you want this link or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ash, may you pretty please provide me with the wonderfulness of.
Yeah, literally, just send me like either PayPal or Venmo. Those are the two I use.
Cool. I will do that.
I have no qualms about doing this because, like, honestly, here's the thing. One of my favorite things is when I find like obscure pieces of merchandise. I mean, I forgot to put them up the entire stream, and I'm kind of mad at myself about that.
I'm glad that whining
Put 'em up
about
now.
Rena Logan has paid off. I thought I was being annoying about her.
No,
Someone
this
send me
is-
a Whitney
this is-
Frost figure quickly.
Listen.
Wait, what
They-
figure? What are you
you-
looking for?
You whining about Rena.
they might have one.
This is how we get
actually.
people into MC2. Don't read 616 Spider-Man comics. Whatever you fucking do, don't touch them. Don't
Yeah,
worry
read the
about it.
Spider-Man
You-
comics. Or
I already
years
read the one
ago.
you told me to read yesterday.
Can I
Did you
say,
read all of it?
Hey,
Yeah, I
so
read half of it.
Does that mean you can read
Daystar-
Icon now?
Daystar,
No,
I have
no,
some
you gotta read
important
to
news for
200.
you. I have some important news for you.
I think that it's the wrong one. I've looked this up before, and it's like it's not her. It's the other one.
Oh,
What do you mean it's not her? It's the
It's
other
like
one.
it's a picture where it's like two women, and then it's like Whitney and also this one, and it's like who the fuck is that other bitch?
That's Madam Hydra. She's just
But
on the
what's
box
Madam
as
Hydra in
promo.
it?
I don't.
I think she's the figure.
I think American Dream
oh.
is boring.
American
Wait,
Dream's boring as fuck.
she is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Fuck American
This
Dream.
is
Like I haven't read her stuff. I've always specifically focused on Mayday, though. I've always been.
Mayday,
interested
it's
in-
Mayday's universe.
Yeah.
This universe wouldn't exist without Mayday.
Wild Thing was probably the most interesting part of it outside of Mayday, just because
The
it's
reason
like
why Wild Thing is interesting is just because everything in Marvel Comics do is derivative. Wild Thing's just derivative
Oh,
from
hey,
multiple
what about
sources.
this?
Oh God, what is happening there?
Oh.
That's
I have-
that's
I have a
Marvel
question
mini
because
I actually
I've always
collect
been
those.
confused about Wild Thing being Wolverine and Elektra's kid because I'm not super well read outside of Venom stuff.
Why would Madam Hydra
Was
do
was Wolverine and Elektra ever a thing?
To my knowledge, no.
That's amazing.
Oh,
There's
okay,
also this like comic that I think about all the time that's just like split screen of Mayday and Mary Jane doing like girly shit, which like
oh,
okay.
that, okay.
And then Elektra and Wild Thing doing like badass shit.
Can I talk about this because this is so fucking funny? So I've said this many times, but Wild Thing is the only pieces of Marvel Comics 2 up until like Infinity Comics of very recently that were not written by Tom DeFalco. Wild Thing issues 1 through 5 were written by Larry Hama, who is a Daredevil writer, to the point where like a character he made in Daredevil appears in Wild Thing number 2. And the reason why this is so weird is that Larry Hama decided to ignore literally everything Tom DeFalco wrote about Wild Thing. Because Wild Thing first appears in J2. She has a couple appearances in J2. She has a couple appearances in back issues of that, and a couple guest appearances in Spider-Girl. It's like sporadic. But she's always characterized as like this like gruff like Wolverine or like she's the best, she like she's like an assassin, she doesn't play by the rules, this kind of stuff, to the point where like Captain America thinks she's gonna torture a guy at one point. And Larry Hama says, all right, but no.
Oh, hold on.
And the first like okay, so
You have to separate them in that one, Ash. They're not all together.
Shit.
Oh, Ash, may I get the screen pretty please so I could show?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so
I'm sorry. I was just looking for this desperately because
hold on.
I was trying to pick up that Mayday.
Wild Thing issue 1. Read online. Okay, so like Wild Thing is a like babied like this is why I like Wild Thing a whole lot. In large part, she is not like gruff assassin type deal. She is a little kid who's hold on. Fuck up. All right, allow. So like issue number 2 here. All right, so Wild Thing.
Wait, hold on. I forgot to actually share it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Opening here. First thing here. She's in the locker.
I love her.
Someone opens a locker on her head. All right. She's like, why? And she's like, oh wait, hold on. Your dad doesn't even have a job, and your mom's an immigrant. Like, those are the opening. Like, and like, she's trying to have this meet cute where she's bleeding, and like the fact that Wolverine and Elektra's daughter is so meek, she like this girl would be dead if it was to either of them, right? But no, not instead. She gets kidnapped. Wild Thing saves her. Yada yada yada. There's a cute moment where Wild Thing's like, "Oh, you guys are just friends, whatever." There's this awkward moment where it's like, my dad tried to hustle the price down to my ransom to a measly 10 grand in stock options, and then they're just awkward in the car together.
Oh
And
my
then
god.
the very cute bit here. Wild Thing's like, Dad, if I got kidnapped, would you pay the ransom? Not in a million years. You wouldn't. Of course, because I'd come back to get her myself. And like, she's just a cute daddy's girl is the thing here. And the idea that Wolverine and Elektra just settled down.
Jump scare.
I do love the idea. I agree with Rena in that I do love the idea of Logan just being like having a kid and being like, "You do not understand. The world is paper to me. I would tear it apart for you."
Like, here's the thing.
yeah.
So that
This is like
ends.
the best
And
version
then
of
the
Wolverine.
second half issue is a preview for Fantastic Four number 5. Well, I don't think only has 5 issues. Why did they waste so much? And then the second issue, I'm sorry, is so funny. So Dak mentioned that little clip where it's like Rena and like Mayday's comparisons between their days out with their moms. This is an actual issue where she goes out with her mom, and they're going to the mall. And Elektra, sorry, I'm not gonna read this entire issue, but Elektra's like, "Can you turn off this silly thing? It'll dull your fighting senses." And she's like, "Oh, I got an A." Rena is a nerd who hacks into computers for class projects.
She's a gamer.
Then, to pair up with this one, Rena comes in with her rich mother and the racist who's still saying, why are you interested in dating a nerd like Rena? Like, her mom's an immigrant or whatever. Oh, she has a cool sick car or whatever. And then,
You know how it is in the 90s.
whatever. Elektra goes in to show one of her old like persons their old tricks on like stuff. Rena doesn't care. She's being dragged around. She's playing her games, right? After this, after she schools these guys, this is a character that Larry Hama made for his Daredevil run, like and was like, I'm gonna put him in here. I'm gonna put him in FC2.
Wait, Larry Hama? Larry Hama?
Yeah, Larry Hama.
I met him.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. If you ever meet again, please ask him why he wrote 5 issues of Wild Thing and nothing else.
Yeah. Do you? Well, no, because he was the writer for G.I. Joe when it was under Marvel Comics. That was his big thing. That's why I went to go meet him, because my dad is a really big fan of G.I. Joe, and he was a really big fan of issue 21 because it had no words in it.
Can I say, I find it funny. Apparently, canonically, and I'm going to take this as canon because this is written by a Daredevil writer, Elektra likes Sid Vicious. But, okay, that's the only part here. The dude gets a fucking attack computer put into his brain that allows him to, like, beat her up in virtual reality because 90s. And after he's done beating up, literally what happens here is Wild Thing's psychic powers get fucked with this, and she sees this guy beat up her mom, and she gets so upset that she goes and psychic stabs him, and in the VR, and it knocks him out in real life.
Oh my god!
You
Because
die in the game, you die in real life.
in her heart, she's
Spy
a
Kids
mama's
3?
girl. You know, she's a mama's girl.
They're so cute. Oh, look at her.
And that's what I love about. And then J2, because why let Wild Thing exist in her own book? There has
What
to
is
be.
the deal with J2? Was Juggernaut that hot of a property at the time?
Yes, actually.
I'm gonna keep calling him
Legitimately,
Jay-Z.
The reason why I brought this up.
Why is his face so tiny?
The reason why I even was pulling up Recomics Online was not to talk about Wild Thing, contrary to popular belief, but
We can
because
just keep talking about Wild Thing. I like
Hold
her
on.
vibe.
I need to talk about it.
I think her and Maria would be friends. I think
They could
maybe
game together.
Yeah,
More than
maybe May has competition.
Hold on. I'm glad that I convinced someone. I'm trying to find the specific. I think it's 98. I don't. Hold on here. What
No,
issue does Spider Girl first appear? Hold
Oh,
on.
it's
one
right
is
at the
105.
end. No, it's like 1/3. It's like the one right before it ends. Hold on.
That's
I
105.
have the issue right after it.
105.
Right over here.
I got it. Okay. So
God damn it.
Don't ever
I
question
think I
me
have to
again.
say, the reason why J2 exists, I'm almost 100%
Unless
sure.
I'm lying to you, which is
Jay-Z.
often, but that's
I want to see who's the artist for this. Okay, so most of the art in MC2 is done by Rob Lynn, I think is the name. So it's not whoever's drawing this. And the reason why I bring this up is so a good portion of the what if is
God,
just
she's
like
so hot in the original one. If they put her in glasses, it's fine.
Oh, I
Peter's just-
forgot to put the glasses back
she also
on her.
does not look 15. But so Peter's like just going around
He looks
trying
48.
to find someone to fight Normie Osborn. I can't believe his name is
They
actually
named
Normie.
him that.
Okay,
And then
pause.
there's-
That's
Pause
from-
here. Pause here. On my
from
family.
Yeah.
Why
Are
the
you
fuck-
really
decide-
calling Speedball your family?
He did 9/11. Remember that? Anyway.
No, we
Anyway.
all know that 9/11 was caused because Mary Jane had a miscarriage.
9/11
Marvel
happened in
9/11.
2014 in the Marvel universe.
Okay, why did they decide that in this universe the major authority, the person to form an Avengers team, should be Jubilee of the X-Men, who has never been associated with the Avengers ever?
Because
One day-
Jubilee rocks. We're moving on.
Well, essentially, I'm 100% sure that this in the script was just like a splash page to do whatever you wanted, right?
Yeah.
And you have Jubilee. I don't know who that is.
Which one?
Is that Juggernaut?
This one. Yeah,
Oh,
and you have a
that is-
Juggernaut, but you see he's not normal Juggernaut because he's wearing silver instead. Speedball, who's like,
It's the one with the flannel tied around his waist, but you can't see it.
yeah.
Because it's
And then like Thunderstrike, all right? So this is clearly
caused 9/11.
so someone acts like, hey, what does the Avengers like look like in the future? And they chose like characters who are already established, like being adults, and then like a legacy character. I think this is another X-Men. I don't think she actually appears in ANX. And then what's wild is this Vision never appears in ANX like at all. Like the idea
They
that
killed him
Vision,
and put him in the computer.
which is weird because no, there is a supercomputer in ANX, but it's not Vision.
He's in computer prison.
He's like one of the few Avengers that could live potentially forever. They're like, no, he's dead.
Nah,
then-
he's in a fucking computer.
He's like a grown man. This is clearly a grown man, even though like J2 in Anex is that. So what's wild here, what's really funny, is that so
Not again. Not the fucking Fantastic Five. Why do I?
wait, actually I do want to see the Fantastic Five here because did they make the lineup in this? Hold on.
Yes, yes, actually, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, sadly they did. I wish they didn't because
Okay.
why is Elijah there?
Flashbang.
I made Elijah.
I would have fucking.
Elijah. All right, Anex, hold on.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's happening.
I
Okay,
need-
look, as long as we don't go to Fantastic Five.
We'll get that next.
You shouldn't have got me on the podcast if you didn't want. No, I'm what I.
I am a robot.
Hold on.
Let's be like,
Bridge.
This is
Bridge.
Robophobia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call Vision about this.
Cool. All right, we're done here.
that is a great question. How do
Synthezoids.
yeah,
Uh,
them.
so he automatically, like maybe it's an art style. This guy looks a lot younger than he did originally. She wasn't there. This wasn't a person. So like this is the team, right? This is the team. But like I'm skipping all the way to the end. This is just
Speedball did
sort of
9/11.
come up.
Why?
They-
How did? Can you explain that? I missed that.
So so we know that Civil War is an allegory for
Oh,
9/11
yeah.
and
Okay, yeah. Okay, I know it's Speedball did now.
I like how we just have to
I
say
never realized
Civil
that.
War.
I thought
So
you
here's
meant literally because like 2 years before like 9/11 actually happened, they did a story
Yeah,
where
no.
Juggernaut tried to take down the towers.
we mean
So
we mean Marvel 9/11. I love that Jarvis. Fine, he's good.
Wait,
me-
Jarvis is still alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you that bitch can't die.
for me, the weird part is like, how do I put this? So this whole issue has Speedball and Jubilee just show up and answer the call for Avengers, and then once they have this Avenger, they leave because I guess Tom DeFalco didn't want to write them. What's weird to me is that this has to take place before Spider-Girl, right? Before Spider-Girl issue 0. But they leave at the end of the issue.
Can you
So,
guys
like-
can you guys see why I was called him Jay-Z before? Because look at his go back up a sec.
Yeah.
Look how it's written.
Wait, let me see it. Someone moved there.
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I kind of get it.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not crazy.
Who is this woman? I don't know.
Who?
This
Oh,
woman.
that's
She's gone.
Pietro's
Don't have to
kid,
worry about
probably.
her.
Point
Beatrice
is,
with Luna?
so
I can look it up.
they have a speedster that joins the team later.
Yeah.
So Avengers, Anex is supposed to represent like the founding members of the Avengers: Stinger's Wasp and Ant-Man, Mainframe's fucking Iron Man,
That
Thunderstrike,
loser.
and J2 for some reason is Hulk, I guess. But
Mm.
so
Is that
I
what they
think-
were going for?
yeah, because later on you have the American Dream, and they add references to basically the
Oh.
Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Hawkeye, and
I
Captain
mean, I
America.
guess.
Like that. But I didn't realize until midway through.
Where's Rick Jones?
I don't.
That was
know.
Jubilee.
Yeah, that's the thing that confuses me here because Jubilee.
Jubilee is like, it's me, the most like prominent member of the Avengers, come back to form a new team. And it's like, why her?
That's why they
Jubilee
get her
gets to
out
do what she
immediately.
wants. It's fine.
Hold on, I need to
If she
figure
wants
out.
to come be an Avenger for a while, that I would be very okay with that because she is one of the few X-Men characters I like, but it hasn't happened since.
Oh, my friend
I think
Daphne
that's
loves
cool.
Jubilee, but she hates when Jubilee was a vampire, so I constantly bring it up.
I'm trying to
She could
look
be a
here.
vampire on the
I have
Avengers.
my issues with Jubilee Vampire, and because not gonna lie, keeping her at 19 feels kind of weird.
Who the fuck is Jolt? Oh no.
I don't
Hold on.
understand why you would make Jubilee a vampire and then not do a Wolverine versus Blade story off of that.
Hold on.
What Blade trying to
that's
hunt
true.
Jubilee and Logan being like, "No, fuck you."
Okay, so this is a real character that I don't know
Hold on.
and don't care about. She's from the Thunderbolts, I guess.
Who are her parents?
Um,
Oh, she's a real one.
yeah, she's like from 616. So
Okay.
like the whole point I was just trying to bring up with that what if is that it's clear that this panel of the X-Men of the Annex was just supposed to be like the Avengers in the future. We have a bunch of seasoned heroes, and then Thunderstrike again, and I guess Juggernaut. And then when they went to make Annex, they're like,
actual Thunderstrike.
"Fuck." I don't know what Thunderstrike looks like or whatever, but
He doesn't look like he looks bad fucking ass. What he looks like.
but
He
like
does not look like this loser.
and when they had so like out of all the characters in this shot, only 2 of them come back for the main book, and the rest, like the established characters, all disappear. So
Vision got his System 32 deleted.
I assume they just didn't want that. I think like either Marvel or Tom DeFalco was like, actually, we need like younger people, and J2 went from clearly an old man, like clearly a man who looks like he's an adult, to a 15-year-old boy.
Well, that is sort of like the thing where he shows up in the book, and they were like, because the Avengers always have to be adults.
Yeah.
Like what I'm thinking of right now,
They wanted to
is
kick
the
him out.
Fucking Monster
Yeah.
Factory on Second Life, where they go like, "Yes, I'm a little boy," and I'm thinking of it about J2 now.
He like pops out of his he goes back to kid form, and they're like, "We can have a fucking kid on the Avengers. Get out of here, man!"
Also, Speedball still lives with his mom for some reason. He's like a grown man, and he's
No
like,
one will rent to him because he caused 9/11. That's fine.
This was pretty
Wait,
nice.
9/11 didn't happen in this universe.
Yeah.
I can pretend it did.
Mayday Parker
The
stopped
flannel.
9/11.
The flannel tied around the waist.
It's
I
it's just
love the
Juggernaut with the
90s.
flannel around the waist.
it's because it's his dad's flannel.
My
I was just saying,
dad's flannel gives me
for
my
people who have not
powers.
read J2, this chrome, the reason why it's chrome is because he spray painted his dad's old armor
It's
chrome.
because everything is chrome in the future.
Wait, so he's just huffing spray paint this entire time? Like, did he
Um,
fucking seal it?
I'm so confused. Was it like the first time he? Fuck. I guess we're looking up J2 issue 1. Okay.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Yes. I'm punishing you.
Why does J2 get like his own comic?
I
Big.
don't know.
Why does he have more issues than Wild Thing?
Okay, I can actually explain that one. So in Marvel Comics, J2, like the whole point was that there's supposed to be one ongoing Spider-Girl and then 2 minis. And then the minis would end and then they have new minis come up. So the first 2 minis had their perfectly fine run. It was J2 and Annex. You might notice that means J2 has 2 books. I don't know why.
Gotta push him. Gotta
He has
push him
his
for
own
SummerSlam.
solo, and he's in Avengers Next. All right, that whatever what happens. Midway through the book, half of the Avengers and like half of the books have seeds for other characters in them. Like they have fucking what's the word? Wild Thing first appears in the pages of J2. Annex has new characters like Blue Streak and American Dream appear. And the whole thing is like they have literally an ad where you can send in like your vote for who you want to have your new solos. And I don't know how that vote shook out, but in the end, after those 2 minis end, they have 2 new minis, Wild Thing and Fantastic Five. So Marvel was trying to get a deal with like Kmart to put these books as digests in their stores, and it fell through. And when they fell through, they canceled all of the minis that were going on except for Spider-Girl, which means they canceled Wild Thing and Fantastic Five at 5 issues. Then
Fantastic Five deserved to die, though.
decade later, they decided that they're going to bring back MC2, and they got like new runs, and it was Fantastic Five and Avengers Next. But they're going to add new members to the Avengers Next. The new members, including
another one.
It's called Avengers Next, including a mutant child of Wolverine, exclusive to this timeline, but not Wild Thing. Instead, it was her fucking brother. They hate me. Anyways, he's
They
a
also
nerd.
hate me because
He's
why
actually-
does Fantastic Four keep on going on?
He's
Well,
actually
Fantastic Five.
cousin of one of Maybay's.
Oh no, the fucking Spider Girl is in it.
What?
What?
What? Where? Where's Daystar looking at?
I'm looking at Avengers Next.
It's because they on their phone.
It's just Anex, but again. So first of all, so this is supposed to be a
Like
happy
enough.
kid, which I think is kind of nice. You know, I think there's a good amount of diversity in MC2.
Yes, I'm a little boy.
He turns into a full-fledged man who is nude.
Yeah.
First of all, he doesn't tear through his clothes. He just explodes and his clothes are gone, which is okay. And then he runs, okay? And then he
I would
smashes
too.
Dick out?
Yeah.
This is
That's what
after
destroyed the
Wait,
motorcycle. It was just
And then he
swung
turns
by.
back. So apparently, I think what happens here is he needs to wear a costume. So, like, this is so confusing to me. So his clothes disappear, and they don't get replaced with different clothes. They don't get replaced with the armor. But I guess it gets replaced with, like, he put, so, like, now whenever he turns back and forth, he turns into this outfit, which is, like, has giant Tim's, the armor of the Juggernaut over a black bodycon, and his dad's old flannel. I guess.
Why does he have a beard too?
He has
He's a
stubble
grown
now.
man.
He inherits it all.
Why
And, like,
is Johnny clean shaven, but like the fucking 14-year-old gets
first of all, I like this one. I like this design. This design's nice. She's cute. But this sure was a thing that happened. J2 was so
Who did Juggernaut doink?
new character. Actually, this character got introduced in 616 as a lawyer. Her name was something Yama, I think. She's nice. She's sweet. She's kind of milfy.
Oh, I love her.
She is MILF.
The problem with J2, and to a larger extent all of Marvel Comics do, is it wastes so much time, despite knowing it's a 12-issue mini.
His helmet looks like great value, Peacemaker.
It's a 12-issue mini where the plot is trying to find out what happened to the original Juggernaut, which they forget about for like 4 issues, and then they forget about for another 6 issues. And instead, they just do bullshit, including, I'm just going to rapid fire run through some of the dumbest J2 books. We're just going to look at covers now. He's fighting the X people, because of course he does, because Tom DeFalco really wants to make a joke about X people. He's fighting the Incredible Hulk. The entirety of this issue is a fight from Avengers Next that happened off screen that they put as J2 issue number 3. Why? I don't know. I want to. Sorry. I'm just being dumb here. I want to show the time he fought a mobster that was a monkey.
Wait, so the fourth one
What?
he's fighting Juggernaut.
Holy fuck.
What? This feels not. I don't. This is uncomfortable. I don't like the vibe.
Wow.
I don't get it either. I'm trying to forget.
I think the monkey should shoot. Pull the
Okay.
trigger.
Here it is.
Jesus.
Pull the trigger, Piglet.
He became a monkey. Okay, so he was shot near dead. He was a mobster that was shot near dead. He got his brain swapped with a monkey, and then he killed the guy for turning him into a monkey. And then he continued to be a mobster as an ape.
I would be absolutely thrilled to have been turned into a talking gorilla. Are you kidding me?
He got upset, and then one of his superiors is like, "Yo, boss, you're way stronger." He's like, "Yeah."
Even without
like,
that
okay.
context, it'd be like, "Oh, cool, I'm a big fucking gorilla."
But one thing I appreciate, and this is a creepy one, where J2 finds Rena goes missing, so they go to Japan. This is actually a really good moment. I'm sorry here. So Rena and like the Magneto woman go missing. I'm not gonna explain the Magneto woman. And it's like he's trying to make a disguise, right? And he's like, "This is Lowdown. The local Joy Boys will slit your throat as soon as they look at you. Keep your mouth shut." And then it's like, "Hey, Wolverine, long time no see. The face was dead about me. You keep in touch with the X-Men. My best to Elektra." And it's just like, this man has been defanged, and he loves it. Like everyone.
He has a hot wife.
Wolverine.
Are you ready for the gross bit where they go find her or whatever? They go to the woods, they fight these sentinels, blah 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 blah. They fight this woman that they met before, and then they go to a bathhouse and they just see these, I'm skipping through this, underage women in towels because 90s, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then half of J2 books have fairy tales retold to star J2.
What the
That's
fuck?
Fortnite.
Why couldn't Rena get this?
Can I tell you what frustrates me so much about why J2 is bad? So Wild Thing appears, right? Yada, yada, yada. Wild Thing gets 5 issues before she gets canceled. Okay. I can accept that. I can accept that Wild Thing was not that popular. But the issues also have back issues. But rather than having like little tidbit stories, you saw the first one, it was a preview for that. The second one is a fucking epilogue to J2. It's them describing what happened in J2 number 12 because they ran out of time for the mini.
Oh my god.
Get the fuck out of here, this
I
dude.
hate this man.
I hate
Sorry.
Jay-Z.
I hate him only slightly less than Taurus Storm. And we
Like-
all know how much I fucking hate Taurus.
Like, I would be fine with J2's bad comic if they didn't make, like, first of all, when I was reading the digest of this as the only MC2 book, I was so confused what the fuck this was about. Like, who was J2? Why was he appearing? Who was his dad? Why is he taking his flannel? And I was just so upset now that, like, I could be reading more Rena Logan adventures. And instead, I'm reading
We're
J2.
robbed.
And yeah, so that's like every Wild Thing issue where like Wild Thing has this, and like, okay, fine, maybe they ran out of space for the epilogue. That's their fault.
They do it
There's
again.
second 8 issue about J2 becoming an ape because the ape man from the previous J2 issue is trying to get revenge on him.
Well, they're clearly dancing around it. Why don't they just give the ape mobster his own comic?
Yeah.
Sure. I need to. I blocked out my memory. I need to see what the other Wild Thing issues are interrupted with. Oh, sorry. This is actually a bit I need to show about Wild Thing real quick. They're having a race. They're like talking about how Elektra doesn't get it. They need to let out their wild side.
Discord, I'm howling at the moon.
Shut
Aw,
up.
that's fun.
What I love here is that Rena's like, it was kill or be killed when you're living in the wilderness, right? And if you were ever suspicious about whether or not Rena is like a softie, she's like, Wolverine shuts that down real quick where it's like, I only ever killed to eat, not like humans. And it's like, oh, I would never kill. And Wolverine's like, I know you definitely wouldn't kill. It's not in your heart. And it's like, aw. And I'm gonna put it this way, where like, Wolverine is like a huge rebel and stuff like that. So to have a teenage who rebels and is the exact opposite of Wolverine, they need to be a huge softie who doesn't like hurt people. Anyways, yada yada yada.
More J2.
Why does he get 12 issues and 4 issues of my own book? Also, here's the love triangle between J2 and the grown adult woman Stinger, who has a master's. And I'm so... It's love triangle bullshit, in which, like...
They made her date Vision in the real universe.
Oh, look, Dear Wild Thing,
Jonah.
dropped the J2 stories. He already had his chance and bombed.
Like Jonah.
I love how...
They printed that.
There's an They printed that because why? Okay, last issue. This is the final issue. All right.
Is that
The
fucking
final-
Ultron?
Is there more J2?
No, it's not Ultron. This is Rena tricks a robot, and this is another bit here where like Rena's a crush on a boy gets his mind taken over by alien robot that wants to destroy the world. Right? Yada yada yada. Rena
Everyone's
does
been
that.
there.
Rena saves this. He says he can't help me because he's a wimp, and she basically says to the robot, if she lets him take over, she'll help him take over the planet, so that he gets to share the world. Okay, all right. And they're like, I always knew Wild Thing was a bad egg, and this proves it. Yada yada yada. And then she tricks him to go into a hole, which I find very funny. The idea that like. The last issue of Wild Thing is people assuming Wild Thing is a bad person because she's putting on an act to seem much more tougher and evil than she is, which is my headcanon for why she acts completely differently in this series than anywhere else. Anyways, what is
More J2.
more J2?
Is it more fucking J2?
So really, in real life, Rena didn't get 5 issues and then got canceled. She got 5 half issues, and then J2 got full math here, 4 plus 2.
She got
He
2.5
14
issues.
issues. And that's why I hate J2.
Anyway, here's why I hate Taurus Storm. Okay.
We know.
We know why.
I want to strangle that motherfucking kid so
Why
bad.
does the child have green hair?
Thank you for coming with me on this journey, by the way, where I just ranted about Wild
I
Thing.
love-
We've decided to add Wild Thing to the Spidey Torch Yuri.
Oh, don't do that to her.
I convinced people.
Wild Thing has been added to the
No.
Yuri pile.
Yeah, she's been added to the Yuri, but here's the thing, Daystar. It's not for Maria.
Is
it's
Felicity
not
been
for
added?
May. It's for Maria.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Felicity's there. It's a
Felicity.
polycule. It's happening.
God.
We
I'm
did
glad
that.
because
We did that
here's the-
already.
The reason why Maddie is the ship that I have for Wild Thing is because I was gonna ship her with the rivalry ship is like always going to be stuff, and there's that like Cameron's the blonde woman who got kidnapped who's hater. The problem is she's racist and physically abuses Rena, so like not doing that.
Get her out of there.
And Mayday isn't cool, so I don't want like Mayday.
Yeah, so we've made up a character completely from whole cloth.
You can have her date Maria.
I did
Exactly.
that-
Exactly. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I
And
instead read an
Parallels their
entire
dads.
I read an entire mini dedicated to just be like, oh, you look kind of fruity. I'm gonna make you hop universes so that you can date the character that I like.
Classic.
I need to figure out a reason to do the. I really want to write that brain swapping fic between the two, and I need to figure out the time to do that. For those who don't know, there was a fic in the Ultimate. There was a comic in the Ultimate universe where Wolverine and Peter had their minds
I know
swapped.
too well. Let's not.
And
I
I-
don't want to talk about the specifics.
We were bringing it up. That you brought it up, Stack.
I
If I'm
did-
thinking
no,
of the
no,
same
no,
one.
no.
Oh, that
I
was
was
a
talking
different
about
one.
616 Avengers
a different
when
one.
Peter Parker was on the Avengers and married to Mary Jane, and Wolverine was being a fucking creep.
I don't remember when or like why, but I do remember it came to the conclusion where I was like, Rena needs to mind swap with Mayday, and it
No,
was
that's
in response
right.
to one of your videos, and I don't remember how it came up.
I think I made like a video where it was like there was like a trending sound where it was like not this one, but this one. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, the good Peter Parker body swap is where he body swaps with Kamala because it's funny as hell and also allows for some Peter Parker's definitely not cis.
Yeah, which is I think that's a huge reason. Like that panel where he's like, lip balm, is why I'm like that he's an egg. He's
Yeah,
egging. Like he literally was birthed from an egg. Like, come on. Like,
Let's talk about friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
let Peter take some HRT, all right? Let's do this.
Hey, remember when I passed out like 2 hours ago?
Yeah. Are you going? Do we gotta go?
I think we should go.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
going.
4 in the morning.
Oh,
All
God,
right,
is
good night,
it?
y'all.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
night.
Let me end the stream first. Yeah. Good night. Follow us. Blah blah blah. What the fuck is even happening?
Wild
anymore?
thing to end on, but bye.